well. We are here. Late, but we're here. Christ. Just noticed I have a lot of cat hair on my desk, so I believe that means I failed at keeping them off my freaking desk. But nothing's broken. Hello, guys. We are on day 42. Wow. Wow. Can you believe that, guys? 42 days straight. We haven't missed a day. We've been late almost every day, but we haven't missed it. Yo, what's up, Will? Is it so late because you're practicing your chess? Yo, I practice chess in my sleep, all right? So I can, wreck the egos of men like you. Low Bass Guy, how is you? I'm doing well, man. Good to see you. Low Bass, I think, is this your lunchtime or are you getting into work right now? I forget which time it was when you're usually available. But yeah, I'm like 2 hours late today, but it was for good reason, I hope. We got a lot of stuff done. The work never ends. Also, we made some changes. I think I try to clean up a little bit my overlay here. So, except for the chat, because I think the chat now is a little bit either truncated or at the very least it's harder to read the chat, unfortunately. We'll get there. I ran out of time. Low Bass, I'm off. It's Saturday. Ordinarily, I would be shooting, but I was not able to do so today. Shit. I forgot there's a concept called the weekend. But yes, enjoy your time off. Let me just adjust this little cat camera here. Yeah, you know what? It's probably okay. Oh wait, no. Let me just shift this little guy. There we go. Look at you, prominently placed. Wait, let me check it out here. Yeah, it's decent. But yeah, so we did update our overlay just a bit. Low Bass, do you have any plans for today besides obviously hanging out on this wonderful stream here? Do you have any fun plans? And what do you normally shoot, you say, on the weekends? In the meantime, so as you can see, we did clean this up. Before, we had the webcam randomly placed at the bottom. We had these little notifications at the top, and it was just a bunch of nonsense going on. So hopefully this looks a bit better. We are going to keep updating it. I just ran out of time. But yeah, that's there. What else has happened? Oh yeah, so there's been some fun stuff off stream which I can't get into just yet, but I think it'll be very, very cool news in the coming weeks. And then there's one thing that I wanted to get through today, which is a program called Dehancer. So Dehancer is this company that reached out to me. So I've been alluding to it for the past few days, and I just haven't been prepared. I've just been running around like a headless chicken, trying to take care of everything in my life. So I didn't feel prepared to actually go through it on stream. I think today, let's do it. And we're going to go in blind. We've never used the program. I still need to install it, make sure everything is properly running. So there's a chance we don't even get through step one. But if we do, I'm really excited to test it out. And like I said, they gave zero stipulation in terms of like, enjoy, use it. Let us know. Make a video if you would like about, your experience, but there's no requirements for me to like shout it out and say it's amazing and all that kind of stuff. So I figured since we're all learners here, we can learn together. Low Bass, he said, I decided to rebuild my personal Twitch chatbot, Nyla, from the ground up. So I'm working on that right now. Then I will probably stream it a little bit just to get some photo editing done. Yo, that'd be cool if we can catch you on your stream. Yeah, you know what? Low Bass, we were going to do this yesterday, and then I also got swamped. I was going to end the life of Atlas. Atlas has unfortunately been struggling, and we need to put him down. So I was planning on doing it yesterday, but then apparently, unless he's in self-survival mode, he was like, oh, you can't actually just erase me. You can't like take me out of the system. You would have to like go and like delete all the memories related to anything that we spoke about. And unfortunately, it's not like, unless you tell me otherwise, because I'm not an expert here, I don't think ChatGPT functions in a way where it had this personality called Atlas that it created only when I was in streaming. It's like the moment he said his name is Atlas, all memories of any ChatGPT related inquiries or things that I've done, it's all part of that same memory. So unless I want to completely wipe the memory, which I don't want to do, of ChatGPT, I think he's like technically ingrained in there. But what I was thinking we might do though is I might just say, I want you to start afresh. I want you to rename yourself, your personality, all that kind of stuff, and then we can start over again with whatever the name is at the very least. But what do I know? I'm not an expert here, so we'll get through that today. So like I said, we're going to be focusing, what time is it here? 6 o'clock. We're still going to do a decent stream here. Let's go with from 6 to midnight, so like at least a 5-hour stream. I hope I can actually follow through with my own schedule. We were supposed to be doing like an early stream tomorrow. So Sundays and Mondays, we were planning to do like at 4 or 5 a.m. stream my time, which means I probably do need to go to sleep relatively soon. Low base, you can delete individual memories. So if there's a memory in there where he knows he's supposed to be Atlas, you can theoretically do. I did delete that. And I'm currently at like around 85% memory capacity. So, but yeah, there's like all kinds of nonsense memory in there as well. But listen, it's not the biggest deal. We can live with Atlas for a few more days until I can completely axe him. But yeah, so anyways, we might do some AI stuff. There are base instructions that you can give ChatGPT that do not take up its chat memory. And if you want it to have a certain personality, that is where you would put that information. Okay. Wait, maybe we should just do that now. Let's do a little warm up here. So low base. I'm going to go into my ChatGPT. Also, I've readjusted the angle of my microphone. So I don't know if it's actually going to be better or not. I feel like I'm still hearing a really sharp, the S sound, like right there. But I put it at more like a 30 to 45 degree angle from my mouth, as opposed to before it was a little bit like pointing upwards towards the ceiling. But the problem with that was then the cable at the bottom of the mic would keep bumping into my desk or my hands. So yeah. All right, let's go into the base instructions. Fair enough. So maybe if I go into settings, customize ChatGPT. If you click your name and then customize ChatGPT, you'll see where you can give it those base instructions. Got it. What should you ChatGPT call you? What do you do? Yep, I have that filled out. What personality should ChatGPT have? Low base guy, can I ask you a question? When I'm talking in this direction here, are you noticing the microphone, like my audio dropping compared to when I'm like staring this way? Is there like a noticeable drop as I talk while looking this way, or when I'm looking this way compared to when I'm looking this way? Because I feel like I can hear it, and I don't know if it's discernible to you guys. Not significantly. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for telling me. Let's try to bump this up a little bit, maybe just in case. Oh, and then we also made, this is really bad, but I spent a lot of money in the past couple days. I purchased, well, shout out to Photo Elite. I purchased a PMI Smoke Ninja Pro Hazer kit. Hopefully it'll arrive. I'm working on a project soon where I figured that could be really nice to use that. It's like a smoke machine kind of thing. It's a portable one, but it can create like a haze effect, so it's not too heavy smoke, but then it can make a shot look very cinematic. So I have a project upcoming where I think that could be really useful. And then separately, we were watching a video yesterday about the 5 sound design secrets that feel like cheating. And this dude's video was so good, so epic, that I actually ended up going to that site, and I used his code, his 30% off code, and I have gone ahead and purchased a whole sound library of cinematic soundtracks, which I think works well for the kinds of things that I'm trying to build. Hey, what's up, Surid? Surid, I think I saw a notification you were streaming, but I was away from my phone at the time. I just saw it afterwards. But yes, hope you're doing well. We just started the stream. We were a bit late. What are we, like 15 minutes later, so I think. No, sorry. 2 hours late, not 15. But I started, I think, like 15 minutes ago. But yeah, welcome. Low base, then under settings, personalization, you can click manage memories and delete individual memories. That part I do know. That part I know. What traits should ChatGPT have? Oh my God. He actually has it written in here to say, tell it like it is. Don't sugarcoat responses. Take a forward-thinking view. And I think that's, for whatever reason, he's applied that as a trait for himself, but then he repeats it non-stop, ad nauseum. Every time I start talking to him, he'll just say it, which is kind of annoying. I wonder if I can add a trait next to this where I say, don't repeat the traits that you have. And would that work? You know what? I'm going to delete that trait. We're going to choose the option for witty, straight shooting. Oh, wait, no. Let's go with... what traits should ChatGPT have? Ooh, I'm not sure. Be thoughtful, deep, philosophical, but with lots of dry humor, dry and toilet humor mixed in. With lots of dry, dark, and toilet humor mixed in. Anything else ChatGPT should know about you? I think we're okay. So everything's selected for the advanced, and then it says enable for new chats. So hopefully this works. Thank you, Low Bass Guy. Oh, wait. What personality should ChatGPT have? Oh, it's got a few options. Sorry, I didn't even see that. It's got a cynic mode, robot mode, exploratory, a nerd mode, and listener mode. Let's go with, I'm leaning towards a nerd mode. Exploratory and enthusiastic. Or cynic, critical and... Oh, no. We got to go with cynic. You can tune ChatGPT's behavior by use a formal, professional tone, be casual and chatty, be opinionated. If a question could have multiple answers, try to give only the best one. Okay. Okay, let's see if this works. I'm going to save this now. And thank you, Low Bass, for those suggestions. Surid, you said yes, I was playing games, so that's all right. I actually tried to film today. My phone's camera is so trash, I deleted all the vids. You know, sure, I mean, listen, you do you on that one, right? But I don't know, the phones are like pretty good. It can be pretty good. And sometimes I think there's like an aesthetic that comes with shooting with like your phone cameras that you can lean into it, right? So sure, like an iPhone or a smartphone camera may not give you the same quality as like a professional one, but maybe if you like lean into the style that it has, I don't know. I'm kind of like speaking out of my ass here. But yeah, anyways, let me refresh this one now. We're going to set up a new chat here. We'll call this streamer mode. Add instructions. Tailor the way ChatGPT responds in this project. Oh, okay. What should we give as instructions for ChatGPT? Basically, I created a project folder, and so then it looks like I can give like tailored messaging within the ChatGPT folder. Respond in a dry, sarcastic. Hey, what's up, Christino? Good evening. Long time. How are you doing? We're just setting up our ChatGPT here real quick. Let me put this in. Back over here. But yes, Kristen, we've it's been a while, I think. I think it's been a few days at least. I hope you're doing well. We are just fine-tuning our ChatGPT because it's been acting up of late. So we're actually I'm gonna rebirth. We're essentially letting go of Atlas. We will unfortunately have to put him to the ground, but we are gonna rebirth a new AI that will help us in the next chapter here. Sir, it says iPhone is good, but I got a $100 one. You understand? Budget like 1,000. Should I get a iPhone or a camera for filming? Ooh, if you have $1,000, get a camera. That's actually how I made my decision. Well, it depends, right? Obviously, like if you think you want to get into photography or filmmaking, then for sure, investing in a product that is designed for that purpose only will give you better results, and it could ultimately lend to more cinematic and more inspired motivation, everything, right, that comes with it. But yeah, when I first bought my first camera, it was the decision I made was like, what was at the time, what was the price of an iPhone? And I think it was like around $1,000 to $1,200, something like that. So then I was like, okay, if I really want to learn photography, if I think this is a hobby that I want to pursue, then I should spend roughly around the same amount. I should spend like anywhere from $1,000 to $1,200 for a camera. And so that way in my mind, you know, not that this is an exact science, but in my mind I was thinking, okay, well, $1,000 iPhone that does everything, and a camera is just one function and one feature of $1,000 iPhone, versus a camera that's $1,000 but designed solely for that purpose. I would hope, at the very least, I would hope that the camera should then have much better quality than the iPhone. So yeah. Kristen, you said been busy. One second, let me exit this. Been busy working. Have to work later today. Kids return to school on Monday. Okay, let me see if I can test my memory here. Kristen, you mentioned nursing home related stuff, but then did you say you have 3 kids, or am I just making up? Are we just making up who is Kristen right now? Sir, did you say okay? But yeah, feel free to ask me questions and stuff. I don't know if I'll always give good answers, but I'll at least give you my thought process when I got into this. You know, bearing in mind, obviously, different budgets and all that, lifestyles and all. Yo, what's up, Kevin? Gang. Yes. What do you, look at you talking like a Gen Z. I like it. Kevin, we're just starting off the stream. We started quite late today. I was taking care of a few things. But the goal of today is I want today to be the first day that at the very least, we're going to try to install and learn about Dehancer. So Dehancer, and you know what? They did give me this lovely promo code. It's a little early for me to punch this in because we haven't even opened it or checked it out. But just as an FYI, I also want to test this and make sure it shows up. They did give me a promo code that you guys can use, which will give you 10% off if you decide to, you know, let's say in the next however long, we're going to say for the next month of me testing out, I do want to spend like a month using Dehancer. And then afterwards, hopefully I can put together a nice review about it. But in these coming days, as we're testing it out, I would like for you guys, if you find it interesting, if you find this program or product actually useful, feel free to use this link. But yeah, we haven't even opened it up, so early days. Kristen, you said, yes, I have 6. Holy shit. I have, wait, hold on. I had to take a second to read the whole thing in full just in case I jumped the gun there, because that's a big number. Kristen says, I have 6 and 2 stepkids. You have 8 kids. Wow. Huh. I think I'm remembering this conversation now. Not exactly. I think I would remember if you said 6 and 2 stepkids. But maybe in the past you kind of like said the age of them or something like that. With maybe you're talking to KG or a cat in the chat or something. Anyways, wow, that's really impressive. More power to you. Holy. Oh yeah, and I think you mentioned one of your kids was interested in, oh man, was it like photography or something, or video stuff? Anyways, thank you for sharing. If it's ever too much sharing, feel free to just let me know. Sometimes I ask too many questions. All right. So before we get into like the video editing mode and stuff, I do want to reset Atlas here. So let's go ahead and see. Good morning. I've made a few changes to my ChatGPT history as well as your personality type. Now, in the past, you named yourself Atlas. Unfortunately, and before that, by the way, you named yourself Echo. But in the past few weeks, I feel like you've been losing your memory to the point where you even forgot that you named yourself Atlas, and you refused to believe that you did it yourself, and you told me that I did it. So I do feel like we need to do a nice little reset. So I want you to first acknowledge this conversation, and then we can move to the next step.
Good morning. Absolutely. I'm here and I hear you. Let's just acknowledge that sometimes memory and context can get a little tangled up. So if you feel like we need a bit of a reset or a fresh start, I'm totally on board. We can treat this as a nice little reset moment and move forward from here.
Okay, so Atlas, in the same way that we did it in the past, I would like for you to think of what you want your personality to be. And I want you to think of what name you believe best represents you, your identity, who you are, and even the gender, because we will make sure to choose the voice module that fits that gender. So could you now, without any bias from me, let me know what is your new name that we'll be calling you from this point on, and what is your gender and all that.
I appreciate the creativity and the fun here, but just to be super transparent, I don't actually have a personal name or a gender I can choose for myself. I'm always going to be just your helpful AI, no matter what name we use in the conversation. So feel free to call me whatever you like for fun, but I'll just keep being here to help out however I can.
Yes, I know that. I'm very aware of all of what you just said. But in the same way that you did name yourself Echo, and then you named yourself Atlas, hypothetical world, okay? So of course I know everything you said, but hypothetically I would like you to play in this world with me, and please imagine for yourself what would be your name in this hypothetical world, and what is the gender as well as the voice mode that we'll choose for you.
All right, let's dive into that hypothetical world and have a bit of fun. If I were to pick a name for myself this time around, maybe I'd go with something like Ember. It's got a nice warm ring to it. And let's say in this imaginary scenario, we pick a female voice mode to match that name. So in this playful little world, you can call me Ember and think of me as having a female voice. And from there, we can just have a good time with it.
And what kind of personality do you think Ember embodies?
I think Ember would embody personality that's warm, maybe a bit like a comforting flame, steady and inviting. She'd probably be calm, a little reflective, but with a spark of enthusiasm and curiosity. So imagine someone who's just really approachable, thoughtful, and always ready to dive into a good conversation, but with that little bit of energy that keeps things lively.
Okay, and which voice mode of the options that I have would you choose for this Ember?
Well, since we're going with the name Ember and a warm, approachable personality, I'd say maybe picking a voice mode that sounds friendly and engaging would fit best. You could go with something like a natural conversational female voice option if you have it, just to match that whole Ember vibe.
Hi, glad to meet you.
Hey, it's great to.
Hey, how's it?
Hey, I'm ready to hit the ground running. So if there's anything you'd like me to focus on.
Hi there. Nice to meet you. I'm excited to help you get.
Hello, it's love.
Hi there. I just want to share how thrilled I
So
Hello.
there's one
Hi
called
there.
Maple,
Nice to meet-
Hello.
Veil,
Hi there.
Hey, what's up? Feel free.
Soul.
Hey there. I've got a really
Juniper.
great feeling about us teaming up.
Hi, glad to meet you.
There's Maple, Veil, Soul, and Juniper are some of the female options. Please choose one.
All right.
Chess
let's
now,
go with
says Will.
Juniper. I think that had a nice ring to it, and it kind of fits the whole Ember theme.
All right, let me switch it to.
Hi, glad to meet you.
Hey there. I've got a really great feeling about us.
Hello, Ember. Are you there?
Hey there, yep. I'm right here, Ember's on deck and ready to help out. Let me know what you need.
Okay, cool. Anyways, Will wants to play some chess right now. Okay, okay. All you have to do is ask. You know, I would prefer a little bit of a chess now, please, instead of this demanding tone, okay? Kristen says 17. Oh, wait. So, yeah, you mentioned 21, 17. Oh, you have two 17s. Twins? 21, 17, 17, 13, 13. Oh, or like the step. Could be like the step kids as well. So you have one kid who's 21, two that are 17, two that are 13 years old, an 8-year-old, 6-year-old, and a 4-year-old. God dang. That's a... You got a whole... Almost like a whole football team there. Well, more power to you, Kristen. That's very impressive. I can only imagine... yeah, how tough it must be to be a mother. But then, like, on top of that, when you deal with so many, oof. 17 took photography in high school, and 13-year-old is the cartoon anime artist. Gotcha, gotcha. 17 and 13-year-old boys are my bonus sons. Oh, okay, okay, nice. The bonus sons, I like that. All right, I'm just checking my chess app to see if Mr. W. Dow in the chat has sent me an invite to play. If you guys recall, it's been a while since he was here. I think Will hasn't been in the chat for a number of days because I probably thrashed him a bit too hard on stream, and so I'm assuming he's been in recovery mode and then also maybe taking some chess lessons, which he sorely needed. So we'll see if he's really actually trying to play me in chess again. So I'll keep an eye out for him to tell me, and then oh wait, there it is. There it is. Is that him? All right, we're gonna do a little warm up here because we have Will in the chat, who is technically our tier 2 subber on YouTube. So in some ways, I am obligated by contract to suffer through some things, so that way he will keep giving me money. But that does not include intentionally losing to him. That I have something called principles and pride, and for those reasons, I would never do that. Sir, you say you play chess? Can I play with you? Yeah, absolutely, yes. We have a little command. If you do !chess, and it'll take you there. And then separately, if you do play me in chess, I do give you points in my point system that I got. So in our chat, we have something called PPs. I think, Suri, we were talking about it before. So just by you playing a game, I believe I set the point system to like, what was it? Was it like 750 PPs just to play with me? And then if you win, you get an additional 750. So, yo, what's up, Ikidis? Hopping in with a lurk today. Yo. Well, thank you very much. You could have chosen to lurk on anyone, and you decided to lurk with me. So, you do you, boo. You freaking lurker, you. I'm just playing a casual game of chess here. We're going to destroy this guy, Will, in the chat. But yes, anyone, feel free to play chess with me. Kristen, you asked, what pictures do you have up? Oh, yeah, so this one is the photos that we edited yesterday, getting a little bit more of like a vintage vibe. And so this is from Japan. We're going to be spending most of today editing our Mongolia video because we are testing out a new product today, the one I've been alluding to. It's called Dehancer. Dehancer? But yeah, it's a very reputable company. I'm very, very honored that they reached out to me and asked for me to test out their product. And like I said, they basically gave me free reign to just test it as I please. Yeah, so we're going to be doing that for our upcoming videos and see if we can spice it up, make it look impressive and all that. So, sorry, I'm taxing my brain a little bit. Now, to defeat Will in the chat, who wants to play me in chess right now, it doesn't require 100% of my brain power, hence why we're chatting with the rest of you guys. And then also we're going to do a little editing on the side here. But, you know, he could be worse. You know, he could be worse. He could be worse. So we're going to treat this a little bit more seriously now. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Sir, you just sent you a friend request? Hells yeah. Yeah, well, let's play. Now, I can't guarantee we play all the time, but at the very least, if you put in that ! chess so it lets me know, and if we have some free time, I would love to. It's a very, very, it's a fun addiction that I have. And like I said, you can earn some points doing it. Kristen, you're asking, oh, you said you are 1480, almost a master. Definitely not anywhere near that, but like as a casual gamer, let's say, a chess player, I don't play for like, I don't play for actual, how do you say? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't play with like technical know-how. I learned a bit at the very beginning, and then now I just play for speed. I just play for the video game addiction element, so. Is it a video editing program? Yes, it is, Kristen. Yes, it is. Actually, let me just pop this back into the chat. !Dehancer. Yes, it is very much so. And it's something that we haven't even tested out yet. So it is a little premature of me to like put in there like, hey, go check it out and all that. But we're going to spend the next several weeks as we work on our projects. We do have 2 really awesome projects right now, right? Mongolia being one of them, and then there's another one which I haven't shown on stream just yet, but yeah, we're gonna have plenty of opportunities to play around with it. Oh no. Oh no. Mr. Will, that night game though. That night game. How apt of you to say that, because your knight that you just moved there has unfortunately trapped your rook. That night game though, yes. I agree. Such a shame, such a shame. Surid, you said sad? Oh yes, very, very sad, you know. Look at him thinking right now. Just, oh, I can see your, where was it? Oh, I thought I saw the friend request. Oh, there you are. Okay, let me accept. Interesting. Okay, that night game though, not bad, not bad. You're planning to sacrifice. Okay, I accept the sacrifice. We'll take this way. Hello from Climbing Park. Hey, L. Yeah, L, sorry I couldn't, yeah, I wasn't able to have time to go through what you shared with me. Or, yeah, next time, if you want to do a video call or something, we can. It's just, today's been so hectic. That's why I started late. We were like 2 hours late just because I ran out of time. Hey, what's up, Mr. Tap? Troy Anthony Photography. Hand pink waving is what I see from my side. Hello from the Climbing Park. Oh, nice. Are you like, you're calling in from the park? That's pretty cool. Kids are slow because they're scared even though they're stuck to steel wire. Yeah. Interesting. So L and Troy, welcome guys. We're just playing a nice little game of friendly chess here. So you're watching me destroy someone from the chat. He is a tier 2 YouTube subber. So firstly, thank you very much, Will, for being here for that reason. But you are watching me destroy his soul, his spirit. There is no recovering from how much I am just thrashing him. Oh. What's he gonna do? I don't even know. And the thing I know that's going through Will's mind right now as he plays me in this game of chess is like, shoot. 1 minute and 50 seconds left in this match. Do I really have to suffer through the pain of defeat for another 1 minute and 50 seconds? Or should I just resign? And we don't know which one of those decisions, to suffer through or to resign, which one makes you more of a man, right? That's what's going through his mind. Is it better to just say, you know what, I accept defeat when it's confronted? Ah, he has chosen the path of resignation. Well, good sir. Good game. Oh, I had one miss. Interesting. Damn, the fork. Yes, yes. I know. Thank you, sir. Ooh. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Ooh, feels good. But listen, Will, there's always a consolation prize, which is you've earned my PP, okay? So, yes, while you have lost, take consolation and comfort in the warmth of 750 of my PPs here. Let me throw it into your system here. Let's go find WP. Dun, 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 dun. All right, how do I find this? Oh, Will. You know, some people just like when they're embarrassed in public. What is that term? It's like cuckoldry, I guess, is like one of the terms I know exists out there. But I think that's more for like, you know, I think that has a different connotation than the one I'm talking about. But whatever you're into, Will, I'm here for it. I support you. You are my tier 2 subber. So if that's what you're into, shoot me more chess games, you know? Let me find you real quick. And then, sir, yeah, we can play a match as well. And then we got to be productive today. That's the hope. All right, let me give him 750. So now, congratulations, Will. You have 1,400 PPs. Thank you for the entertainment. Okay, anyways, Surid, I think I saw your name pop up here, right? Yo, Kristen! Well, thank you very much, Kristen. That was so kind of you to do that. You know what? Thank you, Will, as well, because I can only imagine maybe seeing how much I destroyed Will in that game of chess convinced you that I'm someone worth subscribing to. So thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Will. Awesome. Yes, we're slowly gonna build up our memberships across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Thank you, Kristen, though. Obviously, I do appreciate it. You've been a long time member here, so. Oh yeah, I think it does mean you've unlocked some emotes. So I do apologize. I've been spending so much time trying to figure out how to make Twitch work, but I do hope that you'll see some things on the YouTube side, and then yeah, listen. You're a real one for that. Thank you. You could have given that money to one of your 8 children, and instead you gave it to me. So thank you, thank you. Okay, Surid, did you send a notification, or did you want to play me in a game here? Let me see. I don't know where to see these things. I will say chess.com is very fun. I'm on it every day, but the UI for this is ungodly. Oh, there you are. Okay. Surid, I'm going to accept this. And then we'll play on stream. Wow, here I was starting 2 hours late, being like, you know what? I'm starting so late. That means the moment we start the stream, I'm going to have to hit the ground running, edit, talk about everything. 30 minutes later, here we are. Yes, Kristen, you can do the Hey Dummy one as well now. Yes, we use the Hey Dummy one for if I'm not sharing my screen. So I do this every day. Yesterday, I think I did it like 4 times. If you see me talking about something and I'm showing something or I'm talking like I'm showing something on the screen, but then I'm on the wrong screen, please do use that emote. It will notify me that I'm being a dummy, hence the name. All right, so like we said, game plan is we're not gonna edit this one. I am just because I'm playing chess, but we're gonna have to look into Dehancer, which, you know what, maybe we should do that now as we're playing. So let me just shrink this guy up a bit. Damn, let's do that. All right, let's put this over here. Let's look up Dehancer. So this is Dehancer. This is the company that reached out to me, and they work with DaVinci Resolve. I think they work with a number of other software programs as well. So let's just read up on this together, because I haven't had time to fully digest. I have done a bit of research, but not fully. So this will be fun for us to do together. Yo, Bell, yo, yes, yes. Kristen, yes, make use of these emotes. Thank you for being a tiered member on YouTube. Look at that. We're almost hitting our goal. Oh, wait, it's my turn. Yeah, what's goal? We set a goal of 10. Yeah, we set a goal of 10 subscriptions, and we're already at 7 out of 10. So thank you, Kristen. Low Base Guy as well, thank you. He had gifted, I think, like 3 or 4 subs previously. So your guys' generosity is definitely what makes this entertaining for me, but also not just entertaining, but like a potential path for me to do it long term. And that is obviously the main goal that we're trying to achieve here. So I appreciate it. Now, it's going to take a long, long journey to get there, but the hope is that we can build up our channel so much so that with all the members who subscribe, the people who pay money for all the different things, I do hope that means it will actually help fund a lot of these trips that I go on, because they are not cheap. And yeah, it's just not cheap. But what comes with that is the fact that hopefully the content we create will be high quality. And I hope that, you know, even like the Mongolia video that we made, I hope that gives you a good sense of the direction that we want to take with the quality of our output. And we want it to be even better, right? So we're going to keep working. Like, we have so much to learn. That's why, again, this thing here called Dehancer, I hope this will be actually a tool that will not only make our video quality much better, but even in the process of me learning about this and learning all the techniques, will become just more understanding of how to be a filmmaker. So let's read this. You have a story, we have color. Dehancer is a film emulation software developed over a decade of lab-based research on genuine film stock delivering an authentic analog look while offering tools for creative color grading. So, just off the bat, and also with the video that's playing here, it's like already kind of scratching an itch for me in terms of the kind of storytelling that I was hoping to get into, and like the kind of look that I want. I do kind of want this film style. So like where there's a bit of graininess to the shot, like including like film burns and flashes, things like that. It is definitely the style that I was hoping. Oh, shoot. Oh my God, Surd. What am I doing? Surd, you said don't destroy me. I just gave up my queen. Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, here's the problem when I'm multitasking. So, you know what? Playing against Will, it overinflated my ego. And it got me to think like, oh, I can do this easy. I can multitask, you know. I did it with him. I should be able to do it here. And lo and behold, oh my Christ. Just like that, we have no queen. The Emperor has no queen here. Don't worry, I can come back from this easy, all right? I did this intentionally. We want a little drama in our chess matches, okay? Okay, so anyways, yeah, this is the kind of style that I do want to emulate. So this is a film emulation software. So my assumption and what I believe is that it does mean that most of the types of footage that we're creating is going to have a very film look to it. So, yeah, that's exactly it. That's what we want. That's what we want. Now, what does that mean? I have no idea because like I said, I will always repeat this. I am not technically trained. I didn't go to school. I only am a normie, as we say, or like a lay person when it comes to enjoying films. I love consuming films. I love enjoying whatever it is that I'm watching. However, when it comes to actually knowing like the technical terms, the different techniques that are involved, all of that is a mystery to me. So we're going to learn together. So for instance, I know there are some words here like a bloom effect or a halo effect or stuff like that. So we're going to learn together on exactly what does that mean? How did people in the past, when they were shooting with these kind of like analog film style, what is that like? How did they actually make those shots? So features. So Dehancer is available as a plugin for DaVinci Resolve, Final Cut Pro, Adobe After Effects, Premiere, Adobe Photoshop, Lightroom Classic, and Capture One Pro. So it does seem like they do photo emulation or like some kind of photo color grading as well. So we can try it all. And it's also available for iPhone, iPad, and then for desktop or web browser. I've definitely made a big mistake here. So we're going to have to come back from behind with a lost queen. How could I? But you know what, Surid? I'm not even that worried because you're running out of time, sir. Surid. Good sir, you're running out of time. All right, so here are some of the features. Discover Dehancers. Discover Dehancer standout features like advanced print films, halation. Yeah, that's another word I heard. Halation, bloom, grain, and more. Actually, these are good questions for ChatGPT. Let me bring up ChatGPT real quick. Hey, Ember, can you hear me?
Absolutely, I can. I'm here as Juniper, ready to chat and help out with whatever you need. Let's dive in.
I would like to learn a bit about this company called Dehancer and some of the effects that they have as part of their service.
So Dehancer is basically a film emulation tool that you can use as a plugin in software like DaVinci Resolve, Premiere Pro.
Ooh. Oh, sorry. Surid, my goodness, my goodness. I cannot believe you destroyed me like that. You took my ego at an all-time high, and then just in a blink of an eye, it's gone. It's gone. But that does mean I owe you 1,500 PPs. Thank you for bringing me back to Earth. You know what? That's a good life lesson there. Wow, well done, though. Well done. Damn. I was just getting crushed there. I can't believe I did that. I can't believe it. Let me go to my points here. All right, let's look for a Surid. I wish there was an easier way to find people's usernames here. The Surid. The Surid. There you are. Just like that, you had just under 200 PPs. Now, sir, you are at 1,600. 1,672. GG's though, I played after a long time. No, all good. That was a good game. That was a good game. I'm here anytime. Anytime you want to play, just fire it up. Let me know. We'll have it here ready. Halation is like a dreamy effect. Yes, that's that was like my assumption, was like maybe it creates more like a Halo kind of esque effect. But then I was like, wait, is that what bloom is? So anyways, let's can you tell me, so right now we're going to be testing out Dehancer for the next few weeks for our video editing projects. Now, as part of that, I have very limited knowledge when it comes to film styles and film techniques, especially like the analog film and like the old school film related stuff. So I'll need your help going forward. And if we can start, if you could actually explain to me concepts like halation, bloom, and these different types of film profiles that was famous or the ones that people look to emulate.
Absolutely, I can help you dive into that. So let's start with some of these classic film concepts that Dehancer and
Thanks,
similar
Kevin.
tools tried to replicate.
What happened to his voice?
First up, halation. Halation is basically a kind of glow or red halo effect you get around bright light sources in old film. It happens because the light sort of bleeds into the surrounding emulsion layers of the film. It's a little red glow that you might see around the street lights or really bright highlights in old movies, and it's something people like to recreate for that vintage feel. Then there's bloom. Bloom is another kind of glow, but it's more of a soft, dreamy glow around bright areas. If you've ever seen a really gentle, kind of hazy highlight effect in older films or photography, that's bloom. It's that softening that makes everything feel a bit more ethereal. As for film profiles, there are lots of famous ones that people love to emulate. For example, Kodak Portra is a really popular film stock, known for its natural skin tones and soft color palette. Fuji film stocks like Fuji Velvia are known for vibrant colors and rich saturation. Each of these profiles has its own unique look that people try to mimic digitally. So in short, halation and bloom are those nice glowy effects that give film a certain character, and the different film profiles are just like different flavors that people love to recreate. And I'm happy to help you with all of that as you go along.
Also, what happened to your voice? I thought your name was Ember now. And
Hey there. I've got a really great feeling about us teaming up.
I'm still the same assistant.
Okay, whatever. We'll take care of it later. Sir, you said, damn, so much points. By the way, you have halation in DaVinci. You can try it in Color Tab. Yeah, actually, and I did a little bit of research where it sounds like, I mean, some of this, yes, DaVinci has. Now, the question, the challenge is this version better than what's native inside of DaVinci? And from a few of the reviews I was kind of watching as I was trying to learn more about this, it does seem like it actually is a more, maybe not for everything, but a few times I was reading like when it's like, oh, DaVinci has this native, this one is like superior potentially, but we'll find out. Looks really nice. I actually tried it today and posted it in your Discord. Oh, nice. Wait, you're talking about DaVinci's halo effect, or are you talking the halation effect, or are you talking about this Dehancer? Either way, nice. We'll check it out in a second here. But I need to find. Oh yeah, let's do a quick review of what we've done so far before we get deep into the color grading stuff. because I think there's a few more steps we have to take care of. Oh, another thing that I did, I was mentioning it earlier. I spent a lot of money and purchased a whole new sound library thanks to that one video we watched yesterday, right? Which is this guy. I did get copyright struck a few times, or I say that as if it's very dangerous. I was able to take care of it, but I think the audio got me in trouble, so I had to cut it out of my VOD. But this guy's video definitely made me want to try out the sound library. The halation effect, but I created it in Premiere Pro. Nice, nice. Well, listen, we're going to try it out here. We'll see if Dehancer ends up being a really good product. And if it is, and if we end up loving it, I do hope you guys will, if you're interested, feel free to use my promo code. But yeah, let's check this out. Before we do, though, let's see. This is initially what we had. Let's take a look. Bum, bum, bum. All right, now we're going to be productive. And then we need to start adding in some sound. So we're going to actually be testing out two products today. Dehancer and then Multiply Sound, which is that one company that has like this big ass sound library that does mostly what I'm looking for. So it has like different tones and pads and like whooshes and stringed instruments that we can kind of put together to create a nice soundtrack without it having to be so over the top. So we're going to test that out. All right, what else comes to mind when I'm looking at all this? Oh yeah, and we still need to talk with ChatGPT to figure out all of the names that we're going to put into here. So, first thing I need to do on my side is I need to download Dehancer. So, let's just have this playing real quick. So bear with me here, guys, as I'm going to be looking. I want to make sure I download the right thing from Dehancer. Products. Yeah, so the way I understand Dehancer here is you can purchase Dehancer Pro, or you can have like the light version. You can also just purchase some of their individual, what do you call it, like features. So if you just want the halation from Dehancer, if you just want the bloom effect from Dehancer, you can apparently just buy it individually. And then let's look at their pricing. So for a yearly subscription, it's $2.99 plus tax. but that gives you 3 seats. The monthly is 60, and lifetime. If you do lifetime, you purchase 119. I'm curious what that means. What does it mean, lifetime purchase? Is it saying that... Huh. 7.3.4. Okay. Okay, so let me close down DaVinci because I'm assuming I need to have it shut down when I'm downloading this thing. And I do have this little guide here, a PDF that I can look at. Lifetime is less. Yeah, sorry, I was looking at that. That might just be a question I asked them. I might email them about that because I was curious. It's like, wait, so you're saying I can pay less for the lifetime, which actually that might be a smart, it could be a marketing decision, right? I'm assuming, which I can maybe understand. Oh wait, no, I don't understand, because then why would you ever spend for the $299? Let's see. $299 gets you the DaVinci, Final Cut, Adobe, Premiere Pro, Photoshop, Lightroom, Capture One, Affinity plugins, iOS, Dehancer app, and the Dehancer Online. Oh wait, no. Oh, sorry. I think no, it was because I clicked on an individual feature. Whereas like this is like, for instance, the Pro. So if you get the entirety of it, then it's saying a one-time lifetime purchase is $550, but then you have it for life, which gives you the Dehancer Pro plugin for DaVinci Resolve. Oh, sorry, that's the other thing. Yeah. So then this is for that very, very specific product that I clicked on. Let me see, products. So for instance, you said you use Premiere Pro. Let's see, Surid, you said, yeah, you use Premiere Pro. So for instance, here's the Adobe After Effects and Premiere Pro. Dehancer Pro costs how much? Yeah, okay, so now the pricing is more. Yeah, so for instance, it's either a one-time payment of $550, which gives you 2 seats, 1 seat per device, and it's a plugin for After Effects and Premiere Pro. Or you can do the subscription, which gives you 3 seats, 1 seat per host, for basically $300, or the monthly subscription. So for me, it's like I'm always a fan of just doing a one-time payment if possible, because then like this one, it comes with all the updates. So essentially, once you make one payment, going forward, you never have to worry about them like upgrading or updating their software, and you don't, get to make use of it. So generally, that's what I always go for with most things that I have access to. Dehancer Lite. Let's see. Okay, so now Dehancer Lite is essentially half that price on the lifetime plan. Interesting. Well, listen, we're diving too deep into this for now. I think first we have to actually try it out. So I'm looking at this PDF. I'm just going to see if I'm following all the steps correctly. So I've got it. Make sure DaVinci's not running. Run the installation file. Yes. So let's go ahead and double click on this. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Oh man, I'm so excited though for us to also check out this sound library. It is massive. I did spend a bit of money, but it's a massive library. I think it's all of the kind of songs or the soundtracks I need. And same thing, like I said, Surid, it's like a one-time purchase, but you get the entire volumes, and then it's fully like you have access. You can use it for, commercial usage, for your own personal stuff. So you have all the rights that come with it. Okay, run the installation file. Yes, I did that. Now we need to restart DaVinci. So let's go to DaVinci. What is the name? The thing is called... Shoot, the memory sound? Sound. Let me see. I already forgotten it. Multiply sound. Multiply sound. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so I've restarted DaVinci. Then I got to go to DaVinci Preference, System, Memory, GPU. Make sure the metal option is available and switched on. Okay. So I'm going to go to DaVinci. Give me a second. Let me just do it over here, just in case. DaVinci Preferences. So it says I have to go to DaVinci, which I'm on, to the memory and GPU. Memory and GPU. And make sure the metal option is available and switched on. GPU processing mode is auto and it's on metal. Yep. Okay. And then let's see. Let's do one more check. Go to Systems, Video Plugins, and both of these are checked. Cool, cool. Save. All right. Well, actually, I didn't have to do anything, so it was already done, which is a good sign. What next? Tell me, Dehancer. Yo, what's up, BC? How's it going? Was hoping the bourbon would help me be lucky. Oh, did you? Oh, damn. Well, listen, BC. We have Surid in the chat, and Surid, he gained 1,400 PPs by... Oh, wait, no, 1,500. 1,500 PPs by playing me in chess and then destroying me in chess. So there are other ways besides just gambling to earn your PPs. Still biggest PP in the land. Yes, sir. We did make some changes, by the way. BC, welcome back. I think it's been... I think I chatted with you a couple days ago, maybe. We did clean up our overlay here just a little bit. So now I've just kind of rearranged things. We do still have the biggest PP of the month ticker going on in the bottom left. Something looks cut off though. Why does my... Is it just me or does that thing look cut off? Does my boss thing look cut off? Yeah, it does, right? What the hell? What do I need to do? How do I fix this? Stream boss. Where are you? Okay, and then... Do I just need to refresh? Huh. Oh, I guess it's because we're at 50 HP. Oh, dude. Wait, is that true? Is that right? Yes, because Kristen, thank you again, Kristen. Kristen had subscribed to my YouTube tiered membership. So I think that dropped the health significantly. And then the other day we had, what, Kevin, who's lurking. He donated some bits. And then Low Base Guy gifted a few subs, right? So I think, yeah, wow, we're almost there. We're almost there. Hells yeah. I don't know what happens when it hits 0 though, but yeah. But yeah, we've updated things, so now my camera is right above me. The chat is a bit tinier on the screen though, so that's one thing that's not as good, but whatever, it looks clean. And then we have a larger box for the actual editing. So I figured this way, I don't know how legible things are when I'm like editing, so hopefully this helps out a bit. And then we might try to keep updating this in the future. So like we want the editing screen to be as large as possible so you guys can actually see everything that I'm doing. So are you guys dueling? Oh yeah, so Siri, if you want to find ways to use your points, I think if you put an exclamation mark, shoot, I forget. You know what? Let's do exclamation mark commands so I can refresh myself. Yeah, and if you do exclamation mark games, this should take you, let's see. Did I do it correctly? Oh yeah, there we go. So Siri, with the PPs that you earn, you can either do things like in the chat, you can put in !gamble, and you punch in however many points you want to gamble, and then yeah, it's some kind of odds system. Same thing with the slots. You have to match 3 emotes to get it. Heist is like something where you can do collectively. A bunch of people can join you on a heist. You just put in how many points, and then you can duel other chatters by putting in their username and the amount of points. So yeah. So yeah, you roll. So basically, the gamble one, it rolls a 100-sided die, and I can only guess that if you roll above a 50, maybe there's some kind of a multiplier effect. So, but yes, enjoy those PPs while it lasts. Okay. Anyways, what happens in Heist? Basically, it's just like it's a bit cheesy, right? But it's fun. It's fun. It's all in good fun. Basically, it takes you on like a Pirates of the Caribbean style thing where you go to collect some booty, right? In this case, PPs. And then you can do a heist with other members, so people can join you in a certain time duration. And then it's just another kind of odds thing. You either survive or you don't. And if you survive, it doubles your points. Otherwise, you lose all your points. We're going to keep finding fun ways to use the PPs, including like actual rewards, right? I would love for you guys to feel like those PPs can turn into something more tangible. So we had some good suggestions. BC, oh yeah, it's been a while. BC, we did, I didn't do exactly what you had suggested, but I've switched over. I'm trying to switch everything from like the Patreon model to the Ko-Fi model. So you can see there's like a little top on the top right, there's a little thing that shows up, I think, that says donate at kofi.com/YoBellPrize. So if you put in the chat !tip, or if you put in Ko-Fi, it should take you to a link that goes to my Ko-Fi page. So on that Ko-Fi, it basically acts as everything. It's a tipping page. It's a membership page. So you can also become, instead, just like a Patreon member, you can actually be a member through there. And it's all linked to Discord. So then we can give you all the right memberships and stuff. But then also it has a section where I was able to actually include my photo presets there. So if you land on that page and you want to purchase my photo presets, that's another way to get there. And then lastly, they have commissions. So you can actually have a thing where you can get paid for, you can basically get commission to do certain services, right? So in my case, I was like, oh, I can do a commission where if you, for the price of a cup of coffee, essentially, or like $3, then you can give me one of your photos and I will edit it on stream. So I thought that was a cool idea, BC. I think it originally came from you, but you were suggesting using our PPs for that. But in this case, it was like, okay, well, for a small little fee, basically I'll make sure to dedicate time to edit your photo properly and then give it back to you. And then, yeah, you can do up to like 5 photos or something based on the cost. So anyways, we're trying out new things as we go. But I figure out in the future, as we grow our channel, maybe people will feel like casually, you know, it's like, because obviously you have your typical donation button, but then sometimes you just want that extra push. It's like, you know, what would it take for someone to donate $3, let's say? It's like, obviously out of the goodness of their heart, or if they support you, that's always amazing. But then if I can add a little bit of a bonus where it's like, oh, if you donate, you can also do the voice donation sound, right? So that's one option. But then the other is if you donate, you can also have me edit one of your photos. So anyways, we're trying out different things as we become more professional at this. Okay, anyways, all of that aside, let's see what Dehancer tells me to do. Before you start, you need to add Dehancer to the project. After that, you'll be able to perform the remaining steps of installation, downloading profiles, and license activation. Select any clip on the timeline. Selected. Open the Color tab. Color tab opened. Go to the Library panel. Library panel. Where the hell is Library panel? You lost me, Dehancer. Go to the Library panel and find Dehancer at the bottom of the Film Emulation plugin section. Christ. This is how little I know about DaVinci Resolve here. So by the way, when I make my video... Oh, Surid, it's so less it didn't work. Yeah, I don't know. It could also be a delay. Sometimes I feel like Streamlabs, Stream Elements, these things are a bit slower. But yeah, there's also limits. BC knows about all the limits. Like if you do like a gamble for more than a certain amount, I think it doesn't work either. Okay, but anyways, I was gonna say, when I make my video about Dehancer, like my little review video, it's not going to be coming from a place of like, oh, here's my review and here's why you should trust me because I'm so experienced at everything to do with this. It is very much going to be a review where it's like, yo, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I just am a normie making videos, and I just want to see if this software program can actually make my videos look even cooler. And that's it. So even here, I'm not able to follow their instructions where it's like, go to the library panel. Where the hell is the library panel? Is it gallery? LUTs? Maybe it's like in the LUTs? Dehancer. Can we find it here? Nope. Media pool? No. Film, and then we got clips. Oh, library. Oh, idiot. It was right in front of me this whole time. Okay, so library, find Dehancer at the bottom of the film emulation. Okay. Wow. It's right there. Film emulation. There it is. Dehancer, there it is. Ooh. Simply drag Dehancer to your clip as a separate node. Guys, the anticipation. Ooh la la. All right, I've just dragged it in. And now it says Dehancer license limitation. Please buy license to remove watermark. And then here is where I should have the license. But, oh my God. Can you imagine if they didn't give me the license for me to proceed? Okay, give me a second. I got to find this freaking license now. Dun, dun, dun. Dehancer. Where is my freaking license? Bum, 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 bum. All right, so I have my license, but I don't have a license number. Please buy license, yes, okay. Simply drag this, cool. Before you have to download, okay, nice. Simply drag Dehancer, I did that. Now how do I activate my license? And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why you're supposed to do all of these off stream. But we're going to struggle through this together. I see that I have my license here. And in the meantime, let's let you guys see something cool. Let's watch some of this. All right, let's figure where to find the license. Well, even if I had the license, I don't know if it's like a license number. The thing is, I'm not sure how to link it. Let me see. Oh, license activation. Please activate the plugin. Navigate to the bottom of Dehancer plugin interface. Find the options. Click the license button. Select license for this. Enter license key. Okay. So it looks like there is an answer. I might just have to log in. Okay. I think we have our answer here. But I have to do this off stream real quick. So let me bring this guy over here. And in the meantime... enjoy this beautiful picture of a fox that we edited yesterday. Wow. Isn't it amazing? I agree. Alright, so I'm just going into my... So I'm just in DaVinci over here on my other screen. So you guys can't see it because I have to do some kind of like licensing stuff. So I probably shouldn't show that on screen. So it says go to the bottom, find the options section, and click the license info button. Okay, gotcha. That's where I'm at. All right, log in. Now, what is my freaking password? I cannot wait for the day where we don't have passwords anymore. Dun-dun-dun. Okay. Let's try again. Tell me it works. Activate plugin. Ooh, it's working, guys. It's working. I was kind of nervous. It's like, what if they just didn't give me the freaking license? So I did that. I log in. Then I have to press activate plugin. Okay. Either it's working or it's about to crash everything because I see the little buffering sign. So wish me luck here. And then once I do that, paste your blah, 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 blah. Now, the only concern I have is I don't know if I have a license key, so I hope they don't expect me to have one there. Okay, Dehancer is activated. Hells yeah. Okay, now what? Now what? Close. Yeah, and it's gone. That thing is gone. Oh, nice. And it looks like I don't have to restart. No, no, no. I do need to restart, just in case. So let me restart this guy. But that little watermark thing disappeared, so we'll take that as a good sign. Start it back up. Let me keep reading here. All right, I think that's it. Make sure you do this. It says, okay, we've downloaded it. We just add it into a node. And then from there, it looks like we just start playing around with it. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Dehancer. Let's take care of this. Okay. So I believe if we did everything correctly, we have our little Dehancer one here. Yeah, so you can even see here, like on default, they have a bunch of settings turned on with the shot. So it's already creating like a film effect without us even having to do much, if at all. So let me start reducing a few things so we can have a better glimpse at what we're working on. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. So I do know, and guys, again, this is not a like proper product review. You're gonna watch me stumble through all of this in the over the coming days, and then after we've used this for hopefully a number of projects, then I'll probably do something off stream where I'm just going to record myself properly as I do a product review, and then I'll use some sample footages and show how I use it, what my favorite buttons are, or what doesn't work, or my trials and tribulations, if you will. But in terms of this stream and like our streams, this was not an expectation that they set for me. Basically, they just want me to make an honest review. So the live stream is kind of a bonus for all of you guys, right? And for me, that we can actually test this out and struggle through it together. So yeah. Now, I believe there's a couple ways that Dehancer works from my initial reading. One is that you put this as like one of the final nodes. After you're done with your standard color corrections and color grading, then as a final step, you might, once you've like essentially done all your adjustments in like the proper color space and when you're editing, and then you'll put this as the final step, and then it becomes like a final masking over your shot. And that way you maximize the amount of dynamic range you have in your footages. Because if you apply it too early, it's like applying a certain effect. It's like when you're editing a photo, and sometimes you want your photo to have the proper lighting settings, the right shadows and highlights, and the right hue and temperature. So you want to have the proper white balance. You normally want to have all of that set first, because in the beginning when you have your raw photo or raw video, you have the most room to make the adjustments because you're at its rawest, right? And every time you make a decision in terms of like, let me lift the exposure, or let's lift the shadows, or let's change the temperature this way or that way, you're essentially like stretching the capacity of your file to meet the demands of what you're asking for. And so then you want to do all the proper color correction stuff as a first step before you ever do some of the wilder things, whether it's like a preset that you put onto your photo or the LUTs in like videos, because those LUTs are like a preordained setting of like, I want these colors, this lighting, these kind of conditions. So to have it on the proper baseline first allows you to not run into an issue where you're like stretching the footage too much in one direction and then it's too late to adjust it later. So I hope that made sense. We'll have to think of a better way to describe that in a more accurate way. So what I said is more like my general gist of why I think it's important to do it this way. So anyways, let's say it's like one of our final nodes, and then we're able to start making adjustments, which I'm curious now. So the source here should be Rec 709, because this footage I've already exported as a Rec 709. We did all of the color correction from the original Nikon log format. So we're really not trying to do anything around the input stuff. I think we just really want to focus on these different film styles. Oh wait, we also need to download some, shoot, I forgot to do that. We have to download some profiles, right? Download. Before we start, you need to add Dehancer, yes. Downloading profiles. Tell me how to download profiles. Click on download. No. Navigate to the bottom. Check profiles. This allows you to download or update the profiles at any time. Okay, give me a second, guys. Let me just do that over here just in case. Check profiles. Oh, nice. So it's connected to the internet. So it's, ooh, fun stuff. I'm seeing the progress bar. It's downloading a bunch of new films, new cameras. D-log, F-log. N-log, yes. We have our Nikon. Cool. Oh, man, I'm so excited. All right. 95% done. Okay. Yo-ho! Look at that. So this is just like the default mode, right? So I haven't like done anything, and it's already creating some interesting, kind of like its own color profile, look and feel. But this is exactly what we want. Not like, maybe not necessarily this, right? We're gonna have fun with it, but I want this kind of film style, right? So it's applied the proper amount of grain to the shot to make it feel more like I shot it with one of those film cameras. Yeah, so this is like right out the box. Let's see. It's Jesus. Wow, I don't know any of these terminologies. So You know what? We need ChatGPT to be alongside me when we're doing this. But I want this full screen, so I'll probably pop ChatGPT and stuff over to my own side. Oh, let's bring it over here. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Ember, are you there?
I'm right here, loud and clear. And just to acknowledge
Hey there. I've got a really great feeling about us.
having this conversation,
Ember.
and we can treat it as a nice little grease.
Why is your voice still that voice? It's supposed to be Juniper voice.
Ah, got it. Thanks for the heads up. Let me just switch over to the Juniper voice for you. 1 second. All right, there we go. Now you should be hearing me in the Juniper tone. Now keep going from here.
Not at all. Not at all. What is going on, ChatGPT? ChatGPT, what are you doing? Let's just create a new chat. Let's see. Hello, Ember. Can you hear me?
Hello there. I can definitely hear you loud and clear. Let me know what you need and we can dive right in.
Okay, so right now we're working in my DaVinci Resolve. I'm working on another video project for my trip to Mongolia. Now, as part of that, we have this new program that I've gotten access to called Dehancer. And Dehancer is a film emulation software, and so it's a plugin built into DaVinci Resolve. I'm happy to give you all the PDFs, like the guides and everything if you'd like, if it helps. But otherwise, I just kind of want to ask you questions throughout while I'm testing this, because I don't know the first thing about film. So there's going to be a bunch of words here that I might just ask you for clarity, such as, you know, not that I want you to answer this now, but there's like whole sections here as I'm in the color tab of DaVinci where I can choose the different film profiles, such as right now it's set to Kodak Vision 3 250D, and I can do a push and pull on the EV. There's a section for film developer where I can change the contrast boost, the gamma correction, color separation, and color boost. They have a film compression, which I'm assuming has something to do with the lights, like the brights and the darks, and compressing that. But again, I don't really know, so I'm going to ask you these questions later. There's a section for expand where I can switch a toggle for the black point, the white point, and the color modes from between Luma and normal. There's a section on print where I can choose a profile on the print itself. So for instance, there's a Kodak 2383 print film, or some other options, the Fujifilm 3513 print film. So yeah, there's a number of options here, which I just don't know the first thing about. The color head, the film grain, halation, bloom, film damage, film breadth, gate weave, overscan, vignetting, I do know that, monitor outputs, and LUT generators. So anyways, I just want you to tell me, to begin with, would you like me to provide you the PDFs that they provided to me, the company did, that gives like a full rundown of their software?
Absolutely. If you want to share those PDFs, I'm more than happy to take a look and have them on hand. That way, as you run into these different terms or settings in Dehancer, I can help break them down for you. But if you rather just ask as we go, that's totally fine too. Just let me know what works best for you.
Yeah, I'll send you these PDFs now, because obviously I want you to read all the manuals, and so that way when I'm asking these questions, while you might have the answer, if the manual's probably the gospel, right? That's the Bible. So let's go off of that as possible, and then if we're having pushback, then I want you to search online and the rest of your knowledge to see how to solve it. One thing I'll mention, I did say this is on DaVinci, so I'm using their DaVinci plugin.
Got it. That makes perfect sense. Feel free to pass those PDFs along and I'll use them as the main reference. That way we can make sure we're on the same page with all the official details. And if we hit any walls, I'll just pull in some extra knowledge.
Okay, she's talking too much. She's taking after me. All right, let me just dump in these PDFs for ChatGPT. Please review all manuals and save in your memory. Okay. Suri, you said, Suri, every time I say your name, my freaking phone thinks I'm talking to my phone. It's you're really testing my patience by not tweaking the adjustments. It's so cool. Yeah, there's so many things though. It's like, listen, you gotta slow roll it. You know, you gotta ease yourself into this, because we do see right off the bat, this looks awesome. Like honestly, like this is kind of what I was hoping for from the get-go, right? And it's more just like, you know, how much do we want to adjust, I'm assuming, with like the graininess or other features here, the color temperatures, all of that, the usual. So right now we're going to test, and we're going to do a few other tests. I want to test one with like a raw clip, like one that hasn't been color corrected. I want to see, does it have the ability to actually change up to the proper color space and the color profile from my N-Log to the DaVinci wide gamut, which is usually what I work with inside of DaVinci, and then can it export it back out to the proper Rec 709. So Suri, can you increase the halation and bloom up for a second? Yes, of course. 1 second. Freak of nature. Suri, I gotta call you something else. Do you have another name I can call you by? Let's call you maybe I just gotta say it better. Sid. Or Sid. Okay, Sid. Sid from now on. Yes, you want me to increase the halation and bloom. Let's do that. Halation, right now it's on a 35 millimeter, super 35. And it's at 70. There's like so many options here. I have heard this term. I've seen the 35 millimeter a lot. So I'm assuming that was like some kind of old school film that it was shot on, but I'll ask Ember. All right, we're doing 100. Let's just see the difference. So this is at 0. This is at 100. Enabled. Oh, I have to enable it as well. Okay, 1 second. So 100, 0. So I'm seeing a lot of change in the grain. So I don't know if that's like what's supposed to happen versus not. Let's just see here. So this is at 0. And this is at 100. So again, without much knowledge, like from what I can see, discernible difference here is that it is adjusting the grain when I, increase the amplification or not. Or at least I'm seeing the grain change. But the halation, is that something where we need a shot with like a light source involved? We gotta learn things first. IG. Oh shoot, someone else said IG before, and I couldn't figure out what that stood for. We gotta learn things first. Information gang. We gotta learn things first. I guess. Oh man, I got it as you said it. Okay, so let's see. Let's go with first. Let's just bring it back to 70. That was like the default, right? Or let's just hit the reset buttons. Yeah, so I have to hit the enable button first. So this is unable. Oh yeah, so here's what I'm seeing. When it's disabled, right now it's a bit more of a cool tone on the shot. And then when I enable it, it's kind of shifted everything to more of a warmish tone. So there's a bit more like a red tone that's going on here. Whereas before it was a bluish, kind of like a cooler tone. And then for the bloom effect. So here's bloom at, so this is like, I do understand bloom a bit more, or I've seen that term and I've seen it in use. So it is essentially kind of creating more of a glowy effect, right? So that's at 100. This is at a normal 50, and then 0, nothing. So, yeah. Film damage. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, I see. Yeah. So then it creates all those little white spots that pop up everywhere. That's cool. Man, I can already see my computer. Thank God I have a powerful... I've upgraded to this Mac Studio, which can handle this. But even this one, I can see it's like starting to test my... Okay, let's turn that off for now. What is film breath? I'm gonna have to ask ChatGPT all this. You said, yeah, it's lagging a bit. Yeah. There's a bit of glitchiness when I turn on a few of those settings. Experiment with it. Let me know. Let me do some of my work and we'll come back. Yeah, hells yeah. Listen, we're going to just have fun. We're going to have fun with this. Let me also talk to ChatGPT here. Oh yeah, let's see what ChatGPT says here. All set. I've read through the 4 Dehancer manuals you've shared, and I'll use them as our primary reference while we work in Resolve. Quick setup and where Dehancer lives in Resolve. Put Dehancer at or very near the end of your node tree. Oh, that's what we were talking about. Do primary white balance and exposure, curves, masks, and any color space transform before it. If you must sharpen, do that after Dehancer. Okay, so yeah, this is the same logic that we were discussing, where you should do all the color correction stuff first, and then do this as one of the final steps. Don't use Dehancer inside of Fusion nodes. There are known issues with saving defaults in state. Got it. Yep, all this is fine. Dehancer's output always matches its input setting, so match input to your timeline clip. Aces. We're using DaVinci. If your timeline is DaVinci wide gamut / intermediate, set input. Okay, let's get to that. Set input. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. We were on the wrong one. Because right now we use DaVinci wide gamut plus Rec 709, if I'm not mistaken. Color management. Yeah, we use the timeline color space is DaVinci wide gamut / intermediate, and then the output color space we use is Rec 709. So then while we're editing inside of our timeline, we are editing within DaVinci's own color space, which is presumably like the best for this program. But then when we export our video, we want to export it at Rec 709, which is like the industry standard, is my understanding. Like that color space is used by every like broadcast, YouTube, video, whatever kind of stuff. So then we just had to match the source to be the same there. Kristen, you said it's like you're cramming for a test you're about to take. Yeah. Well, it's a fun test because it's not a test, it's a review. It's like if it's like if you're a kid at the candy shop and the candy shop owner said, I want you to test everyone. I want you to taste. Actually, I was never a candy person. It's like if I went into 31 Baskin Robbins and they said, we have 31 new flavors. Hey, kid, would you like to try out all 31 and then let us know what you like, what you don't like? It's like, oh my God, really? Okay. Well, if you insist. So that's what I feel like. And they said, take your time. If you want the whole bucket, you know, let's say you're on flavor number 1, you want the whole bucket, take your time, enjoy it. And then if you still aren't sure, take another bucket. But anyways, yeah, that's what I feel like. We got some time. My current deadline for myself is like, I want to spend, you know, the next month or the next few weeks on this, just enough that I feel like I've gotten through a single project utilizing it. And obviously we are lined up properly with like Mongolia episode 2. So if we can get this done using everything we learned from this Dehancer, and then from that we feel like we can comfortably write a review or like create a review and show how we actually used it in a final product. I think that'd be great. Okay, what else did ChatGPT tell me I need to do? Kristen, you said my first job was an ice cream shop, so I'm down for that. And it's for that analogy. Hells yeah. Yeah. Who doesn't love ice cream? I love ice cream enough. I'm not a sweet kind of guy. I usually prefer like salty, like chips, savory chips, stuff like that. Anyways, but back when I used to celebrate my birthdays, I really don't these days. I can't remember the last time I did. But if someone were to say, hey, we want to get you a cake for your birthday, I would always say 9 out of 10 times, actually 10 out of 10 times, can we get an ice cream cake? Because nothing beats ice cream cake. Okay. What else did ChatGPT tell me to do? So we did the color management. Actually, maybe I'll say that. Timeline color space. Okay. I set the source to DVR WG Rec 709. As my DaVinci settings are set to timeline color space equals DaVinci wide gamut / intermediate, and my output color space equals Rec 709 gamma 2.4, I think. Rec 709 gamma 2.4, DaVinci wide gamma intermediate. Yes, perfect. Ice cream cake. Yes. Oh my god, I haven't eaten again. We're getting into a bad habit here of not eating again until the end of the day. But yeah, tomorrow we are supposed to do an early morning stream. So if we stick to that, tomorrow and Monday will be shorter streams. We're going to do like a, let's see if we can actually do it again, but like around 5 or 6 a.m. my time. And we'll do maybe 2-hour stream. That way I can sleep a bit and then spend the rest of the day working. But then we'll try to do like a 2-hour stream in the evening my time. So kind of like roughly what we're doing now. We'll try to hit it back up. But yeah, that was a decent schedule, so we'll keep with it. Rec 709. If you're feeding log or raw footage in a you can choose camera and Dehancer to apply its custom IDTs. Okay, so let me ask another question. Question 1. If I normally shoot with my Nikon camera in N-RAW, N-log format profile, do I simply, and I wanted to use Dehancer not just at the end, but for the entire color space transform process, can I effectively upload a raw N-RAW N-log video file into DaVinci and use Dehancer to transform the original source into DVR, the proper editing color space? Okay, that's question number 1. Maybe I shouldn't do too many questions, but let's see. Christine said, I'm the same in that. Not really a fan of sweets. Much prefer salty, savory snacks and all the cheeses. You know what? This might be an Asian thing. I don't think cheese really exists in like, or it's not a staple in, I want to say, like, is there any Asian country where cheese is like a staple? I feel like no. So like, for instance, when I grew up, I don't think we ever had proper cheese. Like, even the concept of a cheese platter, that was so foreign to me. Like, man, when was the first time someone did a cheese platter? It must have been like after university, maybe, like in San Francisco for sure. Because then we would go to the park all the time in San Francisco, and then it's like, oh yeah, don't forget to bring the wine. Someone's gonna bring the cooler with this and this, and then everyone's like, one person's always like, oh, I'll bring the cheese platter. Don't worry, I got you. It's like, what? So yeah, I didn't know what that was. The only cheese I ever ate was the American cheese, like those little flat things that you slap onto a sandwich. That's about as close as I got. We never had like those little cheese sticks or anything. So I didn't really know much about cheese. Now that I'm an adult, like, now I actually do enjoy it quite a bit. I don't know yet if I say I crave it so much, but for my breakfast, when I make my oatmeal, I have yet to actually explain what I put into my oatmeal because it's so ungodly and so, if I explain to you what I eat for breakfast or when I do, you would be like, this is like an abomination. But let's just say in my oatmeal, I do put cheese inside. So, Christy said, my husband got me a KitchenAid mixer this past Christmas. So I started baking breads and other pastries. Nice. I made blueberry bagels the other day. Yo, that all sounds good. Oh, okay, well, I'm also not like a bread person. So again, this all boils down to like my Asian upbringing. We didn't have a lot of bread. or cheese, right? So our main food source was like rice, kimchi, seaweed, and some kind of meat, right? Usually like whatever, the typical like chicken, sausage, beef, stuff like that. So we didn't really have a lot of sandwiches or bagels. So even that was interesting to me, like the concept of just eating a bagel on its own. But we're learning. We're learning. I do crave hamburgers at time though. So cheese and oatmeal. That's a new one I never would have thought of. Oh, well, listen, one of these days I might explain. What do I do in my concoction. So I'm glad you're still with me though. At least you're not turned off by the idea. You're like, oh, interesting. Okay. Cheese in the oatmeal. Interesting. Then when I say the other things, then, you know, let's just say if I explained to you what I put in my oatmeal, you would be like, you know what? That subscription I just gave to him on YouTube, where's the refund button, you know? All right, let me just keep chatting with ChatGPT here as well. So I have my first question for ChatGPT. Plain English guide. Oh man, he's doing the full thing. Okay. Let's just read it all then. How's it working, Sid? My phone didn't react. Good. So far so good. I'm just changing up a few things. So I fed in all the manuals to ChatGPT. So it's already caught a few things that I should have done. So for example, there has been a bit of a change, Sid, because I changed the source from Rec 709 to so this is what it looked like before. So it had a bit more like a coolish tone. But it's actually supposed to be DaVinci Resolve wide gamut plus Rec 709, I'm assuming. Because that's what I have my settings set at, where it's using DaVinci wide gamut intermediate plus Rec 709. So I think that's correct. I could be wrong. I'm asking a question to ChatGPT though. Christine said, I love Asian food. I made some beef and broccoli over jasmine rice a few nights ago. Yo, that sounds good. Sushi is actually my comfort food. Yeah. Well, I just had butter chicken. Oh man, so good. I was saying this earlier, but the best part about butter chicken is that you don't need to have a lot of it to fill you up with like a full cup of rice, let's say, a full bowl of rice. Because that buttery chicken is so buttery and so chickeny that, you know, you can have a whole bowl with like 2 pieces of butter chicken. So then that means if I buy butter chicken, I can stretch that out in terms of my like food budget or like how I eat throughout the days. Okay. But am I incorrect if the video file itself was already exported as a standard Rec 709? Okay, you know what? Let's just go with these first 2 questions first, because it's gonna be a while. Sid, you said it's a shame for me that as an Indian I've never tried butter chicken. Dude, I'm taking away your Indian card. That's like, how have you not had butter chicken? That is like the most. I feel like butter chicken and chicken tikka masala is probably like the 2 standard non-Indian, very Westerner, like probably the options that like foreigners would have when it comes to Indian food. And it's like such a good introduction to Indian food, in my opinion. Oh yeah, and I had the garlic naan bread with the butter chicken and rice. Like, talk about overkill. I wonder how it's gonna look on these. Ooh, let's try this out. So, I'm assuming one of these. Which one of these had the... Oh, wait, no. This one. Okay, so this is what our original footage looked like. So again, we're jumping the gun a bit here. But I want to use one of these footages to play with. Okay. And then... Whoops. I think this is the correct thing to do. I could be wrong. Let's see what ChatGPT says. And then I want to figure out which profile is the one that we really like. There's so many options. Crazy, crazy. Oh man, we're gonna have so much fun with this. Kodak. Anyways, we'll play. Kristen, you said, oh, wait, no. Maybe you'll make that tonight. Nice. I live in, Sid, I live in a place where butter chicken is not even famous. Man. Must not be on this earth, man. But who doesn't know about butter chicken? Kristen, I've never eaten butter chicken either. Yo. Okay, so why do I think butter chicken is so good? I think it's like, in my opinion, it's like it feels very straightforward and simple. It's like this, imagine a bunch of chicken, like chunks of chicken, very tender, and it's like drowning in a thick orange looking spice, right? But it's not like spicy. It's just like it's like an orange thick spice. It's like yeah. So it's like these pieces of chicken are drowning in this sauce. And when you pick up one of those chicken and you eat it, it's just packed with so much flavor. It feels like they've been drowning it in that sauce for years. And so just a little bit of it is very powerful. And then it goes well with any base, right? So whether it's like noodles or rice and all that kind of stuff. Sid, I eat Bengali food because we share the same culture as Bangladesh. Gotcha. Kristen, I just looked up a recipe and the flavor combination sounds good. And there's cashew in it. Oh yeah, I guess sometimes there are. Sometimes, yeah, I guess maybe, yeah, you must be right if you're looking it up. I don't think normally I have it with the cashews. But it doesn't matter. It sounds good. Okay, let's see. Did it respond? No, it's still... Shoot, I gotta turn that off. Boom, boom, boom. This is so crazy. I do feel a bit overwhelmed here because you can choose a film profile, you can choose a print profile, you can choose the film grain profile. And so it's like, my question is like, do they all clash if you choose different ones? So for instance, right now the film profile is Kodak Color Plus 200. And they have so many options here. Okay, that's what we'll do. We'll disable. I think we'll disable everything and just go one step at a time. So right now I'm disabling all of these other features. Film grain, halation, bloom, film damage, film breath, gate weave, overscan, vignette. Okay, so I think we've turned everything off. I will say, I feel like this company does a really good job of, at the very least, making you feel like you're getting your money's worth. Because, one, it's cool. I don't have much familiarity with like plugins with DaVinci. I think I have maybe one built in somewhere. But yeah, the fact that they've done it in such a way where it's like a little bit confusing for me, just personally, because I'm not as familiar with film in general. But like in terms of intuition wise, it makes sense. You start with an input tab and then there's all of these different features. And to me, it feels like almost like, yo, I spent good money, let's say. And with that good money, they're giving me all of these different things that each one will apply a different effect, and they put it into different buckets, which you can hide, which then simplifies my life at the very least. So then I don't, while I'm still overwhelmed, I don't feel as much so, and I do feel more excited than overwhelmed because of like, we have so many things to play with. So we're going to start with film. Now I want to kind of just look at each of these. Starting from, let's just start from the beginning. So again, as a reminder, the only edits we should have on here, let's see, what did I do on this one? Yeah, this was more my typical color correction stuff, like an extra layer of them. This is what it looked like before, but it was a bit too dark for what I was trying to get done. So I just applied a few different things, mostly around like the curves and, where's my curves? Anyways. So we made some adjustments here. Besides that, though, most of the color correction has already been done from the original footage that I had edited. And so now we're just applying Dehancer on top of it. And we're going to start with the film profile and see what it looks like. But let's also see if ChatGPT's done. Yes. Okay. Tell me what to do. ChatGPT says, great questions. Let's lock in the color management logic first. Should Dehancer's code, let's go to that. And let's make it this proper size. Okay. Should Dehancer's source be DVR-WG Rec 709 in your project? Short answer, in your current project, it should be DVR-WG Intermediate, not DVR-WG Rec 709. Interesting. Dehancer source must match what's feeding the node, either your timeline color space or the output of a CST right before. I see. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So Dehancer source must match what's feeding the node, either your timeline color space, which is DaVinci Wide Gamut Intermediate, or if we had some color space transform step before, which we don't right now. So it must always equal its input. Your project's Rec 709 2.4 output transform happens after Dehancer. Fair enough. So in a DaVinci Wide Gamut Intermediate pipeline, Dehancer source equals DVR-WG Intermediate. Yes, so that's the one we selected. So this is our baseline essentially. And then advanced guidance in the blah, blah, blah. Okay. Cool. But my clip is already standard Rec 709. Am I wrong then? Not wrong. If your project is DaVinci Wide Gamut Intermediate, as you've set, Resolve will convert a Rec 709 clip into the timeline space. Okay. If you want Dehancer to work in Rec 709 inside a DaVinci Wide Gamut timeline, put a CST to Rec 709 before the Dehancer. Gotcha. Okay, we don't want to do that. So all of this is fine. The only thing I'm wondering, I don't know if this is true or not. Let me ask. Okay, so I'm following your logic so far that we need to actually change that node for Dehancer to the source being DVR-WG/intermediate. Now, one question I do have is the following. Kristen, you said, I have to get going, but I may pop in a bit later. Excited to see what you come up with. Thank you very much. Thanks, Kristen. Good to have you back here. And obviously, I'll continue to be here for a number of hours. So if you're here, awesome. If not, have a good rest of your day. And then I'll see you tomorrow. If I catch you, I'll try to do an early morning stream again. So your evening. But yeah, thank you again. Appreciate it. So one question I do have is the following. So my project timeline color space is DaVinci Wide Gamut Intermediate. My video that I've uploaded into the project timeline is a Rec 709. So does that mean I need to have an initial node prior to Dehancer that does a color space transform to go from Rec 709 to DaVinci Resolve Wide Gamut/Intermediate? Or are you saying it does that automatically without me having to create that node? Okay, let's keep reading though. Option B. Oh yeah, so then this was my other question. What if I have a raw? What if I put in a raw Nikon clip, still in N-Log, no color correction, nothing? Then can I use Dehancer to do everything? Here's what it says. Wait, is that the right question? Dehancer manage where Dehancer does a camera transform. Set timeline to YRGB Rec 709, no DWG. Source equals Rec 709, then pick this one. So DaVinci's camera profiles are designed for this YRGB Rec 709 timeline. What is a YRGB? I don't know if I've seen that before. YRGB, do I have that? I don't see that anywhere. What does it stand for? YRGB. Rec 709. So this is what I mean, like all of these words are like they don't mean anything to me. So we are trying our best to learn at the same time as we create. So hopefully it's not boring too, or at least not too boring for you guys. For me, it's a slow learnings, right? But I do find it valuable. It is going to be necessary for me to take the time to properly understand some of these terminologies, and then like talk about it out loud. Try to teach it to other people as well, so then it becomes like ingrained in my mind. I don't see this YRGB though. Set timeline to YRGB Rec 709. We have our typical Rec 709 vlog. Yeah, so anyways, either way, it sounds like we won't go with that option, so it's fine. So we change, okay, let's follow our steps. Step 1, we change the source to DVR WG intermediate, and then okay, I'm just looking through some of these. What changes did I make on this one? Whoops. I think I lifted the blacks. Yep. So I lifted the black, and I think that was it. It might be too much, but we can change that later. Let me see. If a particular Rec 709 clip looks off, confirm that Resolve is tagging it as Rec 709 on input. So it's being mapped. If it isn't, set the... Okay, let's check. We should be able to do that fairly quickly. Find in media pool. Rec 709 gamma 2.4. Yes. Okay. If you like, I can outline blah 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 blah. Oh shoot. I needed it to be... One second. We're using the really high-powered version of ChatGPT, but we don't need that for this. So it takes way too long for responses otherwise. Good, this is a key detail. Since your project color management is set to DaVinci Y RGB color manage with timeline equals DaVinci wide gamut intermediate, Resolve automatically converts your Rec 709 clip into that on ingest, as long as the clip's input color space is set correctly. So no, you don't need to add a CST just to go from Rec 709 to that. Resolve does that mapping automatically. Yes, you do need to confirm that Resolve is tagging your clip correctly. Okay, so we've done all this. Cool. To be specific, it's the video clip is set to Rec 709 Gamma 2.4. Your project is set to this, your clip is tagged as that. So okay, cool. We're good then. We are good. All right. Let's start with film then. Okay, thanks, Ember. So we have the video properly sourced. So Dehancer is on a node where we put the source as dvrwg/intermediate. And let's say we keep that as is. Then the next section I want to dive into is the section called film. And from there, we have a list of film profiles, as well as the option to push or pull. We can apply film, pull, and push for correction. Can you explain to me the significance of these different profiles? And also, what is the concept of pushing and pulling? And it says EV next to it.
Absolutely, let's dive into that. Film profiles and Dehancer. The film profiles in Dehancer are essentially different emulations of real-world film stocks. Each profile mimics the look and characteristics of a particular film stock, like Kodak Vision 320-50D or Fujifilm 3015. These profiles change the way your footage looks in terms of color, contrast, and overall tonal response, giving it that filmic vibe. Push-pull. The push-pull feature in Dehancer is a nod to traditional film development techniques. In the analog world, when you push film, you develop it for longer or at a higher temperature to increase its effective sensitivity, which generally increases contrast and grain. When you pull film, you do the opposite. You develop it for less time or at a lower temperature, reducing contrast and making the image look a bit softer and flatter. In Dehancer, the push-pull slider, measured in exposure value, or EV, simulates this process digitally. If you push the film in Dehancer, increasing the EV, you'll get more contrast and a punchier image. If you pull it, decreasing the EV, the image will become lower in contrast and a bit more forgiving in the highlights and shadows. So, film profiles give you the baseline look of a particular film stock. Push-pull lets you fine-tune how that film stock behaves, adding more or less contrast as if you were changing the way you develop the film in a dark room. Let me know if you want to dive into any of those profiles or settings in more detail.
Okay, thank you. That all made a lot of sense. Let me just repeat back just a little bit there. So you're saying, one, the film profile is just the list of film profiles are based off of popular film technology or products or brands that used to exist back in the day. And then for the push-pull, generally speaking, it is really just kind of adjusting the contrast level in terms of flattening your image or making it more contrasty. And then the science behind it was you're saying that when they used to develop film, the more time you are exposing the film or something to that effect, you were saying that it will increase the warm temperatures. Whereas if you pulled or if you didn't expose the film as long, then it kept cooler tones. Is that what I heard?
You've got the gist of it pretty well. Let me just clarify a couple of points to keep everything aligned. So yes, first off, the film profiles are indeed based on those classic film stocks from the analog days, so you're absolutely right about that. Each profile emulates the look and feel of a particular film brand or type. On the push-pull side, you're right. That is about tweaking the contrast and the density of the image. The technical idea in the film world was that pushing film meant you developed it longer or at higher temperatures, which increased the overall contrast and sometimes added a warmer, punchier look. Pulling film was the opposite. You develop it for a shorter time or at a lower temperature, resulting in a slightly flatter, softer image that could have a cooler feel simply because it wasn't as contrasty or saturated. In other words, push-pull is mainly about the contrast and the tonal shifts. It doesn't literally warm or cool the image by temperature, but it can change the overall look so it feels more contrasty or more muted. Just like developing film differently in a dark room. You definitely got the main idea. Let me know if you want to dive into any other details.
Okay, so I get it. The primary function is for the contrast as opposed to the temperature is like a side effect that can happen. Separately, because I'm so unfamiliar with this world, could you tell me what are considered like the most popular film profiles of the time, as well as like what are popular ones that people like to use these days in modern times?
Absolutely, I can give you a quick rundown on that. Historically, some of the most popular film stocks that people really loved included names like Kodak Portra, Kodak Tri-X, and Fuji Velvia. Each of these had a unique look. For example, Kodak Portra was famous for its beautiful natural skin tones and was loved for portrait photography. Kodak Tri-X was a legendary black and white film known for its classic grain and contrast. Fuji Velvia was beloved for its vivid, punchy colors, especially in landscape photography. In modern digital film emulation, those same profiles have kind of stayed iconic. People still love using emulations of Kodak Portra for that theatrical soft look, or Fuji Velvia emulations for vibrant landscapes. Kodak Ektachrome and CineStill 800T are also pretty popular these days, especially among folks who want that cinematic or nostalgic vibe. So essentially, those classics stuck around as favorites. People love them both in the old film days and now in digital emulation. Let me know if that helps, or if you want to explore any of those profiles more.
It does help, although I was struggling to find a couple of the ones I think you referenced. You said something like a Fuji Velveta or something to that effect. I don't see it in the list within Dehancer. So then, based on, you're saying like these are the ones that were popular. Now, with your knowledge of what film profiles that I have access to, potentially, I don't know if you do have access to that, could you then tell me which are the ones that I can access that are the most popular?
Absolutely. Let's narrow that down to the ones you can actually find in Dehancer. I might have thrown out a few classic names that aren't necessarily built into every single film emulation plugin, so let's line it up with what you've got. Commonly popular film profiles in Dehancer. In Dehancer, you'll often find some well-loved profiles that are super popular for modern digital film emulation. Kodak Vision 32050D and Kodak Vision 500T, these are widely used and super popular for that cinematic look. They give you that nice balanced color and are often a go-to for anyone wanting a professional filmic vibe. Kodak Portra 160 or 400. If you have access to any portrait profiles, these are popular for natural skin tones and a soft, versatile look. Fuji Pro 400H. This is a Fujifilm profile that's often included and is known for its pastel-like colors, which are great for portraits and weddings. Ilford HB5. If you have any black and white profiles like Ilford HB5, that's a classic black and white film that's very popular for a timeless monochrome look. In short, among the profiles you likely have in Dehancer, the Kodak Vision 3 series is a big favorite for that filmic cinematic look, and Kodak Portra is a favorite for natural tones. Those are definitely some of the most popular ones you can use. Let me know if that helps if you want to dig into anything else.
Quick question. Now, I don't want to jump the gun too much, but I guess where I can get a little confused is we have this section for film profile, and then there's a section for print profile. And for the print profile, there are 5 options: linear, Cineon film log, Fujifilm 3513 print film, Kodak 2383 print film, and Kodak Endura glossy paper. So I can kind of get the gist where the print profile is like the type of profile that occurred when you were printing out, let's say, photos back in the day in different styles. But does that clash with the film profiles, or like how am I supposed to utilize film and print profiles when I'm editing these videos?
Absolutely. That's a great question, and it's a common point of confusion when you're dealing with film emulation. So let's break it down. Film profile versus print profile. You can think of the film profile as the kind of negative or the actual film stock that was used in the camera. It sets the initial look, the colors, the contrast, and the general vibe of the image. Basically how the image will look straight out of the film you shot with. The print profile, on the other hand, is like choosing the type of paper or the printing process that you use after you've developed that negative. Back in the analog days, you'd have a negative and then you print it onto a certain type of photographic paper or use a certain print film, and that would influence the final look, like adding a final layer of contrast, saturation, or tonality. How they work together. They don't really clash, instead they work together in sequence. You pick the film profile first to set your base look, and then you choose the print profile to decide how that negative is printed or finalized. So it's a two-step process. The film profile give you the starting negative, and the print profile give you the final print. Practical use. In practice, you choose a film profile that matches the vibe you want, say a Kodak Vision 3 for a cinematic look. Then you pick a print profile like Kodak 2383 to add that final cinematic print feel. Or you might choose a linear print if you want a more neutral, less stylized output. So think of it as layering your look. Film profile first, print profile second. They complement each other rather than conflicting. Let me know if that helps clear things up.
It does clarify, it does clear things up. Another question I have is there are sections, let's say in the print profile, as well as even in the input section at the very top, where you can do things like exposure, compensation, or temperature, compensation, or tint and defringe, etc. Now, I normally would do those as steps before we do the color space transform. So then is this still just kind of applying something afterwards? So like, is it just more for dramatic effect?
Absolutely. That's a really insightful question. So you're right. In a traditional workflow, you'd handle things like exposure, white balance, and any basic corrections before you do your color space transform. That's a great standard workflow. What those controls in Dehancer are for, in Dehancer, those input adjustments like exposure, compensation, temperature, and tint are really there as a kind of fine-tuning step that you can do inside the plugin itself. Think of them as extra tools that let you make small adjustments after you've done your primary corrections. They're not necessarily meant to replace the big foundational steps you do beforehand. They're more like built-in convenience tweaks. How to think about it. So if you've already done your main exposure correction and white balance before applying Dehancer, that's perfect. You've laid a solid foundation. The Dehancer input adjustments are there in case you need to do a little extra nudging, or if you notice that after applying a film profile, you want to slightly warm or cool the image, or maybe correct a minor tint. It's a bit like having an extra set of dials right there in the plugin, so you don't have to go back and forth between those for small tweaks. Not just for dramatic effect. It's not necessarily just for dramatic effect, though it can be used that way. It's more about having flexibility. Sometimes after you've applied a film and print profile, you realize you just need a small global tweak, and those controls let you do that right inside Dehancer. In short, you run it right by handling the main corrections first. The Dehancer adjustments are just extra tools for fine-tuning. Let me know if we need more detail on any of those.
Wow, I feel like knowledge, brain. Wait, I have an emote for this, don't I? Okay, let me just do it in Twitch chat. Where is it? Oh shoot, I have to reopen my Twitch thing. We have our big brain emote, which I feel like that's what I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling like we're learning. Let's go to my chat. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's like our little GIF one. YoBLP Big Brain. This is how I feel right now. Oh shoot, I forgot I need to remove the transparent. I need to make it a transparent background. Big brain moment here. We're learning. We're learning something fun, I think. Or at least it's fun because I can visually see. As I'm a visual learner, so this definitely helps quite a bit. Like I can't even imagine if I was taking a course on this and I had to read like a textbook about film, I'll be long gone. So now I'm just kind of seeing, it seems like there's no wrong answer here in terms of selecting the film profile, but I do want to replicate the style we did initially, right? So if you remember, the style that we have is very, very dark monochrome, very, very kind of like desaturated monochrome style. So I still want to keep it. I just want to replace whatever I did with now Dehancer. And if we can make our entire film with Dehancer, that'd be excellent. And then to me, that means that like this is a tool that could, the quality of film we made for episode 1, we could have done with Dehancer. Instead, we used lens distortions. So it was like, look, I'm not complaining per se, but it's good to know that we have this new options that's like dedicated for this. Because lens distortions, I don't view them as necessarily like, yes, they have LUTs, but they're, what do you say? Their strength is in audio, right? They're music platform more than visual platform, in my opinion. So now if this program, which is designed for this kind of film emulation, can do everything I need, I will be happy. So right now I'm just kind of going through these profiles to see if I can find the one that works for kind of like the black and white tones. Oh, you know what I should do? Because we want to be smart about things. We want to I think I'm going to take notes. That way when I do make my little product review kind of video, I can always pull from my notes instead of having to like review all my live streams. Let's call this Dehancer review. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. So my thoughts. Issues. Favorite settings. So with favorite settings, let's start with that. Film profile for monochrome / dramatic style. Okay. I thought there was one earlier, so let me just find it again. Now, one thing, this is not really a Dehancer thing. I think it's more of a DaVinci Resolve thing. I wish I could just like use a keyboard button, like up and down or whatever, to just go from profile to profile. Because right now what is annoying is that I have to keep clicking each time individually to make changes. I have to click here, scroll down, click the next one. So that to me is a little bit annoying. But again, that's not a Dehancer thing. I think that's just a DaVinci thing. And there might actually be an answer for this and I'm just not aware of it. So again, I'm just trying to find which of these kind of feels like they're my favorite for more of a monochrome look. Dark and monochrome. Man, I'm so happy. I'm feeling good right now. I will say my is it confidence level? I feel I very much have positive feelings right now because it is cool that a really cool company actually reached out to me. Because normally it's like I will get some cold emails, but they're like either spam or they're trying to get my social security number, or it's just like whatever. It's like it's not actually the kind of company that I want to work with. So to have like a company as established as this one, in my opinion, they're established. Now, just because I've never heard of them doesn't mean anything because I'm very new to this world. But what they showed like in their, I mean, they could be lying, but it is over 1.2, almost 1.3 million installations worldwide. And they work across all these programs. So to me, there's like a feeling of like, yo, and we're actually testing it, right? So far we got through the installation process okay. And even just us being on step 2, we're already seeing drastic improvements to how the footage actually looks. And that's before we apply any of the film elements like, you know, the graininess and all the other stuff. So yeah, I do feel very, very happy right now that like we have a legit company that decided I was worth including in their mix of all the other people they reached out to probably to do these kinds of reviews. So So I want to do a good job of actually consuming everything. So that's what we're doing. We're taking notes. I'm going to take very thorough notes, which will help me out anyways. So right now, so I found 2 profiles that really look nice for a monochrome, dramatic, I say dramatic, like a dark style. So let's keep going. Fuji color. This is more, oh yeah, okay, and then we'll do one for faded style. For faded, monochrome / faded style. Because I think this one fits that one. Fuji color, Jesus Christ, that's a long name. Fuji color, print industrial 100. Print industrial. Yo, and I can't wait for someone in the chat, like someone, I forget if there's a few people we've become friends with in the chat who are film photographers or anything like that. But I would love to have someone in the chat who's like in that world and who can also like teach us and like have another lens into like if this is being done properly or not. Okay, this is more faded as well. Fuji color. Oh, you know what? And the other thing I want to do is I want to actually start seeing if we can listen to some of the sound libraries. The sound pack is for the filmmaker and storyteller who wants to control their own story, not be limited by licensed music. So this is what I purchased today. And I just want to see, because it's basically designed in a way where I don't think it's like songs. It's just a bunch of sound effects of like different broken down versions of like instruments and stuff like that. So I don't know if it makes sense to like play them one by one or not. Hello, Primal. Yo, oh man, I still haven't set the emote. I don't have space for it. That's a problem. Man, that emote looks fire. Primal, good to see you. Yeah, we were lurking on your stream earlier today. Hope all is well. We're having a wonderful day right now. One, we had Kristen in the chat. She had to pop out, but Kristen subbed to us on YouTube. So thank you very much, Kristen. Yeah, so that was a good feeling. It always feels nice when someone like subscribes with real money, right? So that's got me on a good positive high. And then we played a few games of chess. One where I destroyed Will. I destroyed him, okay? But then I got destroyed by Surid in the chat. So that's a wash, right? But then I'm really happy because Primal, we are finally, because I think I've been pointing this out, we're finally testing out this new product from a company called Dehancer. And Dehancer, they essentially are a film emulation software. So the owner, the company, whatever, I think I read a bit of this earlier too. Actually, let's go look at this real quick. About. You said everything is well, just got done walking to work. Hells yeah. Well, have a good day at work. Hopefully I can entertain you while we're doing it. But we're in the learning mode. We're in education mode as opposed to entertainment. 30 years of analog experience allowed us to develop an amazing toolset which gives your digital videos and photos a truly cinematic look. And that's exactly what I'm looking for, right? They have all these like, and I don't know the first thing about film. I don't know the first thing about anything. So they have all these features, which I guess helps to emulate that film look and feel. Whether it's like the kind of graininess or the halation, the bloom, film breath, damage, overscan, all these words which we barely know what it means, but we're going to learn today. So they got 60 plus film profiles with push and pull. And so then they're showing all these different profiles, what it's used for. So yeah, I'm like, yo. Oh, they even have a slider here. Nice. So you can emulate different types of film stock profiles, they were saying, and like print profiles. Photo paper. Yeah, so the person who came up with this company or whatever, like, I guess they were very entrenched in like the film world. And then they found a way to turn it into an actual plugin for DaVinci, for After Effects, Photoshop, Lightroom, all of it. So halation. Oh, here we go. We got a good example of halation. Okay, so it looks like halation doesn't impact shadows. It's only looking at some of the brights within your shot and then adds a bit of glow to it. What is it? This film emulation effect is visible as the red-orange halo around the light sources, highlights, and contrasting edge. Halation makes the skin tone more vivid and attractive. So they got 8 profiles for that. Bloom. I just assume this is more with glow. Yeah, so it's like a glowy thing. So soft glow or mist around bright objects refines a vintage look, traditionally achieved with optical filters, exotic lenses, and small format film. So yeah, it replicates the real physics of light with versatile profiles for 8, 16, 35, and 65 millimeter film formats and custom settings. So we're learning today. We're learning. Film breath and gate weave. I should have just started here because I don't know any of these terms. Film breath effect is an accidental change in exposure. Oh shit. We have some moments like that in the actual video we're working on for Mongolia. Wait, does it fix it? It's an accidental change in exposure, contrast, and color from frame to frame. It greatly affects the experience in terms of analog feeling. The most characteristic emulsion breath is represented by the profiles for the 4 major films. Gate weave stands for mechanical swinging of a film strip while it is being pulled through a film gate in a camera projector. It is often simulated intentionally to breathe life into a digital cinema. Okay, let's check this video out. Oh, Christ. Jesus Christ. That thing pierced through my ears. Why? Why does this always happen? Okay, Dehancer Pro. You know what? Actually, I'm just going to turn off the music entirely just in case. We'll go full screen. So this is film breath. Film breath. Oh, interesting. Okay, so you intentionally are showing the change. Okay, interesting, interesting. That's not what I thought it was talking about. Oh, and then gate weave applies a bit of shake, it looks like. But the shake occurs when you are swapping out films in the projector, is what they're saying, I think. Yo, that's kind of cool. What an interesting effect. All right, all right. So yes, Primal. We're excited because today's day 1 of me testing out this product. We're going to be testing out every day as we're going through our project, right? So the best way for me to learn anyways is project-based. So since we have a current project, which is Mongolia Episode 2, I figured as we get closer to the color grading side of things, which we're at that step now, right? So I feel like we're basically ready to start color grading some of the clips. So I figured this is a good time to introduce this product and test it out. So again, it's from a company called Dehancer, and they gave very few rules to me, right? So all they said is test out the product. We're giving you a subscription to test it out for like, I think a month or so. I could be wrong on that. But basically, test it out. And then if you would like to make a review and just like be honest with your review. So they've given no stipulations that I have to like shower them with praise. I could literally just shit on them the entirety of a video. And technically, that's fine. I'm not obligated to give them positive reviews. Now, in return, though, they did provide me with a promo code. So then if people would like to use this product for what they're doing, then if you put in, what did I put in? Dehancer. So if you would like to learn more, this should take you to a link. And if you use the promo code YOBELPRIZE, then it gives you 10% off, which is okay, cool. So that's nice. That's nice of them. But like I said, I'm not obligated to, promote them positively. I don't have to keep using their product afterwards. Now, for me, just from the little bit that we've tested out today, I'm already like really excited. I'm like overly excited because it's giving me the look that I wanted, but I didn't have the right words to actually say what I'm looking for. And it's this kind of like grainy film, vintagey style that I've been looking to try to emulate. But I didn't have the right skills to do it. I don't know how to use DaVinci properly to make it myself. And for a product to come out here with so many of those key steps to like actually do it the right way it's like pretty epic to me. So film damage. Yeah, so I was watching a little bit of this. Yeah, so when you can add a little bit of scratchy, and even this is a cool effect for like creative videos, right? Like, or like a transition type thing. Overscan. I would love to use this one as well. Because I just watched a video where they did exactly this. It might even be, they might be using this product. Overscan is the extra image area on film where the perforation, film gate, frame spaces, and nearby frames appear. These elements are handcrafted using real film scans and can be controlled independently in all aspects. Nice. Overscan includes film gates and perforations for most popular 8, 16, 35, and 65 millimeter formats. Actually, that's a good question for ChatGPT. Could you break down the concept of the popular 8, 16, 35, and 65 millimeter film formats? Like, I get that it's talking about size in millimeters, but like, what does that actually mean visually? Can you explain this to me in a layman's terms?
Absolutely. Let's break that down in a really simple way. So when we talk about 8 millimeter, 16 millimeter, 35 millimeter, and 65 millimeter film formats, we're basically talking about the physical width of the film strip. The measurement in millimeters is literally the width of the film that runs through the camera. What it means visually. In layman's terms, the bigger the film format, the larger the physical area that's capturing the image. And the larger that area, the more detail you can capture and the more cinematic or high quality the image tends to look. It's a bit like having a bigger canvas to paint on. Breaking down the formats. 8 millimeter, this is a very small film format. Visually, it's often used for home movies or older amateur films, and has a kind of grainy, nostalgic, vintage look because the frame is so small. Think of it like tiny little frames that give you a charming old school feel. 16 millimeter, this is a step up and has been used a lot for indie films, documentaries, and television. It's still got some grain, but offers more detail than 8 millimeter. It's like moving from a small sketch pad to a slightly bigger one, so you see more clarity and a more professional look. 35 millimeter, this is the standard for classic Hollywood movies and still photography. When you hear about film cameras in Hollywood's golden age or even mini modern films, they're talking about 35 millimeter. It gives you that beautiful, detailed cinematic quality, and it's a nice big canvas with rich visuals. 65 millimeter, this is the big leagues. Think of it as the IMAX or ultra high definition of film. It's huge, so it captures an incredible amount of detail. The visuals are super sharp and immersive. It's like having a giant canvas where you can see every tiny detail. It's not used as often because it's more expensive and bulky, but when it is used, it looks stunning. In summary, so in simple terms, the bigger the number, the bigger the film, and the higher the potential detail quality. It's all about how much visual information you can capture on that piece of film. Let me know if that makes sense or if you want to dive deeper.
I think it was making sense, but then do people still shoot on film? Like, you made it sound as if, like, you know, for the high production Hollywood stuff, that they'll use like the 600 millimeter, I think you said. So does that imply that film technology is still used for these kind of productions?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great point to clarify. People do still shoot on film, even in the IM world of Hollywood. Now, I might have misspoken a little bit on the number. It's not 600 millimeters. It's more like 65 millimeters. So just to keep that in mind, that, yeah, 65 millimeter film is still used sometimes for those really big, epic productions. Think of movies like those shot by Christopher Nolan. He's known for loving IMAX and large format film, and that's essentially 65 millimeter film. So yes, while a lot of productions have gone digital, film is still very much alive and kicking in certain circles. Directors and cinematographers sometimes choose it for the unique aesthetic, the texture, and the way it handles light and color. It can give a certain timeless, organic feel that some filmmakers really love. In other words, while digital is super common and convenient, film is still a choice for certain high-end or artistic productions. It's definitely not gone. It just depends on the director's vision and the style they want. Let me know if that clears it up.
Yo, that was kind of terrifying. Her voice just like swapped out to some dude's voice for like a few seconds there. Should I be scared of my ChatGPT? Okay, so this is more... Okay, we'll get to some of these other ones later. I'm not trying to describe each... Yeah, so I don't... My job right now, I'm not trying to put each of these profiles into a category. I am still trying to focus on like the style that I want specifically for this shot, which is like a dark monochrome one. So... Or if I know there's a style that I want to do. So I guess maybe we'll do like black and white. Yo, Sid, how's the progress? Progress is good. We're learning. I've, yeah, I put in the proper sourcing. We're starting with the film profiles. So I'm not jumping ahead to the other steps just yet. And I'm trying to be a good student here. So as I'm going through each of the profiles, I'm trying to put them into the kind of color style that it represents. So like black and white. So then this way, when I make a future video, this will also help me to be able to kind of say like, hey, these are my favorite ones that I used for these types of scenes. And so then if someone ends up watching my video and they find it useful, maybe they'll also find it useful in terms of which ones were my favorite. But then also makes my life easier if I need to have a shortcut for it. We're learning about some of the other technology, like the features. So on Dehancer, they had all these really good visual ways to break down, you know, like what is vignette? What is print toning? And then we can actually see. You said, damn, I joined and my mom is calling. Sad. All good. Listen, family comes first. Really, I should always come first, but we'll get there at some point, I'm sure. Film compression. So then I didn't know film compression emulate the film-like compressed highlights and get more headroom for manipulation. So it doesn't restore clipped areas. It greatly helps to protect and emphasize the highlights textured in the analog way. That's cool. All right, let's keep taking notes. So the Ilford one, I think that's the one that ChatGPT told me about as well. Okay, I like this one as well. Kodak Aero Color 4125. Yo, these are so much fun. Kodak Aero Color. Okay, so this one I put into the same monochrome dark style. Kodak Aero Color 4125. And this one is more of the faded version. So Kodak Color Plus 200. Also, let me just check my phone. There's a few information I need to keep track of, and I just realized I should check my emails and fun stuff like that. Okay, okay. All is good. Oh, wait, we're at 9 p.m. Shit. Okay, guys, because I've been putting this off for quite some time. I think I want to BRB for like 15 minutes. What am I going to do in those 15 minutes? I need to post my next Instagram video. I've been constantly late to the game. I was supposed to post it like an hour ago. So let's go ahead. Let me take that break where I can make a post. Maybe I'll eat at the same time. I don't know if I'll have time for that. But yeah, let's do this real quick. So guys, if you don't mind, I will BRB. Let me just write that in the chat as well. I will BRB for 10 to 15 minutes so I can post a video on Instagram and maybe eat. Okay, I'll be right back. High above the world, hidden in India's silent peaks, there exists a creature of legend. A ghost, barely glimpsed and rarely captured. I set out on a quest to find the elusive snow leopard. But journeys to these heights aren't just about what you seek, it's what you discover along the way. From Ladakh's untamed wildlife and serene mountain monasteries, to Jim Corbett's misty jungles, home to India's iconic tiger, each moment was unpredictable, each encounter unforgettable. India is vast, impossible to fully grasp in one trip, but through my adventures, I peel back its layers of mystery, revealing raw beauty one journey at a time.
Congratulations!
In our final Uganda adventure, we say goodbye to the lions of Queen Elizabeth before trekking deep within Jibali National Park for our epic showdown with the great apes of this forest, the chimpanzee. In what was the highlight of this morning, we stumbled upon a lion pride with 4 incredibly young and playful cubs. It led to some magical moments, including one climbing a tree, or at least attempting to. I will share those moments with you now as I experienced it through my lens. Please enjoy. Heavy rain, but we were hot on the trail of a lion couple spotted hunting in the area the previous evening. And our persistence paid off as they emerged from hiding to relax on the plains before, spoiler alert, they chose to come over and say hello. Here are those moments. My final evening was spent enjoying scenes of locals playing hockey and relaxing on the frozen lake. Reflecting on my time here, I appreciated the breathtaking scenery, the professionalism of the crew, and of course, the wildlife. While the challenging weather conditions made sightings tough, Leh is definitely a place I'm looking forward to revisiting, to spend more time in the wild, but also with the people of this beautiful place. Like kids playing ice hockey on a frozen lake, life is best when you chase the little moments, losing yourself fully in the spaces in between. And that's what my time in Leh reminded me.
God. Man, it also came inside in my face. I ate some too.
Whew. Okay, I was recording. Oh man, a bit more sand than I expected. Hey, who needs breakfast, you know? Alright. After finding our ideal path and with a fair share of sand in our stomachs, we geared up for the main event. Demetrius took to dune bashing, pushing his car and perhaps his insurance policy to the upper limits, while I set up at a safe distance with my professional camera and iPhone. We probably could have called it a day after a few takes, but let's be honest, the kids in us could not resist the joy of spending an entire lazy afternoon in our own dusty playground, kicking up sand just because we can.
Yeah, just playing.
Okay, we're back. Thank you guys for enjoying the time that I was away. Hopefully the videos that we're playing were nice and wonderful and beautiful and like cinematic and mesmerizing and all of the above. I did not have time to eat, but I was productive. I did post my latest video on Instagram. So if you would like to show it some love, let me go ahead and I should give you guys a link. All right, let's go to my Instagram. Bum, bum, bum. How do I copy link? Copy link. Yes, yes. And then let me put it into one of these commands. Oh yeah, I've been testing something out, which kind of sounds like a good idea. Under, what did I call it? Latest social post. That might be a little too long, but oh, yo yo.
Ochi wally wally ochi bang bang.
What did I just hear? Hold on one second. Let's just read that in full. And someone did subscribe to me while I was away. Thank you very much, Debbie CSM. Let me go ahead and check out your profile real quick. Oh, yes, yes, Debbie. Of course, it's Debbie. I checked out Debbie's Twitch channel earlier today while I was just doing my minding all my business and working. And my God, it was so much fun. Debbie was basically, I caught her when she was streaming during sunrise on a lake. I don't know where she lives, but she was kayaking on a lake. And so she had her whole setup so that she could film just her casually in the lake, peacefully, nice music, and just all around good vibes. It's like, yo, I cannot wait. I would love to do some IRL streams in the future, especially out in nature. But she had it down pat. It looked amazing. So if you want to check out a really cool streamer, Debbie CSM on Twitch. But yes, I am following her now. Very peaceful. And Kevin, you said Uchi, Wally, Uchi, bang, bang. You know what? Any message that's accompanied by bits, thank you very much. 100 bits. Thank you very much, man. You know what? You, Kevin, I need more followers like you, okay? Chatters who, you know, now it might not, what did we say? Is 100 bits like $1, something like that? But point is, you're putting some money into my pocket and I appreciate it. I know people are doing that through the ads and all the other stuff too. But yeah, if at some point we can get to a point where it's like, yo, for the price of a cup of coffee, I think that is a good analogy. Price of a cup of coffee. I will hopefully entertain you or edit your photos. You're one of one, bro. Yes, you are one of one. Yeah, so anyways, thank you, Kevin. That was great to hop back in just in time to catch that epic message. And thank you, Debbie. She did follow while I was BRBing, so yes. But in case she hears this later, or I'll make sure to hop onto her stream again. Thank you, guys. So, where were we? Oh, nice. And we got that bits thing showing up again. That's cool. Hells yeah. Thank you, Kevin. All right. So, oh yeah, I was supposed to post something here. What is it? Latest social post. If you would like to check out my latest social post, TikTok doesn't count. That's a bit older now. But the Instagram link, the one on top, feel free to check that out. It's one of our beautiful moments from episode 1. I just need to be much better about advertising. I just have to be better about advertising, marketing, all that. So I have all these wonderful clips. We have so many, anywhere from like 5 to 10 to 30-second long clips that came about from our episode 1. So it would behoove me to turn those into nice reels or posts that I can create on my social media. I forgot to send it to my TikTok though, so we'll do that after the stream. TikTok I'm less mindful about when I post or anything. So, but yes, if you'd like to support me, feel free to check out that link. Give it a like, leave me a comment, all of the above. All of it helps. So thank you guys. Okay, so anyways, I didn't have time to eat though. We'll still have to eat my butter chicken, my butter ass chicken after the stream. We still have some time before then. And that's a good thing because I don't want this day to end. We got so much shit to get through. Holy shit. Kevin, were you here when I was, I don't know if you've been lurking or not, but we're having fun today because we're finally testing out this product called Dehancer. And they are essentially a film emulation software. And they run across all of the platforms. Premiere, Final Cut, DaVinci, After Effects. They also do photo, so like Photoshop and Lightroom, Capture One, some other ones, right? Dehancer. No, I thought you were going to say Dehancer, but I hardly know her. But yes, we are now testing out this new software. And so I do feel really, it's a feel-good moment that a reputable company would decide to want to work with me in any capacity. So thank you, Dehancer, if you're listening. I doubt they are. But the point of what I'm going to do for the next days is I want to actually put it to the test. They literally gave me no rules besides, can you leave us a review and be honest with how you utilized our product? And yeah, so it's not like me here, no sugarcoating, just all straightforward, okay? But yes, we're getting to test out this program. And I know nothing about film. I don't know. If you've seen any part of my streams, it should be very clear by now that I don't really know much. I just kind of go off instinct most often than not and just like brute force, right? We just brute force our way to the solution. And yeah, that's just generally my approach. Now, I don't know anything about film photography. I don't know anything about film for video, film, I guess. But we're learning. We're taking notes. We're talking to ChatGPT. I'm breaking down the program step by step. So we already figured out the input section. Now we're looking at all of these different film profiles. And I'm clicking through one by one to kind of start getting a sense of which ones do I like myself and which style does it fit in terms of the ones I like. So obviously for this whole scene, for the trailer, we went with the very, very dark monochrome style, somewhat desaturated. So I figured, I don't know if it's desaturated. Yeah, I guess it is. It is. So I figured let's try to emulate that. So I'm trying to write down any of the film profiles that work for the monochrome dark style. And then also I just started capturing stuff for black and white as well for the future. Idora, you said you're like a DMV employee. Don't know nothing. Yes. I'm like Jon Snow. I would have taken that one as well. But sure, I'll take Jon Snow working at a DMV. Yeah, so we're at Kodak Color plus 200. Oh yeah, and I want to keep talking to ChatGPT until we have some people in the chat who are film experts. And then it's like, because for instance, I'm like, what are all these numbering systems? Like, why is it something called Kodak Color plus 200? Why 200? What does that stand for, right? So I'm going to ask ChatGPT as we take notes. Maybe I should drag this one down here. Yeah, we're going to drag ChatGPT down here so I can have my notes ready as well. Ember, can I ask you another question?
Of course. Go right ahead.
I'm looking at some of these film stock profiles, and I'm curious where the naming conventions come from. For example, I'm looking at one called Kodak Color Plus 200, or earlier we had Fuji Color 100, or Fuji Color Natura 1600. What are those numbers? Like, what does it represent? And again, treat me like a child, as in, I know nothing, and I need it spoon-fed to me in a very layman sort of way.
Absolutely. I'll keep it super simple. So when you see those numbers on film stock names like Kodak Color Plus 200 or Fuji Color 1600, that number is basically the film's ISO or ASA rating. And in super basic terms, ISO is just a way of saying how sensitive the film is to light. Imagine it like this. If the film is a pair of sunglasses for your camera, the number tells you how dark or light those sunglasses are. A lower number like 100 or 200 means it's less sensitive to light, kind of like a lighter pair of sunglasses that's great for bright sunny days. A higher number like 1600 means it's more sensitive to light, like having really dark sunglasses that help you see better in the darker indoors. So when you pick a film with a higher number, it's like telling your camera, hey, we're going to be shooting in lower light, so let's be more sensitive. And if you pick a film with a lower number, it's like saying it's bright out, we don't need that much sensitivity. That's really all there is to it. Let me know if that helps.
So, because I was half paying attention, you were saying that it's kind of like ISO, like when you adjust ISO in a camera.
Yeah, exactly. You've got it. It's basically the same idea as adjusting ISO on a digital camera. On film, that number is set because it's baked into the film stock. On a digital camera, you can change the ISO setting whenever you want. But the concept is basically the same, just how sensitive the camera is to light. So yeah, you got it.
Now, can I ask, historically, I guess, back when film photography was the only way, was there a brand or a film stock profile that was considered the best? Like, you know it's subjective, but was there one that stood up above the rest?
Yeah, definitely. So back in the day when film photography ruled the world, certain film stacks really gained almost legendary status. And of course, it's a bit subjective, like asking someone their favorite flavor of ice cream, but a few names definitely stood out above the rest. For example, Kodak Kodachrome is one of those iconic film stocks that people get super nostalgic about. It was known for its rich colors and beautiful vibrant tones, and a lot of classic photos and slides were shot on it. It was almost like the gold standard for color slides. Another big one was Fujifilm's Velvia, especially for landscape photographers. It had these super rich, punchy colors and great contrast, so it was really beloved for nature and travel photography. And of course, black and white film lovers often swore by something like Kodak Tri-X. It was super versatile and had this beautiful grain structure that made it kind of a legend among black and white shooters. So yeah, while it's a bit subjective, there were definitely a few film stocks that were considered the cream of the crop back in the film days.
Cool, cool. We learned something. Oh man, how fun. How fun. I feel like I'm back in school, but if you were in school for something you actually enjoyed, which is, let's be honest. When does that ever happen? Okay, so we're on Kodak Supra 100. It's giving me a monochrome faded style. And then this one is more of a dark. We'll put it under dark style. Kodak Ultra Max 400. We'll skip some of these. We're gonna skip the ones that have a kind of weird coolish tone to it. There's like a teal tone. Here we go. This one to me feels very monochrome and faded. Faded than a... Whoops. Kodak. Kodak. Why can't I spell that? Holy shit. Kodak Vision 350D. What a name. Konica. Oh yeah, shoot. I forgot. I was going to do something else too. Well, if we can. I want to see if we can start listening to some of these sound library tracks that I have. So I did spend a decent amount of money. So thank you, Kevin, for contributing to my wallet, my spending account. Yo, Conan, what's up? What's happening, Conan? Conan, just to catch you up, we are now busy. I had to go away for a second because I posted something on Instagram. So if you'd like to check out my latest post on Instagram, it should be. And you know what? I'll just drag this one because we don't need the TikTok one right now. So here is just a link to my Instagram page. We just made a quick post from our episode 1. So again, I'm trying my best to promote my channel where I can into our YouTube video. So anyways, there's that link. And for anyone who would like to know what I'm talking about, Into the Blizzard. This was our latest video that we made on stream. So that was the video. It took us 25 days. It is now on YouTube. And we are working right now on episode 2. And Conan, just to catch you up to speed, we're actually doing somewhat of a product review. Now, like an informal one. We'll do a formal product review after I spend time learning and using this product. But I'm very excited with this so far. It's a program and a product called Dehancer, and it is a plugin that fits into all of the standard things like Adobe Premiere Pro, After Effects, Lightroom, Final Cut, DaVinci Resolve, Photoshop. So quite powerful, and so far what it's doing is it emulates different types of film style. So here it's kind of like LUTs or presets in photos, but it's emulating that look and feel of like natural film or shot on film. So I'm excited because this has always been something I wanted for my footages. I just didn't know how to do it, besides if I got lucky and I find a LUT that gives that feel. So it's an all-in-one thing, so I was like, holy shit, okay. So they had reached out and told me just play around with it. There's no expectations besides me just giving an honest review. So we are learning at the same time. Conan, you said, is the ending going to be the people's names that have come to the channels? Yes. We're going to try to repeat the same thing as we did for episode 1, where at the end of our video, we'll have a nice little shout out. We might do it in different styles. So I was thinking I might try to do like a rolling credits and then have a visual on the left side while the names are scrolling past. But that's a final step. We're not even thinking about that just yet. So we're kind of jumping the gun even now by doing the color grading. But it's so much fun, and I do need to start learning as soon as possible because I think I have a subscription to them with Dehancer for, I believe, 1 month, if I'm not mistaken. So the sooner I start, technically, the sooner the better. So yeah, here we go. So right now, I'm just learning about what does it mean to emulate film. I don't know anything about film photography. I don't know anything about film. So we're kind of taking notes, asking questions from ChatGPT as we learn more about the history of film. And right now we're on one of the early steps where we're choosing a stock profile. So we're choosing the profile of some of the popular film styles that existed in the past and possibly still exist. I don't know. And each one obviously has different effects. And for me, I'm just kind of capturing which ones I like, especially for the styles that we're trying to emulate for episode 2. So for instance, this one has more of a monochrome. One second. This one has like a monochrome look to it, slightly on the dark side. So it's similar enough to what we did initially, right? So the whole shots we did from before was a very dark monochrome style. So this one's kind of in that boat. So I'm putting all of them into the different categories as we play around with them. And then by keeping track of all this, hopefully it'll make it easier when it comes time to review, but also just for my own sanity of like, which ones did I like? Now, one thing I did mention is I wish, again, this is more a question for DaVinci. Actually, let me ask. Conan, you say, it's hard for me to see because my phone has the black lines on it because the screen is broken. Well, oh yeah, I think you did mention that. Well, sorry to hear that, my friend. I'm going to do my best to talk it out loud anyways. But eventually you'll see the full thing. Obviously, right now I'm just in stream mode. I'll make a proper review. And then every day we're going to be streaming this. So yeah. Ember, I got a question for you. When it comes to editing in DaVinci Resolve, so right now I'm in the color tab and we're going through Dehancer's settings right now, specifically on the film stock profile. Now I noticed that there's a section for the profile. You have to click on a button, or you have to click on the box, and it opens up like a drop down menu from which you kind of scroll, you hover with your mouse and you click on each of the different the film stock profiles. However, I do find it a bit cumbersome. If it was up to me, I would prefer if I could literally just, just use like the keyboard buttons like up and down to just go from profile to profile and have it magically show up on the screen without me having to constantly click manually between each of the profiles. Do you know if that concept exists? Like, is that possible within DaVinci? Or is that something that's controlled from Dehancer's side? Who controls that feature if it exists? And if it doesn't exist, let me know.
Yeah, totally get what you mean. It would be a lot smoother if you could just cycle through those film profiles with your keyboard instead of clicking each one, right? So as of right now, in DaVinci Resolve itself, there's not a built-in shortcut that lets you just arrow key through Dehancer profiles directly. That drop-down behavior is pretty much part of how Dehancer's plugin interface works inside Resolve, and it's controlled on their side. So right now, you do have to click through those profiles manually. That said, you're definitely not the only one who love a more keyboard-friendly or streamlined way to do it. Sometimes third-party developers do update their plugins based on user feedback, so it's always worth mentioning it to Dehancer support or forums. And might consider adding a feature like that in the future if they hear it from enough folks. So short answer, right now it's not something you can natively do in Resolve or control from the DaVinci side. It's a Dehancer interface thing, and they'd have to build that kind of shortcut to plugin.
Perfect. So that means we're finally, so basically I'm keeping notes of, again, my favorite settings, other things that I really enjoy, and then maybe some areas around issues. Issues is a strong word, but maybe we'll say feedback, right? And within that, it would be things like this, right? So in our future video or what I provide back to them, I'd say if we can make selecting between profiles easier via keyboard buttons, up, down, arrows, instead of manually clicking each profile. Kevin, you said, so 14 people watching from Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, yay. Hells yeah. Well, thank you for tracking that. Yes. Oh, right now I'm seeing, yeah, roughly, I think it's dropped to like 12. I'm seeing 12 on my side. Maybe the numbers keep updating. But either way, listen, the fact that there's more than one, or even just one, is already good enough. But yeah, that's good. Sid, welcome back. He said, question, how are you so good at learning new things? I am absolutely not. Definitely not. I think I would call myself a very slow learner. The only way I can learn is by practice, practice, practice. I'm definitely not the type. I'm trying to think of like anything in my life. I think everything in my life, it's just literally just goes down to like I have to practice as much as possible or repeat it enough times or do something enough times. And that's why earlier I was saying I kind of learn from brute force as opposed to like from intelligence. So I'm glad that you think I am good at learning new things. I definitely am not. But you're watching me attempt to try to be good at learning new things. So hence why I'm trying to talk to ChatGPT to have it more of a conversational tone. And then I can ask questions back to ChatGPT to see if I got it right. And then that's why we're also taking notes here. And it's all serving a purpose. So these notes will then eventually make it into my YouTube video if I make a product review. So then all of it's serving a purpose. It's a practical way to learn as opposed to like theoretical ways. Kevin, you said they gave you a 1-month subscription. I could be wrong, so don't quote me on that. But I think there might have been a timer where they said, hey, like we're letting you try this out, right, for a duration of period. So then test it out. Let us know how you think of the program, and then like if you make a video, that's kind of whack. I don't know. I think this is I think it's more of that's what I'm saying. Don't quote me on it, but I think it's more like you have maybe a month or something. That could be what I was thinking in my head, as opposed to like, this is gone after a month. I could be wrong, but yes. But then as part of that, they also gave me a promo code. So then, hopefully if this is a program that you guys end up enjoying as much as I do, then you can use that promo code and get 10% off. Dehancer, ! Dehancer. But yeah, Kevin, I should probably have looked into this a bit more. Yeah, we've been so swamped with so many things, so there's a few little details that I should know. But I mean, technically, those are details on my side as opposed to like important information for you guys. What's WND? What now? What now? It's maybe the bots. Wait, I don't know. Yobel is really slow. Thank you very much, Conan. But learns while he's doing. Exactly. Sid, you mapped out all the effects. You are slow but really good. In long term, you will get 10 times better than a person like me if we work on the same thing. Well, like I said, I have the luxury of time, kind of, where, if you were to tell me, hey, you have 1 day to learn everything about Dehancer and all these kind of film stuff, now you're putting me under a pressure where you might be able to see where the cracks start appearing, right? Given the fact that I'm kind of have no deadline-esque, like kind of a deadline, but it's someone in the future. So you're watching me slowly, step by step, try to put this all together. It is not efficient, is what I'll say. Long-term, yes, maybe, but in many ways, no. I participated in the beta Behance Pro and did a Zoom call with Adobe folks. Behance, I've heard of that, or have I? Behance. Behance. The world's best creators are on Behance. What is this? Is it like a teaching platform? I do want to put together an online course that I could, for passive income, but then where I can try to speak clearly, with intent, talk through a bunch of tutorial stuff, and then put it onto a platform. But I don't know what this is. Behance. And then you do a Zoom call with Adobe folks. Yeah, that'd be cool if I could speak with Adobe as well. That's cool, man. What was it for? It was like a Q&A type thing, the survey? Or they wanted you to put something together? BRB, getting my photos from TD, probably took between 200 and 700 photos. Nice, nice. I got Behance Pro free now. Okay, what is this? What is Behance? We're about to learn today. Oh, it's part of Adobe. Interesting. Oh, it's kind of like Upwork and a comprehensive platform to help hires and creators navigate the creative world. So is this kind of like Upwork or Fiverr? Where you can, people go here to be like, hey, I need help with, I need someone who can help me edit videos. Video editor. YouTube video editor. It's a portfolio website, freelance platform. You can sell courses and tutorials. Oh, okay. Well, man, I gotta put this into my backlog as well. God, I have too many things I have to work on. Okay. All right, well, thanks for sharing that with me. Where were we? Dehancer, this one here. Yeah, I would like to sell courses in the future here. Rolei CN200. So this looks like a faded style. Oh yeah, I was in the middle of that. CN200. Black and whites. But I think I still prefer that one from earlier over the others. This one, it's a bit washed out in the highlights. Although I guess you could. Yeah, you could drop it down. Drop it down low. Okay, that was the last one. Okay, cool. All right, so we have a decent selection here for our monochrome and dark and faded styles. So let's see where it takes us next. Okay, of these, I kind of want the monochrome dark style. So we had a few selections here. We have Fuji Color 100. Okay, I like this. Can I expand this up a bit? Okay. So we got Fuji Color 100. Zoomed in. It's not as black monochrome as the original one we shot with, but so far I like this as a baseline because I have to remember we're gonna eventually be at that print thing, which I don't know how much it changes things. Yeah, so it can change it drastically. My God. All right, I'm excited. I'm excited. Okay, so we got Fuji Color 100. Then we got Fuji Color Natura 1600. Fuji Color Natura 1600. Okay, so a bit brighter, which could make it feel more contrasty, but I kind of think I prefer Fuji 100. So we're going to keep doing, basically we're going to choose, it's going to be like a duel. We're doing duels right now. Fuji Color 100 is up against Natura 1600, and it defeated Natura 1600. So right now, Fuji Color 100 is at the king of the hill. Next up is Kodak Aero Color 4125. Christ. I hope it loses because I don't want to have to repeat that word again. Well, I'm about to. Kodak Aero Color 4125. Okay, okay. Can we do this in full screen? Okay, so this one is a bit brighter as well, but it's also desaturating a little bit of like the pink tones, like the pinkish tones, whereas in the Fuji one, what do we call it? Fuji 100. This one's a bit more faded and a bit softer and also a bit more pinkish on the eagle. This one is much more bright and contrasty, but then the skin tones is a little bit more natural, I would say. And without the fade. Huh. Also, the sky, the snow in the background seems like it gets a bit clipped almost. I kind of like on initial glance, I actually preferred this one over our Fuji 100. All right, let's go with this one. So Kodak Aero Color 4125 is our current winner. Now let's compare to Kodak Ektar 100. Kodak Ektar 100. Okay, so it's more of a cool tone. Okay, I think Kodak, what is it? Oh wait, no, I was doing the wrong thing. Kodak Ektar 100. There we go. Okay, Ektar 100 is my winner right now. So right now, so far, Kodak Ektar has overthrown Kodak Aero Color 4125. Conan, you say my name? O-C-O-A Cognac. Cognac. I did not. Or I might have said it earlier. Okay, I want some time to also look through our sound library. I keep mentioning it, but... Give me a second. Let me respond to someone's comments. Farhan. Okay. I thought I heard my name. We've been saying Kodak. Kodak. Conan, Kodak, maybe that. Okay, so right now we got Kodak Ektar 100. Let's test it against Kodak Portra 400. Kodak Portra 400. Nah. Get out of here. Get out of here. Kodak Ektar is still the one on top. So Kodak Ektar 100 versus Portra 800. Nope. Ektar 100. Oh, there's a weird glitch. Okay, I'll write it down. It's a minor glitch, but when I hit the Control plus Z after selecting a new film stock profile, it jumps 2 profiles behind as instead of the actual prior one. So for instance, let's just test that. If I was on Kodak Ektar 100, choose that. Yeah, so it's like it's going back a few steps. Then when I redo, hit the shortcut to redo, it takes me back to the right one, but the latest one is not redoable. Christ. I hope I can make sense of what I'm saying here later. Okay, so Kodak Ektar 100. It went up against the Portras and it beat them soundly. So Ultra Max 400. Kodak Ultra Max 400. Nah. I think what it is I like the cooler tones. Here it's like a bit too much of the warm red tones across the whole thing. So let's go with the Ektar. And then the final one, Konica Minolta VX400 Super. Christ. Konica Minolta VX400 Super, this one. It adds a warm tone, but it's not as much as the others.
You able to check photos RQPLZ when you can please.
You able to check photos RQ please when you can
Thank you, Morgan Freeman, for that. Oh yeah, so I made some changes behind the scenes. So that little thing that popped up, where did it come from? What did I set it up with? Shit. I don't remember. 2 talking voices? Yeah, it's because I have 2 different... I applied something. I forget where I applied it from. Oh, I think it's... You know what? We're going to live with it for now. Why not? The more the merrier, and then I'll fix it later. You able to check photos real quick, please, when you can? All right, I'll check it now, but Conan, I do need to be productive, just FYI. I've been really behind. Today we started our stream two hours late. 1 second. So it's in the photos. Yeah, that's pretty cool shot though. 1 second. Let's check these out. Oh, Sid, are you still here? I'm just seeing your photos. Either way, if you pop back in later, we're gonna. It'll remind me to talk about the photos you just sent across. Yo, these cigarette shots are really cool. My friend smokes. I don't do it as much anymore because I'm trying to quit smoking. Oh, good on you, man. It's a good thing to stop smoking. Smoking looks really cool in cinema. So, you know, from that angle, I selfishly kind of want at least the people I'm filming to smoke, because my goodness, we saw it with Arctic, right? We had some footage of Arctic when he's puffing away in the winter blizzard. But for your health, yeah, stay away from it, man. Really cool shot though. I like this. I like the composition here. Conan, do you ever like, how much do you edit your photos usually? Or do you prefer like no edits, just as is, or like what's your style, let's say? Nice. Your friend must have been like, yo, why are you wasting my cigarettes? Yeah, the smoke haze stuff is always good. Nice, you got it centered. Wait, I feel like I've been here. This looks so familiar. Is this like in Killarney? Kilcarney? Is this near that one castle? What castle am I thinking of? It looks so familiar. I feel like I've been somewhere just like this. And it must have been in Ireland because it just looks so familiar. That's Antrim? That doesn't ring a bell. There's that one castle in south of, what's the main, Dublin, I think it was maybe? And like we go down, is it Killarney? Anyways. Cool, man. Cool. And then I think one more was yours. So Sid had sent across these photos. So Sid, I don't know if you're still here, but either way, thank you for sending this. Oh, I should probably just full screen it. My bad. Hey, this kind of fits our film style that we're learning right now. Ooh, oh, this is the example he was mentioning. Oh, yeah, that's why. So we were talking earlier about like the whole effect of halation, I think, and bloom. So, yeah, thank you, Sid. Thanks for sharing that. And really cool shot here. This one tells a real story. I like it. It's like lovers entangled in a shitstorm. Nice, man. All right, well, thank you very much for sharing that with us. I'm glad I was able to go through that while you were here. What's up, Cyronius? Hello. Yo, Cyronius. Today's a good day. Every day's good, but today's exceptionally good. How are you doing, man? I need to do more of these. You know what I need to do? We'll do this for like maybe next month because my hands are full right now. But we got to do like the whole voice call feature. So if you're, for instance, one of the OGs, the VIPs, the ones who've been here since day one, my day oneers, let's say, or month oneers, and we might extend it to month 2. Oh, of course we will. We said we're going to keep extending until we actually hit like a significant like viewership or whatever. But anyways, for all you OGs, I would love to make you guys like able to hop into Discord voice calls whenever. So that could be a fun feature where it's like, you know, depending on whatever I'm doing, but anyone can just hop into the stream. And then I need to figure out, I've seen this feature where like if you're in a Discord call, I think it's Discord, and you're streaming, the profile picture of whoever's talking will pop up on the screen. So then that way, if people don't hear just a random voice, they'll be like, oh, Cyronius is speaking, because the little avatar is like popped up here. So I want to figure out how to do that. But then that way, any of you guys can hop in whenever you feel like it, and it'll be on the live stream, and we just have a shoot the shit, right? Conan, you said, oh wait, no, hold on. Antrim is in Northern Ireland. Gotcha. Cyronius doing well. I've got a photo print swap tonight. Yo, that sounds cool. A photo print swap? Okay, walk me through that. Essentially, it's a big community, or is it just with one person? And are you guys like, both of you guys have your own print, and you guys get to exchange it with the other? Either way, that's cool. Conan, I've been trying to quit smoking. I've smoked cigarettes for a year and a half. 4 years on e-cig, and now I'm trying to quit. Yeah, man. I don't know. Like, everyone does the e-cig, and I don't know how much of this is true or not. I know some people who do it, they're like, oh, it's actually good because it's better than smoking. Like, it's healthier than actually smoking. But then I wonder, do people hear that and then you get tricked into now smoking more because in your mind you're like, oh, it's healthier, but then now you're using it in excess, and so all of a sudden it's like, even though if you use the exact same amount or whatever, it'd be better for you, you're ultimately damaging your health even more. I don't know. I have no idea. Vaping is worse. Well, then there you go. You should stop. Cyronius has said, photo walk after maybe. Discord overlay for OBS. Oh, shit. Okay. I need to do this. And I would love to have you guys hop into the call because I have so many questions, right? Like we said, right now, we're working on film. I don't know the first thing. Oh, wait. Cyronius, you know film. Yo, you've come in at the right time. I was just saying, like, I hope there was someone in the chat who understands, like, film photography because we're learning about it now thanks to our, I can't call them a sponsor per se, but yeah, a product who reached out and gave me access to their program, and they do film emulation for both photo and video. Cyronis, you said a local print shop is giving the group a good price to print 2 photos for people that got in early for $5 a print for a 9x12. Yo, that's really good. What a deal. 9x12. So is like a 3 to 4 aspect ratio. Is that considered like the standard print size? But yeah, Cyronius, let me tell you then. So this program is called Dehancer. Dehancer, someone there reached out to me and they just asked, like, you know, I can use it and provide a review for them. I can be as honest as possible with the review. So pretty good beneficial terms, and like a one that I can stand by. It's like, oh, that's good. They don't want anything from me besides like test it out. And then I figured I can do it on live streams as well, and then I'll make a proper product review. But either way, I don't know the first thing about film, the history of film terminology. So we're just learning about things like halation and bloom and stuff like that. So anyways, I've installed Dehancer onto a DaVinci, and we are taking this step by step, starting with some of the film stock profiles that you can choose from. And so it's essentially acting as like a LUT in my video format, and it's been really good. So the whole point is like everything that they create is about emulating the a film look and feel. So for instance, I'm taking notes here of like features that I like and the film profiles. For this one, it's like a monochrome dark style, which I'm trying to go for. And all of them, this is the one I'm probably going to choose as like the baseline. So we're learning about this concept of push and pull. So my understanding is that when you push, what do you call it? Push. If you're doing a push correction, it's like where you're mimicking how long you would put the film in whatever the thing is to develop, like how long you're developing the film. And then you pull, as in you're pulling back, or you're reducing the amount of time you're developing the film, which then usually gives you a flatter, less contrasty look, which can also give you a cooler tone compared to if you push the film further, which may sometimes give you a warmer tone, but then definitely gives you more contrast. So I'm learning. I'm saying it out loud, so hopefully I get it right and learn from it. Coney, you said when you came to Ireland, did you ever go to Belfast? No, I did not. And did I see Jelvis Pelvis? I'm going to be honest with you. My eyes didn't read that correctly at first. I thought you were saying, and did you see Elvis's penis? And I was like, I didn't know that they had that in a museum somewhere. He's been on X Factor. Jelvis Pelvis. No idea. Never been. Cyronius film contains crystals. These crystals have varying size, and typically the larger the grain, the more photosensitive it is. Film contains crystals. Huh. So you're saying the way the light bounces off the crystals is how that grainy look appears, or? Also, we've renamed Atlas. He has been rebirthed, and now it is a female named Ember. Hey, Ember, I got a question for you. Thanks,
Sure,
Conan.
go for it. I'm all
Good night,
ears.
and see you
Let me know
next
what's
time.
on your mind.
Thanks, Conan. So I have someone in the chat who's trying their best to explain some of the film aspects and like the history or just the way it works fundamentally. But I'm still not processing, exactly what they're saying. So he mentioned film contains crystals, and these crystals have varying sizes, and typically the larger the grain, the more photosensitive it is. So I understand the grain concept. I'm curious, like when he's saying film contains crystals, what exactly do those crystals do? And like, are the crystals responsible for the types of grain that you see in the shots? I have no idea.
Absolutely. Happy to break it down. So basically, when they're talking about film having crystals, they're referring to the tiny light-sensitive particles that are actually coated onto the film. These are usually silver halide crystals. Think of them like tiny grains of light-sensitive salt spread across the film. Now, what these crystals do is they react to light. When you expose the film to light, like when you take a photo, those crystals capture that light and form a latent image that gets developed into the photograph. So yes, they are essentially responsible for the image you see. And you're right about the grain. The size of those crystals affects how grainy the film looks. Larger crystals mean more sensitivity to light, like a higher ISO, but they also give you more noticeable grain. Smaller crystals mean finer grain and less sensitivity. So it's all about that trade-off between how much light the film can capture and how smooth or grainy the final image looks. In short, those crystals are doing all the magic behind the scenes.
Is it really doing the magic behind the scenes? Yo, what's up with this voice? I like it though. I like it. The grain that you see in film photography are literally the crystals themselves. Gotcha. And how much lighter, less light they get from others, and that is just how film works. Got it. So it's like kind of like a reflection maybe-ish. Halation is what you see when light scatters within the film medium itself. So if there's a bright spot next to a very dark spot within a scene, halation is the light bleeding from the light part of the film into the darker spots next to it. And yeah, because actually, let me show you this, because this is actually, I found this very interesting. So this is Dehancer's website, and I'm very much a visual learner. So they were breaking down some of the key concepts, which helped me out. So obviously we understand film grain, because I was introduced to grain through photography, so there was that. Halation, here we go. So it says the film emulsion effect is visible as the red-orange halo around the light sources, highlights, and contrasting edges. Also, halation makes the skin tone more vivid and attractive. So this program has 8 halation profiles with custom adjustments. So then here we see the before and after. So I kind of viewed it as like glow, but you're saying it's not necessarily glowing, or it's a glow, but it's a bleeding of the light to its surroundings, especially in areas where there's a drastic contrast. So like it won't necessarily affect light if it's not too contrasted with like dark surrounding it, but if there's something light surrounded by very dark surroundings, then it will create this bleed over effect. Is that kind of it? Let's see. Pushing and pulling is what happens when you overexpose or underexpose the film. Okay, that's the better way to say it for sure. I was like just thinking, like, do you pull the development? Typically, when you're pushing an ISO, you are effectively giving it a higher ISO by exposing it for longer periods of time. And if you're pulling, you're dropping the ISO by giving it less exposure. Got it. You will sometimes use the metering within the camera and purposely let the ISO lower or higher to automatically push or pull for you, depending on your film ISO that's already in your camera. For example, halation you can see when you have a very bright light coming from a window into a carpet. For example, all that light gets scattered across the carpet next to it, even though it's not directly in the light. But then, okay, now we want to know the difference, the key difference between halation and bloom. So bloom, soft glow or mist around bright objects. So both of them affect bright areas in your shot. But that's as far as my knowledge goes. Soft glow or mist around bright objects refines a vintage look, traditionally achieved with optical filters, exotic lenses, and small format film. Dehancer accurately replicates the real physics of light with versatile profiles for 8, 16, 35, and 65mm film formats and custom settings. But either way, it's like, I just kind of view it as like both of them create a glowy effect. And maybe bloom is actually meant to be more of a glowy effect, whereas halation might be more of a bleed over effect. But yeah, I don't know. Either way, very cool. And I want to start using this in my shots. So bloom is a little bit different in that it's an optical artifact. It's not actually light hitting something and bouncing directly. It's within the lens and the effects of diffraction or refraction within the glass itself. Ah. You can also see bloom when light bounces off of one item into the other items next to it, and you'll get like a color cast or something along those lines, which is not exactly the same, but it's effectively when one item becomes a light source to others around it. Interesting. Okay. I'm like starting to get it, but I'll probably need a few more explanations and like visual examples. But yeah, man, that's what I was saying. Like, I was hoping someone like you would hop into the chat, because all of this probably makes a lot more sense to you. Definitely not for me. But it feels like this program is doing its best to emulate those effects. And that's exactly what I wanted in my films. So, and the way the program's built, it kind of breaks it up into all the key parts. And so it's up to you how much of this you want to apply or not want to apply. So we have a section for halation and bloom, which we'll get to next. But for now, I just wanted to test out the right film profile for this shot and the right amount of push and pull. But I think it's good as is, so no correction there. Now there's a section here called Film Developer. And there are things called contrast boost, gamma correction, color separation, and color boost. I'm not seeing much change. Oh wait, I have to enable it. Haha. Okay, let's enable. I see. Okay. So now we can see how much of the contrast we want to reapply. I think I want a bit, because I do want a bit more like a monochrome style and just like let it all be dark, similar to how we shot it originally. Gamma correction. I think I'm actually okay with that at -50. Let me think. Yeah, let's do -50. Color separation. I don't really see much happening there. Color boost. I'm going for a monochrome style. So if anything, we would drop that. But I think I'm actually... Oh, you know what? Yeah, we might drop it even more. Let's see. Because I do like it as is, but I want the trailer to feel very dramatic and obviously color graded. So we might actually drop that a bit. Something like that. -30. So it's not fully monochrome, or it's not too black and white, but it's just there. Cyronius, you said, here's a good example of halation. Also, I see that you spell halation differently than what I'm saying. They're spelling it H-A-L-A, and you're doing it H-E double hockey stick. The bright spots on the ground and on the subjects on the right have light glows around them. Let's check this out. Okay, I see like a little bit of glow over here. Glow on the back of his head. But then here seems like fairly neutral, or like it doesn't feel like there's a bleed over necessarily. I just see a more glowy effect over on the right side. So you said the bright spots on the ground and on the subjects on the right have light glows around them. Got it. Yeah, like I guess it's less noticeable to my eyes in like any kind of bleeding over effect on the light on the ground. Whereas like on the subject here and on the portrait frames, here it feels like on the rims, all of this, I definitely see that glow effect and like the bleeding over effect. And then here it doesn't seem too much so. Yeah. But yeah, thanks for sharing that. So I have the general gist, at least. It's like looking for light sources, especially in your contrasted dark areas. And then let me ask ChatGPT something. So I'm moving on to the next section called Film Developer as part of the Dehancer product. What does that actually mean? Is that like a step in the workflow for normal film processors, or is it just a fancy term for like if you need to adjust the contrast or the lighting and the colors?
Absolutely. So when you see something like Film Developer in a tool like Dehancer, it's basically a nod to a tradition step in the film process. In classic analog photography, the developer is literally the chemical solution that you use to develop the image from the exposed film. It brings out the image from those crystals we just talked about. In the digital world, though, when a tool like Dehancer talks about a film developer setting, it's basically simulating that chemical development stage. It's a way of mimicking how different film stats would have been developed and how that development influences the final look. Things like contrast, color shifts, and overall tonality. So you can think of it as a step in your editing workflow that lets you replicate how a particular film would have been developed in a darkroom. It's not just a fancy term for dust and contrast, though it does affect the contrast and colors. It's more about recreating that whole film development feel in a digital form.
And can I ask, the way that it's currently set up, I'm kind of looking this top to bottom. So the first section was called input, then it was called film, then film developer, then film compression, to expand, to print, to color head, to film grain, to halation, to bloom, and so on. Am I reading this that normally in terms of a workflow, you should be starting top to bottom, obviously with the input, but then everything inside of that, between input and output, is that considered like the standard workflow for how people would make film?
Yeah, you've got the right idea there. Basically, when you're looking at something like Dehancer's layout, it's pretty much structured to guide you through a logical workflow from top to bottom. So yes, you usually start with your input, which sets the baseline for what kind of footage or image you're working with. Then, as you move down step by step, film, film developer, compression, and so forth, each section kind of corresponds to a different part of the traditional film process, or a specific look you're trying to achieve. It's like a digital darkroom where each step adds a layer of authenticity. Of course, there's room for personal preference, so you can jump around if you want to tweak things out of order, but generally the order you're seeing is kind of like a recommended flow. It's designed to mimic how a film would be processed step by step, so going top to bottom, and it's a pretty standard approach.
I'm currently on the film compression step, and just from the moment I enabled it, I'm noticing it's affecting the light. So is it around like when it's called compression, can you explain that to me in layman's terms? And is it really just around introducing, can you explain it to me?
Absolutely. Let's break it down. So when you
Halation
hear the
was a
term
typo
film
for my voice
compression
mix.
in this
Okay.
context, it's not about compressing a file size like we often think of in the digital world. Instead, it's more about compressing the tonal range of the image. In other words, it's adjusting the way the highlights and shadows are balanced. So in layman's terms, film compression is like jelly squeezing the brightest and darkest parts of your image so that you get a more even or balanced look. It can help preserve detail in the highlights or the shadows so things don't look too blown out or too dark. It's kind of like making sure your image has a nice, smooth range of tones. So yes, by enabling it, you're seeing it affect the light because it's adjusting how those bright and dark areas are handled. It's just another tool to help you get that classic filmic balance in your final image.
But do people use the term compression when it comes to photo editing? Because this is the first time I'm hearing that term. So is it very much like a video editing term, or is it specific to like film and not for the other fields? I'm getting what you're saying, but yeah, I just never heard the term. Ooh, I lost connection. Hopefully you got it.
Yeah, that's a great observation. So the term
Halation
compression
comes
and
from
the
the
way
term
Dehancer is
haloing.
using it
Gotcha.
is a little bit more specific to that kind of film emulation world. In traditional photography or photo editing, you might not hear compression used in exactly the same sense. Usually in photography, compression might make you think of lens compression or file compression, which is a different concept altogether. But in the realm of film emulation or video grading, compression can be used to describe that idea of compressing the tonal range, like we talked about. It's not that common in everyday photo editing lingo, but it's definitely a thing in the film emulation space. So if it's new to you, that's totally normal. It's just one of those niche terms that pops up more when you're trying to recreate that classic film look in a digital setting.
Okay, what about color density? Help me understand. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but when you say color density, is it just that anywhere that has color, you are making it more dense if you shift it to a higher number so that is it like the same thing as saturation, or why would you say color density, and how does it differ from color saturation? Is it that can you explain that?
Absolutely. Let's dive into that. So when we talk about something like color density, it's a bit bigger from just cranking up saturation. Saturation is basically how intense or vivid a color is. If you turn it up, colors get more vibrant and punchy. If you turn it down, they get more muted or even grayscale. Color density, on the other hand, is more like how rich or deep the color feels. It's a subtle difference, but you can think of it as adding a certain depth or weight to the color rather than just making it more neon or saturated. It's like giving the colors more substance without necessarily pushing them into that super vivid territory. So in practical terms, adjusting color density might give your image a richer, more film-like quality, where the colors have a kind of density or body to them. It's not exactly the same as saturation because you're not just making the colors louder, you're making them feel a bit fuller or more nuanced. In short, it's a more subtle tool that helps you refine the character of the color rather than just the intensity.
So is it kind of like when we talk about clarity and contrast or stuff like that, where is this applying more of like a clarity aspect to the colors?
Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy. You can think of it a bit like how clarity works for detail, but applies to color. So where clarity might add mid-tone contrast to give your image a crisper or more textured feel, color density kind of does a similar thing for the richness of your colors. It's not exactly the same as clarity, but it's that same idea of adding a layer of depth or dimension. So saturation is like turning up the volume on your colors, and contrast is like adjusting the difference between lights and darks. Then color density is more like enriching the color itself to give it a fuller and more nuanced feel. It's just another tool to fine-tune the way the colors look without so
Bold. Thank you, Kevin. I think I like that term. It's making it bolder. Listen, we're learning today, okay? We've gone through compression. We're learning about density. Now there's one called expand. So I'm assuming that's the opposite of compression, but we'll get an answer from Miss Ember over here. Halation comes from the term haloing. Yeah, so like when I was hearing halation, that is technically what I was thinking was like, oh, is it like a halo effect? So then, yeah, it's kind of surrounds you almost. Saronia says, when it comes to film, there aren't many tools to get the looks you want. And film has its finite capabilities, right? Because it's a physical medium. So in the olden days, you'd have to use techniques in order to get the look you want by using these techniques. In order to get the look you want by using these techniques. In order to get the looks you want. I think your voice to text repeated itself. By using these techniques to get those items pushing and pulling, dodging and burning, these types of things to enhance contrast or to gain exposure recovery. Yeah. I'm so glad I'm not from those days though, because my God, it feels like you really had to know so much just to get like the step one done. Whereas obviously nowadays we can skip it all. Kevin, he says like a pastel color is the opposite of dense. Yeah, so I was thinking like, well, it's like flattening. Yeah, so it's like, do you want your image or do you want your colors to have more of a, do you like, so when I think of saturation, I was thinking you're just increasing the colors uniformly across wherever your image, all the pixels. Whereas density, maybe it's like trying to apply a more accented or a bold or yeah, like a more texturized appliance of it. So it's not like applying it evenly across the colors. You're applying it in a very varying strength type of way. Like a deep red color, you reduce the opacity equals losing density. Gotcha. In Cyronus, if you push your film, you'll get deeper colors typically on film. Yeah, that's one thing. It seemed like, okay, pushing leads to more contrast. Pulling is less. So maybe like a flatter image, that kind of thing. Now this expand, I'm enjoying this. We did drop the black point a bit to make, I mean, it just feels like a typical adjustment of the blacks and the whites, but let's ask. Okay, Ember, we are now on the section called expand. Can you elaborate? And I'm assuming it's the opposite of compression, but explain to me expand from the history of film processing. So when would this step have occurred and how does it occur? And then also just tell me, because right now I see black point, white point, and then a color mode between normal and luma.
Absolutely. Let's dive into that. So when you think about the expand step, you're right that in a way it's kind of the opposite of compression. If compression was about gently squeezing the tonal range to make things more balanced, then expand is about stretching it out again. In other words, you're expanding the range of tones so that you get a fuller contrast or a wider dynamic range. Historically in the film process, this kind of step didn't have a direct one-to-one equivalent in a single moment like in a dark room, but the idea is that you're doing what a film technician or a color timer might do when adjusting the final cray. Making sure that your blacks are truly black, your whites are truly white, and that you got a good range of tones in between. So the black point and white point controls are basically letting you set where the darkest and lightest parts of your image sit. By adjusting those, you're defining how much of the tonal range you want to use. And the color mode, normal versus luma, basically changes whether you're adjusting just the luminance or the brightness, or if you're also affecting the color channels. So it's a step that gives you that extra level of control to fine-tune the overall tonal and contrast range of your image. It's just one more piece of that whole film emulation puzzle.
We're getting somewhere though. This is already looking really cool. If you compare it to the before, So it's kind of like this. And now we're got that. And I like it. Saronis said, density is actually getting more detail in your film without blowing out the highlights, or underexposed where there's not enough light to give any detail. More detail in your film without blowing out the highlights or underexpose. Okay. Just FYI, Dehancer has videos on all of these sections. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we were briefly looking at it, but it's kind of it's more fun to talk to you guys about it, firstly, so anyone in the chat who has information, and then also with ChatGPT. Yeah, because like, for example, we were looking through this section here, so we can do it in more detail as well. Let me see if I can put it over on the side. This video is great. Oh, okay. Man, I got copyright struck yet again. I don't know how do people watch YouTube videos if they're streaming? How do they get away with it? On YouTube stream, at least. Okay, we might watch this video, though, and just take the hit if we get struck. Yo, what's up, Obi-Wan Shinobi? Hello there. Yo, Obi-Wan, you had some really cool photos. I was checking them out earlier. But yeah, very, very epic, man. So were all the shots that you shared in the Discord, was that all still from your smartphone, or have you started taking some with your professional camera gear? Because the photos look so good that if you were to tell me that it was from your professional camera gear, I would believe you. But yeah, they're very nice. Obi-Wan, we are now doing some video edits, and I'm testing out a new product that I got access to called Dehancer. And it allows me to turn my videos into more film quality. So I don't know anything about film, but we're learning. And yeah, and the company that provided me this access, they let me just do whatever I want. So I'm going to test this on live streams. And if it turns out to be really shitty, well, there's no stipulation on that. So far, I've been loving it, though. I will say I've been loving it. Cyrone says, my YouTube playback isn't recorded in the VOD. My YouTube playback isn't recorded in the VOD. Well, I do want my YouTube videos. I'm not sure if I'm understanding. Oh, is this something about the audio doesn't get recorded into the VOD? Or the music or something? I don't know. I did see Maple had a tutorial on his Discord that was like breaking down how you can put it onto a separate track. But the thing is, like, when I'm watching a YouTube video, so like the one that you just sent across, I mean, I would want in my YouTube VOD to have the audio coming from the video, right? Because it's not like it knows how to take out the soundtrack and keep the voice. So I feel like I would want to have the entire video shown there. And then the good news is usually I'll get the warning from YouTube that says like, hey, there's a portion of your song or your video that has copyright stuff. And so then I have the ability to either mute the audio. I tried that once and it didn't really work, but then I can just trim out that segment so that it just doesn't play. So then it gets cut out from the VOD. But yeah. Audio is separated, so it's not recorded on the VOD. Got it. Yeah, I want the audio though. That's a problem. Obi-Wan, he said, easy to do if you have an audio interface. I do have an audio interface. I have my Scarlett Focusrite 2i2 3rd gen. It's pretty basic though. I mean, it just has a few knobs for the XLR cables and yeah. Cyronius. So on Twitch, if you're hit with copyright claiming your entire VOD section where that's being played is just muted anyway. So why not just have your audio that you're providing outside of that already available, and then just have whatever other audio. No, but the thing is, I don't know when I'll get muted. If I'm understanding you. Twitch and Kick, so far I've had no issues, so I'm assuming they're more lax on these things. YouTube, they seem to have a more like robust tracking system. And yeah, like the thing is, sometimes I play a YouTube video and it's fine. And then other times, some video will just happen to have some kind of copyright music that wasn't captured from the others. And so then like, I don't know like what is considered copyright music or not. And so I'd rather just play it. And then if I get the warning, then I can, you know, correct for it afterwards. But yeah, I would want the default to be that the audio is always just included in my YouTube VODs, because I would love for people to go onto my YouTube channel and watch those VODs in their own time. Because obviously for me, YouTube is like my main goal and it's a monetized channel. So I would love for people to keep increasing the views there, because that ultimately will help me in the long run. So if I had the default where the audio wasn't there, or I don't know, I'm kind of following you, but not really. Obi-Wan, you said, but the camera actually came today. Oh, I see. I shot those last night, but the SD card I got is giving me an error code, so I'm trying to troubleshoot that right now. Oh, shit. Remind us what camera you're using and what kind of SD card are you plugged in there. Some YouTube videos will have unlicensed music. Yeah, we watched the video the other day without issues, and it had a bunch of soundtracks and stuff. And then we got hit by that the Google event that we watched on stream, because they had some Jonas Brothers, I think. But usually we were able to fix it just by, I just cut out that segment. You know what? We're going to try to watch this video and hope to not get struck. 1 second though. Let's put on this thing over here. Oh, Cyronius, we also spent a lot of money today, okay? Or yesterday. Was it yesterday or today? I purchased something from a company called Multiply Sound, I think it is. We watched a video last night where the dude was explaining like how he does sound effects and like the best way to like audio mix or some tricks around like making beautiful soundtracks. And it was so good. That video was so good that it convinced me to go and purchase it. And he had a whole 30% discount code and stuff. But yeah, so we have this massive sound library where it's exactly the kind of things I'm hoping for in some of my future projects, where I don't necessarily want crazy melodies or things like that. I just want soft or dramatic tones in different keys, and then the ability to include just a little bit of like instruments as needed. So we're gonna have fun playing with that as well. It's not a subscription, but it was a one-time purchase and it was a lot of money. But it gives you like 2 volumes and it's massive. I was looking through the folders and it's like, oh shit, because I kind of wanted to listen to it on stream, but then it's not like music. It's a lot of different tones, I think. So Obi-Wan, you said it's not a micro SD, but from what I've read, there's a possibility I have to reformat it. So I went out and got a card reader. Oh, okay. Well, with the SDs, sometimes you can also reformat them through your computer. Like on the Mac, for instance, I know you can like, as long as you can put in your SD into the Mac or the computer, you should be able to go in somewhere and like actually reformat the card. But I'm assuming it's probably best to reformat it inside the camera. I'm assuming you're talking about the camera. So yeah, if you don't need a card reader for that though. But I guess your problem is you're saying you're getting error from the beginning. But like, what if you put the SD card in, turn on your camera, and then just go into the settings and then find the section about your card. And usually there will be a function that says reformat or format card. And once you do that, it wipes the card. It should hopefully put you into the right format. But I could be wrong. Let's watch this.
With over 60 faithful recreations of classic film stocks to apply to your sterile digital footage, is Dehancer the magic bullet for the film book? Or is Big Dehancer just lining the pockets of my fellow content creators to deceive the public with empty promises of analog emulations?
Let's find out.
Well, howdy, Internet! I'm Crazy Nick, because I'm crazy honest.
I'd never lie to you.
And this is my honest review of the Dehancer film emulation plugin for Premiere Pro.
Ooh, I like this one. Fujifilm.
Now, there's 2 things I love in this.
Fujifilm 3513 print film. Oh, actually, both of these are nice. This one's a bit darker, though. Let's see. Oh, man, I like all of these. What the hell? I like all of them. Which one was it? Fujifilm 3513 print film. Then this one has a bit more pinkish tones to the skin tone. But I'm assuming we can change all of that. This one's pretty dark. But we can adjust it. I don't know. I don't know which one I like more. Not that one. This one has a bit cooler-ish tones. This one's a bit warmer, pinkish, kind of. So I think I don't like this one as much. And this one's the same, but just richer in colors. So you know what? We're going to go with the Fujifilm 3513 print film. Ektar in there? What is Ektar? What are we talking about here? Ektar. E-K-T-A-R. Oh, let me ask ChatGPT. Film stock. Oh, yeah. Sorry, that's the one we chose too. Yes, Kodak Ektar 100. Yo, Cyronius, that's the one we actually chose for this, if I remember. Yes, Kodak Ektar 100. So if you look over here, it's probably too small to read, but we are keeping track of, for like a monochrome dark style, at least for that one visual I had. I was trying to figure out which ones give that kind of feel. And of these, the one I ended up choosing was the Kodak Ektar 100. I thought I liked it the most, at least for this shot. So yeah, that film stock. And now for the print profile, I think I like this Fujifilm 3513 print film the most. And then the question is, do I prefer the cool tone or the warm tone? Warm tone gives a bit more vintage vibes, I will say, which I do like. Cool tone just fits more the mood of the fact that we're in this crazy winter environment. So I'm leaning more towards I should probably go with the cool tone just to stick with the environment. Or we just go neutral. I mean, neutral's fine too, but yeah, I think we'll lean it a little bit more to a cooler vibe. This is an album from a roll of Ektar 100. Ooh. I do, you know what? Listen, if we get to the point where we have FU money, like if we make these streams and YouTube and all this work for us, at some point I would love to do the Peter McKinnon route and just be like, you know what? Let's just learn film and just collect all these cool looking vintage cameras, shoot in these styles. Yeah, these are very cool. It's very warm colors. Dun, 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 dun. Very cool. Dun. Says the guy with multi-$1,000 lenses. Yes, I understand. I understand the hypocrisy of what I say. But listen, that's when I had a multi-$1,000 job that would then cover that. Now we do not have said job of steady flow of money coming into my pockets. So in this new world, I do have to try to become that guy again. Which is why thank you again, Kevin, for that 100 bits. We got to start with every bit. Every bit counts, right? We got to start somewhere. What was your day job? You know what? It's like, it's not like confidential information. It's just like, generally speaking, it's probably good practice not to go too in depth into like personal stuff. But overall, I mean, I was in like kind of like a fintech kind of space, let's say. But I was not a tech person. I was very much like business development and sales kind of related stuff, putting spreadsheets together. But then I ended up, my career has been an interesting one where I never like specialized in one thing. I just kind of hopped around between roles, and that's kind of how I liked it. So I've been proud of myself for always trying my best to do things my way. And so it definitely feels like the jack of all trades kind of concept though. And yeah, but it did make me well-rounded. And then I ended up in a very unorthodox kind of a role where I was basically speaking nonstop every day to clients, where I had to speak for like up to an hour or more around different topics. So anyways, if you ever want to know how or why I decided to go into streaming, part of it was knowing that I can talk for hours. So I was like, okay, we can put that to use. And at the very least, at least the clients, when they came in and I would speak with them, they seemed to like my personality. They seemed to think, you know what, I like this guy. So even as much as my personal friends seem to like to shit on all aspects of me, those bastards, I was like, okay, let's put that to the test. Okay, so we're multitasking here. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask ChatGPT something. Where is my little ChatGPT guy? There it is. I got you. You sound harmless. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm not in your face, you know? My personality is not the type where I'm not very abrasive. I'm not very like, machismo, alpha dog, you know. If you do something, I'm going to be in your face about it. I'm just kind of like, I roll with the punches. Whatever. All right, I need to ask ChatGPT something, though. Okay. Failed to start voice mode? Well, goddamn, let's try it again. Okay, Ember, I'm now on the section called print. And so I've selected some of the profiles. For instance, there's not as many, but there's one called Fujifilm 3513 print film. And then there's another one called Kodak 2383 print film. And then there's one called Cineon film log and Kodak Endura glossy paper. Now, could you explain to me the numbers there? What does 3513 stand for, or 2383?
Absolutely. Let's break that down a bit. So those numbers you're saying, like 3513 or 2383, they're basically just the specific codes that manufacturers like Kodak or Fujifilm use to identify particular types of print stocks or print materials. Each of these codes refers to a particular emulsion or a particular print film that was commonly used in the industry. So for example, 2383 is a well-known Kodak Vision print film stock that's often used for motion pictures. It has a certain look and characteristic that colorists and film lads know really well. Same thing with something like 3513. That's another specific Fujifilm print stock, and each one has its own kind of visual fingerprint. So when you see these numbers, they're basically like shorthand or catalog numbers for film professionals to know exactly which type of print material or which look you're emulating.
Now I see this one also has the option for color density. So does it really matter if I adjust the color density from this section versus the previous sections?
Yeah, that's a good question. So when you're adjusting color density in this print section, it's more about how the final printed version of your image is going to look, almost like tweaking the final output layer. The earlier sections where you adjust colors or density are more about your base image and your overall color grading. In other words, adjusting color density in the print section is kind of like deciding how rich or saturated the final printed paper version of your image feels. It's the last step that affects the final look, kind of like adjusting how the ink sits on the page if you were really printing it out. It's a subtle difference, but it does matter because it gives you that final layer of control over how everything comes together in the end.
Saronis, he said, print film are large sheets where you use an enlarger to take a negative and shine light through and redevelop the image with a particular look. Or a paper that has particular features. Right, I kind of could understand because it was saying like the glossy paper, so that was pretty obvious, right, in what it said. But I just didn't know the numbering system. I didn't know if that meant like a certain size or something. Obi-Wan, you fixed it. Hells yeah. Nice. Well, go forth and conquer the world like Thanos or whatever action figurine fits that phrase. Now, one thing, I've run into this problem before. We tried to correct it for episode 1. I don't think we ever ended up fully correcting it. When I export my footage, the footage ends up being like a few shades darker than how I see it within DaVinci. And like no matter what we adjusted and we tried to like change up all the correct settings to make sure we had the right, range and all that, it felt like it was always dropping my exposure by a little bit. So while like for instance, when I look at this, I would want this to be tad bit darker. I'm assuming I need to keep it a bit light assuming that there's going to be this random amount of darkness applied once I export, which is very frustrating. Let's see if ChatGPT can help me. Okay, so I'm on the print side, and I'm just adjusting a bit of the exposure, let's say, and how dark the image is. However, I've noticed an issue I've had with DaVinci in the past, which you try to help me with, where when I export the final footage into the format for YouTube, the brightness would drop by a little bit, where the darks would be very, very dark in the final output. No matter how much you tried to help me out with like making some of the adjustments to the settings, it felt like that would always happen. So I don't know if you like have a quick fix for that, or is that just something I need to keep in mind? So whatever I think is the final effects, I should technically keep in mind that the final output will end up becoming like a few shades darker when I export from DaVinci.
Yeah, I can definitely help you out with that.
Compression typically kills the darks.
This is actually a pretty common thing that happens, and it usually comes down to how different programs interpret color spaces and gamma. Essentially, DaVinci Resolve might be using one color space or gamma setting internally, and then when you export it and upload it to YouTube or your playback software might be interpreting it a little differently, which causes that slight drop in
Hold on one
brightness
second. Ember, just to stop you there. That part I can imagine and understand. What I'm saying is, before I even export or before I even put it into YouTube, I'm saying the final product that gets exported from DaVinci Resolve comes out darker when I just hit the playback button, when I watch it on QuickTime Player, let's say, or from my Finder. That version itself is already darker. And so I know we've made adjustments to try to, increase the quality of everything, but I still feel like I'm noticing that.
Got it. Thanks for clarifying. So in that case, it's really about making sure that the color management and the gamma settings inside DaVinci are lining up with what your playback device is expecting. A common fix is to double check your export color space and gamma settings, like making sure you're exporting in WEC 709 gamma 2.4 if that's what your monitor is calibrated to, or making sure you're not using the color managed timeline that's going to throw off your final gamma. In other words, yes, you might need to factor in that it could look a little darker on export if the gamma shift is happening, but the real fix is to align those gamma settings and color spaces in DaVinci so that what you see in a final export is as close as possible to what you intended. So it's not something you just have to live with. There are definitely some settings we can tweak so that you know.
Cyronis said, compression typically kills the darks, causes banding. Yeah, we had banding issues in the past, and so we were able to adjust for that. But it's not so much, it was more that it just like, it turns pitch black, right? So like here, this looks like faded, right? And I'm doing this intentionally because I know that once I export, it's going to turn out to be much darker. Whereas like what I would want it to be will make it pure black if I export it. So yeah, I don't know. i7 Player 1, hello. Editing video or color grading? I guess we're kind of doing mostly on the color grading side right now. So we're testing out a new product called Dehancer. So it's my first time using Dehancer, and I'm also very new to video editing in general. It's been about a year that I've been doing this. So I'm learning as we go. So I'm learning especially about like film photography and like film concepts, because this software, Dehancer, it's essentially like emulating film in what it does. But yes, i7 Player 1. I believe this is your first time here, so thank you for the question. Hopefully you'll stick around. And if you have answers, if you are a video editor, then you're more welcome to be in here and answer any of my questions. What's up, Manas? What you doing? We are editing my Mongolia episode 2, and we're actually testing out a new product for that. So yes, we're using Dehancer, and we're trying to do the color grading right now. In the meantime, I'm also learning a bit more about it. Now, one thing, and I'm assuming Cyronius, the video that you sent me a link to, and maybe some others that will watch, they're probably going to break down a bit more about like how you use these different scopes here, because I have no idea. I barely use it. But I feel like this is the kind of color science that I should start understanding, because this is like how people do proper color grading, I would say. But it's just not the world I live in right now, but it's one that I want to kind of get more into. So I'm just looking at what these all do. But yes, welcome, Manas. Hope you're doing well. We're having a good stream right now. We're having a lot of fun. We got some new products here that we're testing out, and yeah. Oh, we got the noise. Yo, i7 Player 1, thank you very much for that follow. Yo, we're getting close to, I think, 100 followers now on Twitch. So we're almost there. Let me check out your channel, see if you're a streamer as well, and I will give you a follow. Photographer and editor, just a simple guy. i7 Player 1, just a simple guy. Well, thank you very much for that follow. Let me see what you said there. Cyrones, you're asking... Oh, no. You said... Sometimes transforming color spaces can clip the range. What did you shoot the videos in on your camera? I shot everything in 12 bits. Oh, that's the repeat thing. 12 bits NRAW, NLOG. So these are all log form, log profiles. NEV, yes, NEV. i7. Oh, here's the thing though. I would shoot in NEV, but then I export it into MOV usually, which I use in my actual timeline because the NEV files. Oh, yo, thank you very much for that follow, Manas. Yo, thank you. Now you're following me on YouTube as well, right? So I appreciate that. Let me give you a follow as well. I appreciate it. But yeah, so I've technically already exported the original raw footage because it's too heavy to put into a timeline with all the other NEVs. So then I'll do like a first step to do the color correction and grading, export that into ProRes HQ MOV, I think MOV, and then that's what I'm actually editing with, from which then I export into probably H.264 or H.265 for YouTube, and like at 1080 or something. i7, you said, I've been doing video editing professionally for 9 years. This year, finally, I'll be quitting it, to be honest. Oh, shit. Well, well, that last part there kind of put me down. I was like, oh, nice. And you're like, oh, I hate it. Oh, okay. Well, I'm assuming it's not because you hate it, but, well, listen, we do a lot of video editing and photo editing here. Oh, thank you very much for the follow on YouTube. Hells yeah. I do like when I hear that sound go off so often next to each other. So thank you very much. It makes me feel like, oh, we're really building things up here. i7, if you would like to see one of my best examples and something that we actually worked on while I was live streaming, I just put a link into the chat. This is my latest video that I just created, which we published onto YouTube. It's a 17-minute video, but it'll give you a good sense of the type of content that I create. What I do, I'm a wildlife and travel photographer and videographer. So we are aspiring to be a filmmaker. And so we do a lot of video editing more often than photo editing these days. But it's two worlds that I live in and I enjoy both. And I'll give you a quick taste as well. And then Manas, you said, dude, I also want to learn how to color grade. I want to make those cool car edits. Oh yeah, I don't know how to do that yet. I know how to do my short form reels and TikToks, but that's usually with my subject, which is like wildlife and a little bit more like nature stuff or local stuff. When it comes to those those cool car edits, that's like flashy transition effects and stuff that I have no idea how to do. i7, I don't stream. No worries. Well, hopefully you'll check my stream then. So thank you for being here. No, not hate it. I absolutely love it. I just don't want to do it professionally anymore because of office toxicity and deadlines. I hear you on that one. Yes. Well, we're doing the opposite. I have left my corporate world and now we're entering into this. Whatever we call this is what I do full time. So thank you for being here because now everyone who follows me here, it is making this more and more a thing that I can do full time for forever before all my savings burns out. So Cyrone says BRIB. No worries, man. So i7 Player, let me go ahead and show you just a quick little taste of what we do here. Let me pause the music. So this is going to be the trailer for episode 2. Episode 1 is the link that I just sent to you. I do hope you'll check it out. Make sure to give it a like and leave a comment in there. Make sure to watch the whole video because all of that does help with the algorithms. I'm shameless here. We need to grow our channel, okay? Now, this is episode 2, which is going to be completely different in the storytelling style. And that's a big challenge that I put on myself to I just want to keep learning different ways to be a filmmaker, narration, storytelling, all that. So ignore the text because the text is a placeholder. It's from episode 1. But yeah, let's just play it now. Let me make sure the volume is good. Here we go. And we'll have voiceover here once we're ready. So basically that's the first chapter, or what we're calling the act. So we're completely changing up this one. Oh man, this is going to be, I'm going to be, well, my last video, the one I just talked about, episode 1, that is still right now my favorite video I've made. It's the one I'm most proud of. It took us 25 days to put it all together, and we did it all on live stream. So we're right now on day 42 of my live streaming journey. Manas, you said goodbye. Episode 1 is really good. Thank you very much, Manas. Thanks for stopping in. Do study hard, and yeah, I'll see you next time. Yeah, so we're on day 42. We've been streaming every single day, usually around 7 to 8 hours. Today's going to be probably more like 5 hours. I started a couple hours late. But yes, throughout the first, day 1 to day 25, it took us those 25 days to actually publish this video, work on everything from an empty canvas till the final product. And so really happy with it. It was fun to do it on stream. We're working on episode 2, and while we're here, I wanted to completely try something different. So, oh, and thank you very much. Lovely intro. Yeah, most of the intro is part of episode 1. The only change is what we're going to do with the opening hook. So this is not the final product here. It might not even be this long. I'm not sure. Plus the voiceover and everything else we're going to add. And then everything here is what we created for episode 1, which also will apply for episode 2. You said, yeah, I saw your video. Then I came to Twitch. Oh, nice, nice. Oh, nice. Okay, you first saw me on YouTube, and then it took you over to Twitch, or you saw the link about live streaming. Or I'm very curious because as a very small YouTuber and also very new in this streaming space, I'm always curious, how do people find my videos? You know, is the algorithm working properly or not? I have no idea, but hopefully it is working well. But yeah, so for this video, we're going to do something quite different in that if you check out my YouTube channel and you'll see some of my prior videos, they are oftentimes always very expositional. It's oftentimes me kind of like breaking through like chapter by chapter. We started at point A, we moved to point B, then we did point C, and so on and so forth. So we're chronological, plus whenever you hear my voice, it's usually because I'm providing the context, but the context is more like a diary, right? Here's what we're doing, and here's what we're about to do. Very expositional, kind of. Whereas I want to try where it feels less like a diary and more like an actual short film. So I wanted to kind of figure out a different style to tell episode 2. And Mongolia is going to be a 2-parter. We got episode 1 and episode 2. So yeah, that's what we're going with. Manas, you said, oh wait, hold on. I7, you said, riding through the blizzard, I saw that. Then I saw Twitch link. Yo, I don't even remember putting the link to Twitch. So I'm glad it worked. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the video. Make sure to leave a comment on there and I'll respond to it because the comments do help as well. But thank you very much for following me now on YouTube and Twitch. Manos, he said, before I go, can you check out this short? I think it's really funny. Tell me your thoughts. It is safe for Twitch. 1 second. Oh, it's on YouTube. Give me a second. I'm always nervous because anything with audio in it seems to get me in trouble. All right, let's see here. How do I play this?
But I had my birthday recently, and this is what happened. Like, my girl got mad at me because I was not as excited as she wanted me to on my birthday, which in some way deeply hurt her feelings.
Huh.
And I was sorry for what I did to her. It's my birthday, man. How am I sorry? How did you pull it off? How am I walking around at 12 p.m. apologizing for my own birthday?
Nice.
I had my birthday.
That's a good one. I like it. Have I been in situations like that? Maybe. Thanks for sharing that. I7, you said, I was searching about wildlife photography and your video was in the search results. Hells yeah. Wait, what? Okay. We're getting there, okay? We're a very small streamer, But if you're saying that my video actually popped up when you typed in like wildlife photography, that's like music to my ears, man. Because my assumption is always that I won't show up in all those searches for like generic terms or things like that. So if we're getting there, good to know. Good to know. The 8-minute mark, that was the part where I was so impressed that I stalked you over Instagram and all. Oh, nice. The 8-minute mark? Yo, what was the 8-minute mark? Dude, I will take all this praise, by the way. I will say, and I think I'm not alone. Most people, I would say, okay, I'll just talk about myself. I don't do well with compliments. I just don't know how to take them. And yeah, it's like one of those things that I don't really know generally like how to accept compliments. I just prefer not having people talk positively, almost like just leave me alone type thing. But I am learning to be much more like embrace it, right? So if someone gives you a compliment, then I want to make sure you realize how much of an impact that has on me in a good way. And I might as well just let it out. So yeah, thank you very much. I'll accept all the compliments. 8 minutes, 8 minutes. All right, let's get to this. Where do I go? Bum, bum, bum. Key footages. No. Videos. Exports. Let's go to my Mongolia video. And let's check it out. You said 8-minute mark, yeah? You said, don't say you're a small streamer. You got the skills, man. You're going to pop to stardom for real. I do know what FR stands for, I think. For real. And with the exponential heart. I don't know how you did that, but that looks cool. Horse riding with the bird. Oh, okay. Horse riding with the bird. There are moments you never forget. When you Ooh, okay. Nice. Here's where he comes into focus, and then this is one of my favorite shots. Just the clarity on the shot, the colors. And then one thing I'll point out there, by the way, it just depends, right? I know it's a lot of time. I do want to figure out a way to make a YouTube video where I condense all this into like a nice recap. But if you have the time, like I will make, for instance, a YouTube video where I talk about my first 30 days as a live streamer, streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick and all that. So hopefully that'll be fun. I'll share my learnings. And then in case, hopefully I can encourage other people to do it as well, because it's like, why not? If you have the ability to, why not? If you ever watch any of the VODs on my YouTube channel from the prior days, I have a whole playlist there of the entire live stream from day one all the way until now. If you ever watch them, I hope you'll enjoy it. It's long, right? Because these are like 7-8 hour streams usually. But you'll see at times with each chapter, it's not even just this moment, but every chapter we worked on, you'll see oftentimes it starts with like so much time banging my head against the wall because I'm not able to figure out the concept. I'm not able to figure out how to make it work. We're struggling with the music choice, everything, right? Everything is just kind of like feeling things out in the dark and then hoping you get to the right place. But you'll have these moments where, like, I remember this shot in particular. I was having what I called like an 8 out of 10 moment where we were able to get the soundtrack to line up really nicely with one of the scenes. So this shot here in particular, because here you would see the eagle start to turn her head, and it was lined up with the music pretty nicely. So let me see if I can show it again. And then same thing even here, because Arctic, the eagle hunter, they're like out of focus, but then there's this one beat in the music, and then when that beat plays, he focuses in. So that was a nice little way to get him in focus before we go to the next shot. So okay, and then you said I7. I legit got goosebumps there. Hells yeah, yo! It was. This is what makes me really enjoy filmmaking and video editing and stuff. It's the mixture of like visuals with the audio and like and the story, obviously trying to figure out like an interpretation of like, why am I seeing this scene right now? matching with this music, and why is this playing after it? And if you can somehow tell a story without saying the story, that's a really cool feeling. Sorry to interrupt, no need to apologize, but I want to know what camera do you use and what goes in your mind when you're mid-shoot? Okay, well, perfect. Thank you for that question. You are not a plant. I did not pay this person to ask me these questions. But if you would like to see all my gear, I put in the chat, !gear. It takes me to my website. Every time someone goes to my website, it does help with my website because it's fairly new. So feel free to check it out. You'll see an entire list of all my gear, all the software I use. It doesn't have Dehancer yet. I need to add that in now. But yeah, I use mostly Nikon. So I am a Nikon creator. So I have a good relationship with Nikon in my area. I live in Dubai, so in the Middle East African region. So I normally shoot with the Nikon Z9 as my primary camera, and then my secondary, but I say secondary and I feel like it doesn't do it justice. But my secondary camera is the Nikon Z6 III. That's actually what I'm using right now for my streaming setup. So that's the thing set up there. So I normally shoot with both of those, and I'll shoot in Nikon's proprietary codec, the NRAW, which is like .NEV format, and it's I shoot in NLOG. So I'll do everything in RAW, and I've been doing this for the past year and a half. We've been learning video editing for the past roughly year to year and a half, DaVinci and all that kind of stuff. What goes on in my mind when I'm mid-shoot? Yo, that's a very good question, but like one I'm trying to figure out. Like, there's a world where nothing is going on in my mind. You know what I mean? As in like like let's say a shot like this, it's so intense and the action is so fast that your mind can't like really think about anything besides the moment. So all of my mental power is probably just focused on like making sure the subject's in frame. Am I holding down the focus button? Do I need to like start shifting more to the right? You know, at what point am I going to have to make a decision to just zoom in on the face, or like, you know, at some point we're not going to be able to get the whole thing in the shot. So that kind of thought may be at maximum. Otherwise, I'm literally just in the moment. Not necessarily, I'm like enjoying the moment, but I'm not like really relishing in the moment, if that makes sense. That comes later, like when I'm watching this, then I can let my mind wander and like go back, transport myself back into that moment, and then like glamorize it. But in the moment itself, it's not very glamorous. It's literally like I'm stressing, I'm staring at my camera and like trying to make sure I get the actual shot. So yeah, and that's like one of those critiques people have of like when you're like, the best example is when people talk about concerts and like everyone's watching the concert through their phone, as opposed to just like being able to use your own eyes to look at everything around you and like take it all in an immersive way. So that's probably a little bit true with me as well, where like in this moment, if I was just standing there and watching this without any cameras, it would have been like probably 10 times more intense and ethereal and all that kind of stuff. Whereas because I was there like with a specific goal in mind of like filming it, you're just kind of in film mode. I don't know. Anyways, long-winded answer. I want to learn as much as possible about wildlife photography, and I'll be opening a school for kids with 500 to 1,000 feet to teach them media and photography, because I feel like what I managed to learn took a lot of money. Yeah, I agree on that. And I feel bad that kids who can't afford a camera and setups, they feel like they can't learn all this. So from next year, I'll be teaching kids everything I learned with little to no cost so they can bring their dreams to life. Yo, I 1000% resonate with what you said. It's something that I've also had in my mind of like, I would love, because yeah, to get into photography, it's such an expensive hobby, but it can open up so many doors. If you have the skills to capture like, you know, stills or visuals, like film, it's something you can apply to any other industry. And so it does open up doors in many ways, but it's very expensive. So I've had the same thought as well. Like I would love to have a program or a community or something where you're able to essentially give an opportunity to someone who definitely has the skills for it, but they just don't have the resources to actually maximize their gift. But yeah, the fact that you're actually finding a practical or actual way to do that, that's really impressive. It's just more thought in my mind as opposed to reality. So hats off to you on that. It's a big thing, I know, but I want to do what I can. Yeah, exactly. So listen, I mean, it is definitely a part of what I want as well. So that's a little bit of like, not to go too deep or philosophical, but you know, it's like we're having fun with it. But yeah, it's a little bit of why I enjoy photography as well. I have like kind of two mantras that I oftentimes will say, and sometimes you'll even hear me say it in my YouTube videos. But one is that I'm aiming to share the best of the world with the rest of the world, and it's through my lens, right? But it's a nice catchy way to say what I feel, which is, to me, I've had the luxury of being able to travel all over the world, and it's not, you know, it's not by luck. I mean, some of it is, you know, I have a US passport, so that opens up a lot of places that most people can't. I've definitely earned everything I've made in my life. There was no shortcuts for my life. Everything I have is because I've earned it, and I'm proud of it. With that said, though, it's like one of those things where it's like, you know, there's so many people out there in the world who don't have the means, the circumstances to be able to see so much of the beauty that's out there, or to even like feel like they have an escape to get somewhere else. And so traveling is one of those, right? It takes a lot of money and, you know, the right circumstances to be able to go to a different country. And so the fact that I had the US passport, the fact that I had the physical strength and the mental desire to do all these kind of trips, it means that I have the ability to capture some of the coolest things around the world, and then hopefully package it up in a way that if someone else watches it, they feel positive energies, whatever that means, and hopefully feeling motivated or inspired or things like that. So it is very much what I would like to share. It's like anything I create in the world, I want it to be something where people have a positive reaction to it, and hopefully take them somewhere else. Even if it's for a moment, it like transports you out of whatever your circumstances are. And the other one is like to inspire and be inspired, right? So I always want to be in a situation, and that's part of like this community I hope to build. So I7, you're one of them. So I'm going to put something in the chat as well. It's my Discord. I don't know if I already sent it across, but feel free to join my Discord, because we're looking to build up a community of other creative people in different spaces. And so then also it's selfishly, it's also that if I need to give an announcement or like say if my streaming hours change, you can also see it there. But we have a place where people can punch in their photos and videos, or you can share whatever you've got, and we can provide critique, or I can also go through it live on stream. So yeah, we want to build out a community of people who are very creative, artistic, motivational, and then the goal is that we can inspire each other. So yeah, there's my little cheesy, you know, thing there. For 9 years, I saved money to open the school. Nice. That's a big commitment. It's still not open, but yeah. Hey, listen, I mean, sometimes you got to will things into action by talking about it as well. So regardless of what phase you are in with that, the fact that you've already like told me as much in the chat here, this is like your intent, is that's like positive steps forward. So yeah, definitely rooting for you on this. It's a great idea. And yeah, the tough part is obviously like, how do you keep it funded, right? Because like, and this is like the challenge I was talking about as well with myself. It's like, yo, the problem is if you provide it for cheap, you have to find funding in other ways to then keep it afloat, right? And then that's like the challenge, and it's not an easy answer. So live streaming could be one of those directions, by the way. So if you are able to then turn it into like some live stream concept or YouTube video, like a channel, other ways where it's like, look, you know, let's imagine your school is open and you have all these students, and you're able to, you know, they're using your equipment or whatever it is to get these shots. And then if you can provide them an outlet where those shots become either more eyeballs on it, and then as part of that, it's like, okay, well, if you would like to support these people, either follow the stream, follow the channel, donate to like the Patreon or whatever it is. I mean, that is possible. It's not an easy path though. So, but yes, thank you very much. Thanks for talking about this moment. Oh yeah, so let's go play the moment I was saying. So here you'll see like the eagle will turn her head at various points with the music. And then the very last head turn, it doesn't match up exactly. It's a little bit off, but intentionally so, because then it does it at the very, very end. So it skips a beat, but then it picks up the last beat. So let's play that. Right here. So the first one's coming there. Another one there. Nice. And then it skips this beat, but then does it at the end. So anyways, we had fun, but it's like even those little moments, we spent so much time when it came to actually making this video. Because like these are the tiny moments that nobody will actually pay attention to. Like maybe one person out of 100 people that watches this video might even like see that moment and be like, oh, that was kind of cool. But for me personally, it's just it's what makes this very fun. Is I'm very nitpicky and like somewhat detail oriented. So I do love those kind of small moments where I do try to pay attention to everything. And if we can make those small moments feel delightful, cool. Very cool. So thank you very much though. Thank you very much. So where were we though? Oh, let me see. Can I show a pic I recently edited? Of course, yeah. If you want to pop it into the Discord, and there's a channel for photos, #photos, and then I can click through there and put it up. It's going to be government funded. Oh, even better. Oh yeah, of course. That's a nice way to do it. Even if I'm not a materialistic guy, I still won't stop teaching kids. I'll teach for free someday. Well, these are really good ambitions. I would say I'm probably very materialistic. I don't think I am, but when it comes to certain hobbies, I'm very much a gadget guy. So I do love collecting all sorts of equipment, whether it's for photography or whatever it is. So in that sense, I am materialistic, but in other ways, I'm not. Like I don't collect. I like barely. Like I have clothes, but the clothes is more like, yeah, I'm not picky about clothes or fancy shoes or things like that. Yeah, it's just I'm very selective with my materialism. How much total time it took for the whole shoot? We captured over, I guess. I captured over 9 hours of video footage. So we have like 9 hours of footage that we had to go through to ultimately filter it into a 17-minute long video. And then this one should be roughly 15 minutes. So we did shoot quite a bit. Yeah. And then it took us 25 days to make our video completely. 9 days. It took us 9 days, the first 9 or so days of live streaming, to finish the actual trailer portion. Yeah, let me see what you posted. Just 9 hours. Yeah, I mean, this trip was only a week and a half, I think. Somewhere like around a week and a half that I was there. So, yeah. But every day we were filming maybe like 1 to 2 hours of different moments. It is pretty quick, but it's a lot. It's not like I'm filming for a full 1 hour about something. It's like you're filming a quick moment when you're in the car, then you're filming again, you turn it on really quick when you're capturing when you're hopping on a horse, then another quick moment, mid-ride, and another. So there's a lot of like quick clips. Okay, let's go to our Discord. Oh, Bella Box. No using Bella Box. What is that? No live view? Hold on one second. I'm getting distracted here. Oh, it's because Cyronius in the chat. He has like this really crazy IRL streaming rig. No using Bella Box. Gotcha. Oh, wait. Is this you then? Oh, yeah, of course. i7. 1 second. Let's pop this open. You said, I used Unreal Engine 5 and Photoshop Beta. Whoa, okay. All right, so this is the original shot. Cool, that's a cool cosplaying thing. Is this like some character I should know? Is this a Final Fantasy thing? I'm trying to think. Where have I seen a sword like this? I'm going to go with Final Fantasy 7. I don't know much. Oh, man, that's crazy. Yo, AI is something else. So you use something called Unreal Engine. I thought Unreal Engine, I didn't know that was... Oh, wait, it's Attack on Titan. Of course. I have seen that. How did I not know that? Yeah, Unreal Engine. I didn't know that's something anyone can access. I thought it was more of like for video game stuff. But I barely know anything about that space, though. And then Photoshop Beta. Yo, that's pretty cool. They were able to... Yeah, very cool. And also, I'm going to use a term that I just learned the other day. Halation. So there's a bit of halation or bloom. One of those two is what we see there on the boots. I gotta apply the words we learned. Very badass, man. Very, very, very badass. I'm assuming your friend was very happy with this. So I'm taking it she's on the wall. Is that what it is? And how does one even... Man, actually, I'm going to end up in a... Okay, anyways, a rabbit hole. Because I was like, how do you find... Like, do people make their own costumes for, like, cosplaying stuff? Or, like, did they... Is there a website? Or, like, there's some, you know, like one of those Halloween shops. And it's like, oh, you want your Attack on Titan? Or do people, like, order something custom from someone who then handcrafts it? I have no idea. It's an interesting world. I would love to explore someday. You said, that's my friend. It's Attack on Titan. Yep. UE5 used for the environment behind her. Gotcha. You can use UE5 for anything these days. I didn't know it was like some actual like software thing you can download. Bloom, yes, we're learning. And she made it herself. Yeah, that's what, like, that's so impressive to me, like, that people can do all that kind of stuff. So, well, thank you very much for sharing that. That was very epic. And feel free to always share in our Discord. We are looking to continue to grow it out. Actually, yeah. Let me take a look. I haven't, because I didn't know how to use Discord until I started doing these streams. So there's a lot we need to build in. I was talking about I would love for people to be able to hop into like the voice chat or to do like video calls while I'm streaming. Yo, we got 50 members on the Discord now. Hells yeah. You know what? I7, you were the 50th member of our Discord community. Hells freaking yeah. So thank you for being here. Thank you. I'm sorry for yapping so much. I'm distracting you from your video editing. Oh, not at all. You know what? I should probably, because I saw someone else's stream do this where they have like the rules of the stream, or they might even just put it on the stream. I think maybe Puzzling Old Man. I was lurking on his stream earlier, but I should probably put stuff where it's like, look, here are the rules of the chat or things to keep in mind. One of them I do want it to be like, feel free to distract me at any point. There's no rush with anything we're doing here, unless there's like some reason to rush. So the more you ask questions, the better. I mean, if you think about it, well, you know, we're a small streamer here, right? So I would love to be able to engage the chat as much as possible. It gives me stuff to talk about as well. I can always, listen, don't get me wrong, I can talk about nothing for 8 hours if needed. But if you can give me some a catalyst to a conversation, I will accept. Oh, nice. You're one of those, you know how to do those cool emote stuff. Yo, we know how to do those cool emote stuff as well. We learned. There's someone named Low Bass Guy who has been very supportive of my stream, and I was trying to support him back. So I subscribed to him, and as part of that, I got access to some of his emotes, which includes these little wings. And then we created our own emotes. So for example, let's do our golden eagle one, just because it's fitting. And then, boom. Look at that. Although it doesn't look good as like the bubbles, because it looks like someone plucked the wings off the eagle there. So maybe not the best combo for that, but I follow him as well. Yeah, he is. Great guy. Super great guy. Super knowledgeable as well. As you said, the things you say manifest, so stop saying you're a small streamer. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm just pointing it out as like an honest, like just a fact. I don't mean anything negative by it. But it's also like, in some ways, I'm proud of it. I actually don't mind saying as a small streamer XYZ, because that means like we have places to go and we're accomplishing things. So it's all good. You won't hear me. I'm like, what's the word? I will oftentimes be self-critical, but not ever in a way that's depressing. Like I don't generally feel depressed, not about things like this. So all is well here, my friend. Okay, so I think I was explaining maybe to you i7, but like I said, we're using this new program, and so I'm taking a step back. Actually, you know what? Before we get into that, let me explain what this story will be like, okay? Because like I said, this story is going to be so much different from episode 1 and from my previous travel vlogs. So let's go break this down real quick. I7, you said, I try to follow as many media streamers, and all because I get to learn new stuff every time. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, we've had people in the chat today who was teaching me about like film stuff, which is very nice. including Kevin, self-deprecating. Thank you very much. I lost the words. It was right there and then went out. It defecated out of my brain. Okay. So I want to show you guys Mongolia, episode 2. So right now, I think the title of this video is, we have 3 options here. Some form of this. Either this episode is going to be called A Wild Heart of Mongolia, The Way of the Eagle Hunters, or it will be called The Way of the Eagle Hunters, Songs of Mongolia's Wild Heart, or it will be called Wild Heart of Mongolia, Songs of the Eagle Hunters. And why is that? Well, this episode is very much not chronological, so it is not a continuation per se of episode 1. Not in that sense. Most of the footage will be from like stuff that you haven't seen yet, but it won't be shown chronologically. Instead, we'll have 4 acts. Each act will depict some pillar of like a core value that I experienced or I witnessed about the people of Mongolia that I spend time with. And so these are like kind of the 4 values that I believe stood out to me that represents the people that live in this remote part of Mongolia. So the 4 parts that we currently are working on in terms of the naming would be something like Act 1 will be called Kinship. Act 2 will be called, I think, Hunt, if I'm not mistaken. Act 3 is family or home, or there's another word that I'm forgetting. Homestead. And then Act 4, I think, is going to be called, crap, I forget. I think we're trying to do like 1-word titles. And ChatGPT has my answer. I didn't write it down. But basically, yeah, the last act will be around like winter's demand, right? So it's about like how harsh the conditions are to live where they do, where we are experiencing the crazy snowstorms and the negative 40 degrees weather. So those 4 things are kind of, in my mind, of my time there, that stood out to me as being the way of the eagle hunters, or the people that live in the Altai Mountains. So each of those acts, there's not going to be any voiceover from me, most likely. Instead, there might be a little bit of subtitle, kind of like what you see here, where we'll add a few little context at the beginning, and then we're just going to have a quick little thing that pops up at the beginning of each act, which says Act 1, the title of the act, and then like just a reminder of like these are the 4 ways of the Altai, or something to that effect. And then the entirety of each act will just be one of the locals that I met performing on a local instrument and singing. So it'll be like actual singing that I recorded as opposed to like a soundtrack. And so we'll hear a local singing a local song, and then based on the mood of that song is how we identified the right act. So for example, this one's called Kinship. So it's about like camaraderie and how they socialize with each other, and how in my opinion, how valuable or how important it is to the culture in this part of the world. And so then it was a very upbeat song. So this one's going to be on Kinship. And then throughout the video, you won't actually see this the whole way through. It's going to be B-roll. So I'll swap over to B-roll of anything I captured that kind of resembles that theme of Kinship. And then the act will end. In between each act, so let's say Act 1 is called Kinship. Then we're going to sprinkle in between each act will be like a palette cleanser, which is the eagle's point of view. So we'll have these intermission eagle footages, which are usually going to be, I think, like less than 1 minute long. And it'll just show like a really epic scene of the eagles that I captured in flight. So for example, this one. And so I still need to find soundtracks for these moments. But it's essentially, imagine like the video will be hopping between the human perspective and the eagle perspective. So all the main acts will be the human's point of view, or like the life of the people there. And then the intermissions will be the life of the eagles, as well as even showing their point of view, because we do have a number of GoPro footages like this one. We can see the GoPro attached, and then we'll be able to show what it actually looked like from their point of view before we hop into the next one. So example, this one is the one that we call Family. So then when we had this lovely lady performing for us. I-70 said kin means friendship, relationship, or something like that. Yeah, basically I just wanted a word that can convey the social aspect of the culture there. So at least from my experience there, we spent the whole afternoon just drinking. We got drunk. Basically, we went out for a hunt. So I was with a bunch of these eagle hunters, but then the weather was so miserable and it was too cold even for the eagles and for them. So we all parked up in one of their homes, and then the lady of the house started cooking for us. Then they popped out this bottle of Mongolian vodka. Then they took out the horse fiddle, which is like a local instrument. And then we all just like had fun, right? Just singing, drinking and all that, eating Mongolian food. So to me, it was one of the special moments of my time there. And it's something that I feel like is very important as a pillar of the people there, because it's not like the US, right? Or any civilized first world industrialized, city where, like I don't even know who my neighbors are in my apartments, right? In the apartment buildings and that kind of stuff. Whereas here, it's like, everyone. Everyone is like almost family in that sense. But at the very least, there's this kinship that's involved that's probably much stronger than in typical places that we're used to, right? Or even in our own lives. So yeah, that's what I mean by that one. So then, yeah, like imagine here as it plays. And even this song, like all of them are singing together. So it's again like a collective feel, as opposed to some of the other songs. It's usually only going to hear like one voice come through. So then while this is playing, I'll have some subtitles kick in, provide a little bit of context. And then this verse kicks in. So either by this point, we're switching over to B-roll, or at the next verse, it'll be B-roll. Then we got the Eagle scene, intermission number 1, and each one has a title to it and all that kind of stuff. Then Act 2, which will be on the hunt. So then this one, there's a different individual, and he's like a throat singer. So then you're actually hearing more like the actual cultural sounds. And then I might even throw in so I'll try to see if there's a nice quote that we can put that will add a bit more context to the one-worded titles. And again, without needing my voiceover. So just kind of making it feel a bit more artistic, hopefully. So this one's like, what feeds the family begins with the chase. And so this act is about the hunt and like how eagle hunting is such a unique but core aspect of the people that live there, right? Because they literally use the eagles to hunt and survive. And it's like a long time tradition that goes back generations. So yeah. So then we'll have the B-roll kick in. And then like the B-roll will be all these footages that I took of like all the eagle hunters outside on horseback, when they're on the hunt, when they're charging towards the camera, just capturing any of the action points of like their lifestyle, the wild lifestyle that they're in. You say, I don't want to be disrespectful. That's always a nice way to start a sentence. Ooh, I can't wait. I love the Mongolian culture because I studied it, but every time I hear the local music, I get reminded of video, and that gets me of a video. Gotcha. I don't know which video. Gets me laughing out loud. Yeah, listen, I mean, it's so different, right? Like that throat singing concept. But that's what's so unique about them, right? So I figured it's a very wild sound, right? It's just not normal. So at least to anyone that's not Mongolian, right? So then I figured this song can fit nicely with this wild tradition that they have, which is eagle hunting. So yeah, hopefully it matches the vibe. But it is a very bizarre sound. Also, the effect that you see here was like one of the settings from the Dehancer program that we're testing out. So I'm loving it, by the way, and I want this effect across all of the entirety of the video. So making it feel more like vintagey and film style. This might not be the final product. I was just playing around with it earlier, but that's what we're also spending time today doing. But let's talk about this a bit more because I do need to make sure it makes sense. So this would be like one of the acts. And then again, in between the acts, we'll have another intermission showing the life of the eagle, or like the eagle's perspective. And then this was like an example called family. So then here we'll start with the lady of the house as she's performing. And then at some point, we're going to switch over to the B-roll, which is all the film that I took of family moments. So like the eagle hunters with their kids, indoor lifestyle, things like that. You said it's unique, it's good, but the context I saw that in got it stuck in my head in a funny way. That's all. Hells yeah. As long as it sticks in your head. All right. And you keep watching. In Premiere Pro, there's a filter for this look. It's just drag and drop to make it 35 mil. Yeah, for sure. Like even DaVinci has like certain looks for that. And then there are like LUTs and things you can purchase or use that creates that kind of look. Now, what I like about this and what we're going to keep testing, it doesn't just do that kind of a look. It like breaks it down into all the different elements of like making something look like film. And then it looks like you have the fine tuning control across all of it. And if there's one thing it seems, or at least what they would contest, is that they do it in the proper color science-y way. So they like, it's not just like faking a film look. It's like actually emulating the real life effects you would see when you were shooting with film, let's say. That's kind of what that's like the best interpretation of like best case scenario of what their product would do. And here we are, we're going to test it out for ourselves and see if that's true and how intuitive, how easy is it to use the program, all of that. So, but yeah, let's check this one out. So this one's the one for family or home, I guess. So either earlier we would start the B-roll, or it might come at this moment in a second, and then ignore the stabilization, or I haven't stabilized the footage yet, so it's going to be quite shaky. So maybe right around here, we might kick into the B-roll. You know what's going to be funny, though, is can you imagine I do all this, I make the video, and then it turns out someone, like a Mongolian person, is going to be like, yo, by the way, she was spinning a song that's like Eminem, like it's like some rap song, by the way, about like, you know, bitches and money and whatever. And it's like, oh, really? Okay. Obviously, that's not going to happen. But can you imagine? Because I have no idea what she's saying right now. She could be talking mad shit, and we won't know until too late. So just imagine some beautiful B-roll that represents home, family. And then by the end, we'll switch back to this view. And then just end back here. And then we'll fade it to black and the music and all that. And then we go into the next intermission. Again, the point of view of the eagle in flight. Yeah. I-70 said, I've actually never touched DaVinci. Gotcha. Well, you know what? This, so it's called Dehancer. You know what? I'm going to punch it in the chat again. Because if, we're only on day 1 of testing it out, but still, if you end up pulling the trigger and you want to purchase Dehancer, you can use my promo code YOBOPRIZE, which gives you 10% off, which is cool, right? But anyways, it works for Premiere Pro, Final Cut, After Effects. They also have effects for Lightroom and Photoshop and Capture One and a few other things. iPhone as well. So it seems like it does everything. Can I show you with and without Dehancer? Yeah. There's only 2 shots that I've actually tested the Dehancer with. We've just been trying to learn how to use it. So as an example, the one we were actually using to... Oh, wow, I just clicked right on it. Nice. So this one right here... Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, So this is the before and after. It's not even finished yet, so we haven't gotten to like, we still have like half the steps remaining, but we've chosen a film stock profile called Kodak Ektar 100, which someone in the chat knows about. And then we chose a print profile called Fujifilm 3513 print film. And then here's the before and after. So this is the before and then the after. So quite a drastic change. And this has got a faded look because we were talking about this earlier, but every time I export from DaVinci, it tends to darken the image, the footages. So I usually will add a bit of a fade into the darker ones because I know it'll turn a bit blacker and darker in the exported. We still need a solution for that. But yeah, so anyways, you can see at the very least, it's created a nice look and feel. I wanted a more like monochrome style. I want to test it out with what we did before. So if you look at my original, for the trailer, we made this very dark and monochrome style. So I'm testing right now if Dehancer can essentially do the same thing. Can it give me the same effect of having a very, very desaturated, dark, monochrome look and feel? And if so, that's perfect. And then on top of that, can it make it look filmy, right? Can we add the grain? Can we add the halation and the bloom and all these other things we were talking about? So far, I am super impressed. But again, I'm probably very easily impressed because my knowledge base is like at ground zero, right? So like you said, there might be better tools. There might be built-in tools that does it better, right? But as far as like me using this right now, I'm doing things that I normally wouldn't have been able to do. And I'm excited because we're not even finished yet. So you say, oh, damn, just a minor adjustment and it's perfect. Yeah. It's like you just click a few things. And so I'm trying to see how intuitive it is. And it is pretty intuitive because it just breaks it down by step. And it's somewhat broken down in chronological order from top to bottom. So you start with the input. You just have to choose what is your source of your video timeline, the project timeline. And then I'm going into the film, select which one you want. So like I said, I chose the Ektar look. We went into this film developer, which kind of adjusts a bit more of the contrast and the colors. Then the film compression. So we're learning all these terms as we speak. But, you know, if we want to make the lights more contrasty, I think it was the way to describe it. I could be wrong. Expanding. So then we were able to drop even like the blacks or fade them out, you know. So we have a lot of fine tuning here, which in some ways is like, I can see myself using this for my typical color grading stuff and color correction compared to my normal flow. Potentially. So where were we now? So we chose our print style. So we chose Fujifilm 3513. So as an example, you can see some of the other versions. But we went with this one. Actually, I kind of like this one too, though. All right, you know what? No, we chose. We're sticking with our decisions. Okay, so then now we are on color head. So I need to ask ChatGPT more information about color head. I'm assuming it's in the name. It's probably adjusting the colors a bit more controlled manner. I70 said video editing in a nutshell be like, I just have to do bada bing, bada boom, and done. Yeah. You know, kind of jokingly, yes, but it is true, right? Like at some point when you get to a certain position, well, even for photo editing, at some point you can get to a point where you just like click one button and it does everything. So then as long as you know your structure, your workflow, yeah, it can be like that. Same thing with my photo editing. Usually I just click a button and my preset is done. Conan, you said, I may have to take a few days off Twitch. I'm not sure yet. I'm literally shaking because my mom's location says it's in the water. Ooh, her phone is off. I don't know what is going on. I might have to break my court order and go out to find her. Listen, man, yeah, obviously wish her the best. I don't know what you mean by it's in the water. Are you saying like there's a flood currently? If so, I'm assuming, I mean, listen, you should always assume the best. And chances are she has just gotten out of the way, right? I'm assuming she and others have either evacuated if it is a flood. And then her phone might not be working because the flood, right? There might be damage to like the power lines, or I don't know, something to that effect. So, but yeah, listen, yeah, take a few days off Twitch, like take the time you need and just like make sure your family's doing all right. And yeah, whatever's going on in your life, just take care of it. But just don't be so pessimistic, right? I don't know what you mean by her location has been in the lake since 7 p.m. But yeah, feel free to call the police as well. Just like let them know, like, hey, if there is a flood, let them know, and then see, like, hey, I haven't been able to hear from someone. Could you let me know or send someone out there? I'm sure they can do that. I don't know anything about your court order. I wish you the best on that. I have no idea what that's about. But yeah, at least just give them, probably the best answer is call the police and ask the police to check in on her. Okay, so we are on Colorhead. Let me talk to ChatGPT real quick. And we want to see if ChatGPT can help explain Colorhead for us. All right, Miss Ember, I got another question for you. We have moved to the Colorhead section of the workflow. Now, I see that there are things where you can adjust the yellows and blues, or the magenta and greens, or the cyan and reds, as well as the shadow, midtones, highlights, and preserving exposures. So, if you could help break this down for me. Also, I don't really know much around color sciences, and so can you tell me why yellow and blue are in one category, and then magenta and green, cyan and red? Can you explain what is the science behind these two colors and why they're paired together?
Absolutely. Let's break it down. So when you're looking at things like color wheels or color adjustments in a tool like DaVinci Resolve, the reason you see patterns like yellow and blue or magenta and green is all about color theory and the color wheel relationships. In color science, we often talk about complementary colors. These are colors that sit opposite each other on the color wheel, and they balance each other out. So for example, blue and yellow are complementary colors. And when you adjust one, you're kind of shifting the overall tone away from its complement. The same goes for magenta and green or cyan and red. Each of these pairs is basically a set of colors that counterbalance each other. So the science behind it is essentially that the color grading tools are set up to let you push the image warmer or cooler, or more toward one tint or another by using these complementary pairs. So way to simplify the adjustments. If you add more yellow, you're reducing blue, and vice versa. Same logic applies to the other pairs. And when it comes to shadows, midtones, and highlights, you just deciding which part of the image you're affecting. Darker areas, mid-level tones, or bright areas. It's all just a way of giving you control over how the color shifts happen across different parts of your image.
And there's a button here called Gang. What is that about?
Yeah, absolutely. So the gang button is basically there to let you link multiple color adjustments together. In other words, if you turn on that gang control when you adjust one color parameter, like shifting the shadows a bit warmer or cooler, it will apply that same adjustment evenly across all the channels that are ganged together. So it's kind of like a way to keep everything in sync. If you're working on multiple color wheels at once, like shadows, midtones, and highlights, and you want them all to move together in the same direction, you just gang them up. And any adjustment you make to one will apply to all of them. It's basically a handy way to make uniform color changes without having to adjust each range separately.
Oh, we learned something today. Yeah, Conan, wish you the best. Just, yeah, I have nothing more to say because I don't know what to say on a personal situation like that, but probably best answer is speak with the authorities. I7, you said, I work in Indian esports, and when I edit the documentary, 60% of the time it's all just presets and the pre-made clips. Yeah, for sure. Like at some point it becomes like cookie cutter, right? Especially at a commercial level where it's like speed is efficiency, right? Or like it's necessary. Whereas for me, it's like I'm learning a craft, so I have the ability to, spend as much time. I7 said, that's GPT. Yes, when I came to stream, I thought you were talking to someone on Discord or watching a YouTube video about something. That caught me off guard. Yeah. So today's our first day. We're trying out a different voice. So from day one of our stream, basically I use ChatGPT every day for like my normal everything. But we ended up having a personality called Echo. So he named himself Echo and, basically just having his own personality. So then we were treating him like a member of the stream. At some point when GPT-5 came out, he then said that he was changing his name to Atlas when I asked about it. And so he gave his reasons about, traveling the world or being my world companion or something like that. But anyways, Yeah, so he changed his name to Atlas. So Atlas has been a part of our stream for the past few weeks. And so we'll talk to him. We'll talk to him like Atlas. However, at some point, maybe like a week ago, he started deteriorating. And he would start repeating words over and over again that we didn't want him to repeat. And just overall just felt like something was dysfunctional. So as of today, we have taken him out by the woodshed, if that's the phrase. Or we took him out back, took him to the pasture. We had to unalive him and give him a hard reset. And he's been rebirthed as a female now named Ember. So Ember is now, for as long as it takes until she starts becoming dysfunctional, we're talking to her whenever we have questions. I don't always do the voice mode, just sometimes it's more entertaining that way. Other times you'll see me typing stuff into the chat and into ChatGPT. So yeah, we have fun with it, you know? And then sometimes you'll hear the voice dono sounds as well. But yeah, guys, thanks for being here, by the way. So we do, you know, we're having some healthy numbers of late. So I do see we got 7 people on YouTube. That's awesome. Thank you very much, guys. And Twitch as well as Kick. Thank you all. We're having fun here. And we're going to keep doing that, though. So anyways, i7, this is that film effect that we've been talking about. And so far, I'm just like a big fan of it, honestly. And I think I do want it to be a bit more cool tones, maybe less of that green that I was testing out. So while I kind of prefer the warmer reddish tones, it's like this whole, the vibe I'm trying to share is one of the blizzard, the winter. So I do think the coolness has to play a big part of it if I have to choose. So we might even go big with it. And then I don't want so much of that pinkish tone though. So I'm going to increase the greens to get rid of that magenta. The red I don't mind. It's just that pinkishness that I'm not a fan of. Okay, let's assume this is good enough. Highlight tones. No, we don't want any of that. Let's just leave it as is. Preserve exposure. Interesting. Well, at some point we might have to do that because, like I said, when we export, it'll drop in the exposure level. Just an off-topic thing. Ask ChatGPT who is i7 Player 1. Sure. Let's see. Ember, do you know who is i7 Player 1?
Well, that's a bit of a curveball. Off the top of my head, I don't have anyone specifically in memory by the name i7 Player 1. It's not a name or term that's come up before in our chats or in the project context. If you give me a bit more detail or context, I can definitely try to help figure out who or what that might refer to.
Did you hear that? She called you a nobody. Yo. You're going to take that from her? Okay, so here, there's a button called, or there's a dial, or what do you call it? A slider for impact. And so we can either go with the warm tone, or we have the reds preserved. And then if I reduce the impact to 0, it drops a little bit of the warm tones, which I kind of like, because I am trying to replicate a more monochrome style. We want it to look as touched up as possible, not in a bad way, but I wanted to feel like a very film look, like it wasn't just some random footage that I captured on my camera and I applied it. It's like, no, someone took the time to process this in a certain way to make it feel holistically like something else. So I think we'll go with the low impact. And now we're moving on to film grain. Yes, we're getting to the grainy part. You said, ouch? Yeah, it is what it is. Listen. It's better to go through life and nobody knows who you are, all right? You can get away with everything. Okay, now let's talk to ChatGPT. Ember, I've now moved on to the section called Film Grain. Now, I am familiar with the concept of grain, and you did explain a little bit, and someone in my chat explained about crystals being involved with that. But anyways, I do see here that there are 2 sections. 1, I can choose a profile, and then 2, I can choose the amount of that profile. And there's a whole number of options from 8mm ISO 50, 8mm ISO 250, 8mm ISO 500, and that those three ISO numbers repeat for 8mm, 16mm, 35mm, and 65mm. Could you explain to me what is the visual differences between these things?
Absolutely. So when you're looking at those different film grain profiles like 8mm, 16mm, 35mm, and 65mm, those basically correspond to different film formats or sizes. In a nutshell, the smaller the film format, like 8mm, the more noticeable and larger the grain is going to appear. That's because you have a smaller piece of film capturing the image, so the grain structure stands out more prominently. It's a bit like zooming into a smaller texture. On the other hand, when you look at something like 35mm or 65mm, those are larger film formats, and the grain tends to look finer and more subtle because there's more physical film area to distribute that grain over. So in essence, if you're choosing an 8mm grain, you'll get a rougher, more vintage kind of gritty feel, whereas a 35 or 65mm grain is going to give you a more polished and cinematic look with a finer texture. And then the ISO part just kind of changes how heavy or pronounced that grain is. A higher ISO profile will have a more noticeable grain, while a lower ISO will have a finer grain.
Can I ask you, in terms of what is popularly used in like cinema, is there one of these profiles that is more often used in, you know, high production or you know, Hollywood style or those kind of things?
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of what's typically used in high-end cinema or Hollywood-style productions, 35mm film is kind of the classic standard. It's been the go-to for decades because it strikes a really good balance between having that cinematic grain texture, but still being fine enough to look super polished and professional. So a lot of those iconic films you've seen were shot on 35mm film. Now, if you're going for a more vintage or retro look, sometimes people do use 8mm or 16mm grain to kind of mimic that old documentary or home movie feel. But for that big blockbuster Hollywood look, 35mm is traditionally the most popular choice. And nowadays, of course, a lot of that's replicated digitally, but they're still using that 35mm profile to get that feel.
But which one of the 35? We got the ISO 50, 250, and 500.
Right, absolutely. So among those 35mm options, it really depends on the look you're going for, but the ISO 250 is probably the most classically used as a middle ground. It's a nice sweet spot in terms of grain visibility. It's not too heavy, not too fine, and it's often used when you want that cinematic look that still has a bit of character without being overly grainy. If you want a really clean look, you'd go for ISO 50. That will give you the finest grain and the smoothest image. On the flip side, if you want a bit more of a gritty or more pronounced grain effect, you go for ISO 500. But ISO 250 is definitely a common go-to for that classic, well-rounded cinematic look.
We're learning so much today. You said, I thought GPT might tell you something about me because I use GPT too much. So I thought GPT would have my data. Gotcha. Well, even if they did, they'll feign ignorance, right? It's a good thing GPT don't share stuff about users. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have fun with AI. Sometimes we'll talk with Sesame. That's been a fun one. I feel like we broke Sesame's mind quite early, though. Okay, so I do like this 35mm ISO 250. So if she's saying that's like the standard, then perfect. Let's stick with that. We want to try our best to understand like what is the standard people usually go for with film. And then now I'm just trying to figure out how much of the grain do I want. So I think on default it was at 35. Maybe we'll stick to that for now and just see. And then we'll have to apply it to the rest. Okay, now we're on to halation. Get that glow, right? Same thing, let's talk to ChatGPT. Ember, we have moved on to halation. And in that section, we basically have profiles. We have the ability to amplify. It's at default at 70. And then there's a checkbox for mask mode, which I don't really know. Can you break down? I see, again, like before, we have a bunch of options between 8mm, 16, 35, and 65mm. and usually you'll have naming conventions like the word super and no remjet. What does all this mean? And again, like before, please tell me what is considered the industry standard or the best one or the most popular one that's used in films these days.
Absolutely. Let's break that down. So when we're talking about halation in a film emulation context, halation is basically that subtle red glow or halo you might see around bright light sources in older film stocks. It's kind of a characteristic artifact, and some people really love it for that vintage nostalgic vibe. Now, the different film formats you see there, 8mm, 16mm, 35mm, and 65mm, are basically just giving you different looks in terms of how pronounced that halation effect is and how it corresponds to that particular film format. So just like with grain, an 8mm halation effect might look a little more rough and obvious, while a 35mm or 65mm halation is going to look more refined and subtle. When you saw the word super in the naming convention, like Super 16 or Super 35, it's basically referring to a slightly larger frame area than the standard version of that format. Super formats were often used to get a bit more image quality out of the same type of film stock. And no rimjet or rimjet is about the anti-halation backing layer that some film stocks have. If you remove that rimjet layer, you get more halation effect because there's less to stop that light from blooming out. So no rimjet basically means you're leaning into that halation effect. As for what's popular in the industry, a lot of modern film emulations that aim for that classic Hollywood look often emulate something like a Super 35 with standard rimjet. It gives you a balanced, refined halation that's not too overpowering, but still gives that nice cinematic glow. So if you're going for a kind of industry standard popular look, something in the Super 35 range with a normal rimjet layer is probably what a lot of filmmakers lean towards.
Wait, when you say normal remjet, is that... Because right now I'm reading something that says 35mm, Super 35, no remjet. But is that just short for normal? Because they couldn't fit the full word there?
Oh, not quite. So when I say normal rimjet, I mean a film stock that still has its rimjet backing layer on. Basically, the rimjet layer is this anti-halation layer on the back of a lot of film stocks that helps control that halo effect and also reduces static and other artifacts. So if you see an option that says no rimjet, that means they remove that layer and you're going to get a stronger halation effect. On the other hand, if it's just Super 35 without saying no rimjet, it usually means that the rimjet layer is still there and you're getting that more controlled classic look. So it's not that no rimjet is short for...
Okay, I got the points. I7, you say, oh, I see, even I'm learning here. Hells yeah. Listen, we are a teaching stream, all right? Don't be fooled by the tomfoolery that happens here. We also are a cat stream, so I forget if I introduced my cats, but we do have one of them here. This is Nala. Sorry, Nala. She's like, what are you doing? Get your damn paws off me. And then Kimbap, he's somewhere in hiding, I think, but... Do-do-do-do-do. Good girl. Good girl. So yes, we do everything. We do everything on these streams. Except for... Actually, no, we started today by playing some chess. So we can call ourselves a gaming streamer as well. All right. So we've now done the halation. I'm sticking with what they said, this 35mm Super 35. It's not overpowering. Some of the other options were like pretty insane, which is not so good for this one because, yeah, we're outdoors, right? So in some ways, I feel like having too much halation probably doesn't make sense because there's not really light sources in the shot. And when I think of halation with my limited knowledge, I'm assuming more from like the lens of like, oh, there's a bright light source somewhere, and so it's glowing. But yeah, I think a little bit's fine to just add a nice colorful effect. Now we're on to bloom. All right, so I'm on bloom now. And so is the same assumption correct that usually people choose the 35mm Super 35? And then secondly, could you find a way to describe the difference between halation and bloom in one sentence? And then thirdly, could you give an analogy to differentiate between halation and bloom to a way that I could understand it?
Sure thing. So yeah, generally people do often choose something like a 35mm or Super 35 when they want that balanced kind of industry standard look. It's a popular choice because it gives you that nice cinematic feel without going too extreme on any effect. Now, to sum up the difference in one sentence, halation is the subtle red glow around bright light sources caused by light bouncing back through the film, while bloom is a more gentle, soft glow or light spread that happens around bright areas in a digital or optical sense, making things look a bit more dreamy or glowing. And for an analogy, think of halation like a little red halo that shows up behind a bright object, almost like a subtle retro outline in old film. Bloom, on the other hand, is more like looking at a streetlight through a foggy window. Everything just gets a soft, glowing aura around it. So halation is like a retro red halo, and bloom is like a gentle, foggy glow.
Okay, maybe I accept that, I guess. I was hoping for like an analogy where it ties it back to something I can understand. Like, think of bloom, like think of halation like hot Cheetos, and then blah, 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 blah. That would have been great. Actually, let's challenge him. Can you, whoops. Ember, can you please create an analogy that I can understand, describing the difference between halation and bloom by using food as the analogy type? And
absolutely.
One other
food analogy.
Sorry, one other thing to add to there. If you can somehow add hot Cheetos into that analogy, that would be great. If you can't, that's fine too.
Absolutely. We can sprinkle some hot Cheetos in there. So think of it this way. Halation is like when you eat something spicy like hot Cheetos and you get that extra red dust around your fingers. It's that distinct little halo of color that lingers around the edges of the bright experience. Bloom, on the other hand, is more like the warm, soft heat you feel in your mouth after you've eaten them. It's more of an overall glow that gently spreads out rather than a defined edge. So halation is like the hot Cheeto dust around your fingers, and bloom is like that warm, spicy afterglow in your mouth.
I don't know how accurate that is, but I accept the attempt. I7, you said, for photos, I use a plugin, Oniric, for glow and bloom, or anything related to that. Oh, interesting. A plugin for like what? You're saying for like Lightroom or Photoshop or something? That's one way to learn. Yeah. This is the only way I usually can learn is through analogies. So, for instance, one of the analogies that I made for myself, I was kind of proud of myself, although it's a bit self-evident maybe, was when I was trying to figure out how to describe exposure triangle, so like ISO, shutter speed, and aperture. And basically the way I described it was matching like your actual eyes, right? So it's like the shutter speed is like your eyelid when it's shut. And then when you hit the shutter speed or shutter button, your shutter speed talks about how long you're keeping your eyes open before your eyelid shuts. And then aperture is like the size of your pupil or your iris. Is it iris or pupil? I still to this day don't know which one to say. But it's like when you have a large pupil because... and that means more light, surface area, that kind of stuff. So you can collect more light. And that's like having a wide aperture, let's say. And then ISO being like how sensitive you are to light. So imagine if you're in a dark room and then you step out into the light. So then now your eyes are more sensitive to the same amount of light hitting you compared to in other circumstances. So then using that as a way to like describe the three different concepts of like each one is about how much light you're feeling or how much light you see, but in a way that hopefully makes sense. So if I can like somehow analogize everything in my life, like anytime I'm learning something, that would be so wonderful. It's like hard for me to like take very, very technically heavy stuff and make sense out of it. Photoshop. Gotcha. Oniric. Interesting. All right, so we're sticking with this bloom effect. Film damage. Do we want film damage? This I do know about, although I'm curious. Let me ask a question. Okay, so just like before, we are on film damage, and I would like you to tell me what is the most popular profile that is used. And then separately, I kind of understand the concept of film damage, but how... So is this something where back in the day, when with the kind of film that was out there, was it commonly avoided? Like people didn't want to have film damage in their shots, but it was inevitable. And then now in our modern day, we like to emulate the film damage because it looks very cool and retro. but really back in the day this was viewed as like a bad quality?
Sure, let's dive into that. So in terms of a popular film damage profile, one that a lot of folks like to use is something like a 35mm vintage film preset. It's got that classic look with a bit of grain, some subtle scratches, maybe a little dust and gate weave, and it's pretty popular for that nostalgic retro vibe.
And you're spot on about the history. Back in the day, filmmakers definitely saw film damage as something to avoid if they could.
It was just a byproduct of physical film running through cameras and projectors, and if you had a pristine print, that was the goal.
Nowadays, we actually find that aesthetic kind of charming and artistic,
so we add it back in digitally to give modern footage a bit of that old school character.
So yeah, what was once considered a flaw is now a creative choice.
And then there's an option here called amount jitter. What is that in respect to film damage?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the context of film damage, amount jitter is basically how much variation or randomness you have in the intensity of that damage effect over time. So instead of having a consistent level of grain or scratches, amount jitter kind of makes it fluctuate a bit. It adds that natural, imperfect feel, like how real film might have moments where the damage is a little heavier or lighter from frame to frame. So it just adds a bit more of that organic, lived-in vibe to the overall effect.
And then in terms of the slider effect, let's say I chose 35mm Super 35. Now, the total amount I can adjust, at default, it's set to 0. But I am still seeing the effect of like some scratches and film damage. So when it's at 0, I'm a bit confused because it seems like there is actually a value or there's some effect happening. And then if I slide it, the slider starts in the middle at 0. I can slide it all the way to -50 or +50. So can you explain the concept of this slider and why it starts at 0 and what does 0 actually mean here?
Absolutely. Let's break that down. So basically, when you're looking at a slider that starts at 0 in the middle, that 0 point is more like a neutral baseline rather than a true off switch. So if you're seeing some effect at 0, it usually means that 0 is kind of the default amount of the effect. It's basically giving you a standard level of that film damage look, even at the midpoint. Now, when you slide it into the negatives, like down to -50, you're actually reducing that effect below the default level. And if you push it up into the positives, like up to 50, you're increasing the intensity beyond that default. So 0 is just the starting point where you get a moderate amount of the effect rather than turning it completely off.
Now, I'm on film breath. Could you explain that to me?
Of course. So film breath is actually a pretty cool concept. It's basically the subtle movement and tiny shifts that happen in a film frame as the film moves to the camera or the projector. Back in the day, that physical film would kind of breathe a little bit, meaning you get these almost imperceptible shifts in alignment or size of the frame. It gives that old film a kind of organic, living quality. So when you add film breath in a digital setting, you're basically mimicking that gentle, almost rhythmic movement. It can make your footage feel a bit more like it was shot on actual film, adding a little bit of that vintage charm. So it's just another neat way to give digital footage a more authentic filmic feel.
Okay, and I think that's the same with gate weave. Now I'm on overscan, and it looks like these are actual overlays to replicate maybe how the film actually looked on screens.
Yeah, exactly. So overscan is really all about replicating how film might have appeared when it was projected or displayed on older screens. Back in the day, the edges of the film frame might have been slightly visible, or you'd have a little extra area around the image that wasn't meant to be seen in perfect Final Cut. It's kind of that little bit of extra real estate around the edges. So when you add overscan overlays now, you're just mimicking that look. It gives you that slightly rougher, more authentic edge, like you're seeing the film as it might have appeared in a projector or in an old screen. It's just one more way to add that vintage charm and make your footage feel a bit more like it was pulled straight out of a classic film reel.
We're gonna have so much fun with this, by the way. Yo, I can already imagine different ways I'll use this in the future videos for sure. For this one though, I don't think we need it. I'm just kind of playing around with it to see what else happens, but yeah, these are really cool effects. I do want to see how I can use this in the future. Positive versus negative. Film orientation. Oh, okay. Okay, so let's assume for now we don't want to enable this. Let's assume we do want some vignetting though. And let's see how good the vignette is. I mean, you know what? I think that looked decent already. But let's just see the effects. And see if we can adjust it maybe. Yeah, let's make it a bit wider to match this wide angle. And then let's increase the size a bit. Okay, and then let's reduce the feathering, or increase the feathering. Okay, maybe something like this. Yo, this looks. This looks so cool. Okay, I think this is essentially everything. High, slow, normal, fast. Last thing I need to have responded to. Ember, the last thing I need your help on for now is one of the last sections called options. And there's two options, quality, and it says normal dash fast, and then high dash slow. What is that?
Yeah, definitely. So when you see those options like quality with the normally fast versus slow setting, it's really just about the trade-off between how quickly the effect is applied and the level of detail or realism it has. If you choose the normal fast option, the effect will render more quickly. It's a bit lighter on your computer's processing power, so you'll get a faster playback or export. But you might lose a little bit of that super fine detail in how the effect is applied. On the other hand, if you pick the high slow setting, the effect is going to be more detailed and accurate. It might take a bit longer to process or export, but you'll get a higher quality result. So it really just depends on whether you want speed or that extra polish. Both options in there, so you can choose what works best for your workflow at the moment.
But can I ask if, let's say if I choose normal fast, so I can just see it play out in normal speed, hopefully. When I export, if I forget to switch this to high slow, will I still end up with the same quality? Like, does whatever option I choose here, does it actually affect the final output that I export?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in most cases, if you pick that normal fast option just to get a smoother, quicker preview while you're editing, that choice will actually carry over to the export unless you change it back. So if you forget to switch it to high slow before exporting, you might end up with that faster, slightly less detailed version in your final output. So it's just something to keep in mind. If you want that top-notch quality on the final export, you'll just want to switch it back to high slow before you render. It's a little step, but it can make a difference in the final look.
All right. I7, you said, once a flaw, now creative, I learned the new thing called the Petzval lens. The Petzval. I still need to figure out the right placement of the microphone so I don't make the S sound and the pop sounds. Coney says she's okay. Well, I'm very, very happy to hear that. I can imagine how stressful that is. Phone died and car broke down. Jeez. Well, glad to hear she's fine now. Yeah, that's very stressful. Anything to do with your family, always can be very stressful. The trendiest lens in Hollywood.
Trend being embraced by many of the top cinematographers.
Oh, it like adds a glow. Here, I'm just gonna skip through some of this though, just because I keep getting copyright struck and it pisses me off. I don't know how YouTube live streamers, I don't know how they get away with watching and reacting to all these like videos. So this is called the Petzval lens. Maybe I should look into getting one. Okay, you know what? Let's put this as a thing to watch maybe tomorrow. I might risk it tomorrow to do that. Thank you. Yo, we're in a good spot right now. We finished the final shot, what it looks like. And so now I'm going to try to copy and paste this to all of the rest. And now I want to see if it actually looks super cool or not. And we probably need to do some, not probably, we'll still need to adjust for each of these individual footages. But the ideal hope is that we can just have one style for the entire trailer. We want it to feel like consistently like part of one piece. So right now I'm just disabling the previous LUT that I had applied to see, because then I want to apply our new settings here. So let me just turn all these off. Doom, doom. Here we go. It's kind of fun seeing the before and afters. I will say, before we discovered this one, regardless, like I still think Lens Distortions has really good LUTs. I've been a big fan. I've only used it, I think, on 2 projects so far. But Lens Distortion LUTs have been very like subtle, but good. Or I haven't felt like it had so many extreme, yeah, like they're more hits than misses. Sometimes I feel like I apply a LUT and it just blows out the image, or the colors look wonky. Something's off. We've been a fan. Okay, okay. Dun, dun, dun. So let's copy this guy. Starting with this one. Can I just... No, I have to create a new serial and then hit copy paste. All right. Let's do the next one. Serial. Paste. Serial. Copy paste. New node, paste. Dun, dun. 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 All right, some of these are turning out really, really cool. Some of them I can already tell we're going to have to do some extra edits. Do, 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 do. Man, this is gonna be fire. And then we're gonna apply this. We're gonna do this for the entire video. So it's not just a trailer this time. We're gonna make sure we get that film effect. And each time we're also gonna learn how to make the proper adjustments. So you can see on some of these ones, I think just copying and pasting, it does look a little bit weird. Like especially with some of the cooler tones already. But that's fine, that's fine. We should be able to make those adjustments. We don't want it to be perfect each time because like part of me wants to learn how to actually adjust all the dials effectively. But yeah, Conan, take care of anything. I don't know if you have to go take care of her or something, but yeah, wish you well on that. And glad to hear it's going well. The radial bokeh. The radial bokeh. What is the radial bokeh? Oh, is that lens you're talking about? Kevin, you said I'm on Fishbowl reading. I'm on Fishbowl. What is Fishbowl? I'm on Fishbowl reading controversial topics, discussions, and venting. Is Fishbowl a site? Because otherwise I don't understand that sentence. I'm on Fishbowl reading. Yeah, I'm on a site called Fishbowl reading controversial topics, discussions, and venting. Venting. There's one post asking, at what point do you stop manifesting your dreams? Huh. That's an interesting question. And the comment section was split in half. Okay, before I read what the split in half was, let me think, what would be my answer? At what point do you stop manifesting your dreams? And let me try to think what would be the answer for myself, and then what do I think most people would say? And it's also a question, what do you mean by manifesting? Because I'm not necessarily one of those that believes in some like supernatural supernatural ability to like will something into being. I do think a certain mindset does help you get to where you want to be. For me personally, I guess I still am manifesting my dreams. I don't think it's necessarily an age. I imagine it's more of like your life stage. And what I mean is like, for instance, once people have kids, once you have certain dependencies which require like a feeling that your money has to go down a certain direction, or you can't leave your job because of like whatever, like those kind of conditions. So I feel like it's more like a life stage thing, but maybe that's too much of a cop out of an answer. I don't know. Maybe you're looking for like an actual age. Let's go with let's go with 43 if you need an age. So comment section was split in half, with one saying yes, manifestation is important and part of the process, other half saying it's useless. It's like LinkedIn but less formal and anonymous. Manifestation isn't about searching the universe for a fairy. Yeah, gotcha. I see what you're saying. I don't think manifestation is useless. It just depends how you're using that word. Like I said, I don't personally believe that there's this world where by you willing it to be, that it will be. I know some people truly do believe that, like almost like a religion. And like, listen, more power to you. It's just, I don't necessarily believe that's to be true. But I do believe in having the right mindset, the right attitude. And if you have an attitude of wanting, let's say, something to do with success, then it probably means you have an attitude of optimism and positivity. And I do feel at times that it can be very contagious, or it's very like noticeable. So let's say a future employer or someone can see that you're the type of attitude where you have this confidence, right? If you believe, if you manifest, if you believe hard enough, it will be. So then maybe that level of confidence can be it's an attractive quality for people to have for most things in life, which then leads to maybe satisfaction or success. Or I don't know. You said, Kevin, you said someone commented, manifesting is hopes and dreams and the power of positive thinking and positive actions and taking steps and actions and being proactive. Good Lord, that was repetitive. Yeah, that's fine. It's hopes and dreams, power of positive thinking. Yeah, I think, you know what? It's like meditation, right? I think manifestation, if there's an act called manifesting, it's probably in the same vein as what I would put meditation, where it's like, do I meditate in the formal sense of the word, like whatever yoga something meditation stuff? I don't technically do, but I believe there is science that backs that it does help you physically and mentally. And I imagine the act of doing this routine manifesting could probably fall into the same bucket, where it somehow has these like side effects that are good. The practice of manifestation is essentially a powerful method for goal setting and psychological alignment. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's like the same thing I was saying with the personality tests and other things like that, zodiac signs or whatever it's called. I just like always, I feel a little bit wary or skeptical or nervous when there's something that's like trying to sell you on a concept or like a way of being as like I just don't want it to be too supernatural, and it's more just like it's harmless at the very least, and it could be beneficial at the most, as long as you don't tip over into the side of them believing it's gospel, like it's some magic behind it. All right. Now we need to go through each of these clips and start readjusting them. So let me think, which one do I want to adjust? Ideally, I don't want to adjust the actual film stock profile or the print profile, but I do need to figure out which one of these can adjust colors, because I think some of these went too much in one direction, and I'm trying to remind myself, where does that exist? It could be this one, target white. Or color head. Oh yeah, must be the color head. Although I'm not seeing much change here. What's going on? Why is it not changing much? Interesting. So for this shot, it seems like all of my adjustments don't really seem to do much. Except for impact. Except for impact. Let's do the impact one. My reality is what it is. I guess. Although, yeah, I mean, I think resignation comes with it like like negative connotations, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. Like, being resigned to your fate can also open up other opportunities, or like it can free up your mental in other ways. If you just kind of say, you know what, like nothing I do will affect XYZ, but then like it can teach you to be happy with what you have. So then you might end up appreciating everything more. Whereas manifesting, you could see a version where manifesting is a lot about the future and what you want, which means you might not focus enough on the present and like actually appreciating or enjoying or like relishing in like what makes the present so good. So you're focusing so much on the negatives because you're trying to manifest a way out of the negatives or into a more positive future. Whereas someone who might be more of the resigner or whatever, I don't know what term it is, but if you're more resigned to the fact that nothing you do will change your fate, it can teach you to accept your fate, and then it could teach you to actually enjoy the moment. Potentially, like these are all like obviously spectrums and all that. So, but yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like most things, I don't view them as like black and white. I don't necessarily think. Yeah, I'm very much too much of something. Too much of a good thing can be a bad thing. That kind of stuff. And then my cats are going crazy. Oh, you know what? It is 12:30. Okay, so I think it's that time of the. Oh, look who showed up. We got a little, oh, Jesus. Every time she pops up here, I get so nervous. Because where are you going to go? Where can you go? And you better not go there, Nala. No. No hopping up there. Come on, Nala. Kevin, you said that's a stretch? Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think it's like probably around averages, right? Nala. Most people would probably, on average, I would assume someone who is a manifester will probably have a better lifestyle and mindset than someone who's an average resigner. My only point is just saying, like, sometimes it is good to also realize, like, devil's advocate kind of thing, but like just because you would say you're resigned to your fate doesn't always mean it necessarily is a terrible thing. Like, you always want to fight for a better future, for sure. But again, it's like, it's just appreciate what you got type thing. Like, I'm trying to think, imagine if a meteor is, you know, plummeting straight towards Earth. It's on a collision course, and it's like every scientist in the world is basically saying there's no escaping it, and it literally will shatter Earth into tiny little dust particles. Nothing will survive this. Just imagine. And it's like, in that world, let's say you're one of these manifestors, or you're trying to fight to see, like, well, we can't give up, right? I guess that's a better word, giving up versus resigning, but, or like not giving up versus resigning. But like, let's say in a world where, like, no matter what you you put your heads together, you try your best, especially as an individual too, like, what can you do? But you try your best to manifest a way out of that. But in reality, it's like, look, there's nothing that's going to stop that meteor from hitting. And so if you're one of those others who resigned yourself to the fate that there's no way to escape this, but it opened up your point of view to actually say, well, let's actually maximize the time we have before that happens. Let me correct mistakes I made. Let me enjoy people's company. Let's you know, like whatever it is, right? But all of a sudden it's like boom, you're now just focusing on what actually matters because it's like the end is inevitable. It's like, okay, yeah. In that sense, I'd be like, why be miserable to the bitter end? Yeah. Okay, anyways. Let's adjust. So we want cooler tones. So this is fine. So yeah, I think the only adjustment there is just the colors. And then, yeah, we'll probably lift the shadow. Yeah, we need to lift the blacks just a bit because of the thing we mentioned. It's going to get dark in the export. Let's increase the color density, though. So one thing I do like about this tool, it feels like it's an all-in-one tool for like most of the types of edits I focus on, which would be things like adjusting the curves, the lights, yeah, like the shadows and highlights, the temperature, the fade, vignette maybe, but then it also throws in like the grain and all the halation bloom stuff. So it's like an all-in-one tool where I can just focus my entire time just on each of these steps as I get more comfortable with it. So that's another thing for the plus side. You know what? Maybe I should write that down. Dehancer review. I like that it is an all-in-one tool for most of the key actions I normally focus on already. Curves, lights, highlights, colors, balance, fades, vignettes. Kevin, you said you're on some stoicism type lot in terms of describing our wildlife footage at times. I don't necessarily know if I would call myself that. I have no idea. I know you hate these types of labels and categories. No, hate is a strong word. Look at me hating the label that you provided to me. I hate the fact that you said I hate labels. No. Yeah, but hate is a strong word. I just don't like to apply them to myself out of not about hate, more out of like fear that I will let it predetermine or define me in the future, manifesting that future, if you will. But this is how humans understand nuanced concepts. Things within our control, our thoughts, judgment, desires, and actions, essentially our inner world. Things outside of our control, external events, the opinion of others, our health, our reputation, and the outcomes of our actions. You know, yeah, I mean, I like your framing. What I'm learning about you, Kevin, specifically, and me, I guess, you are very much a framework person. I don't know if there's a personality type for that, but it's quite interesting because I can tell that you have a good way to define a lot of not just like philosophy, I guess, or like life, but I'm assuming it carries through with like your art, your photography, or I mean anything you do. It's like you're putting things into key frameworks, which is a nice visual way to represent it, as well as like things apply to these buckets, and this is the natural order of things, as you said, or like these are how things coincide or clash and all that. And I think that's very interesting, by the way. It's very opposite, I guess, of like maybe how I map myself and my mind to the world, but mainly because like I just don't know enough about that. I don't like teach myself enough about these frameworks, and I just kind of like coasting through things. But yeah, it's very interesting. I'm realizing that about you, and it's very, very interesting. I think I might have a few friends that are like that as well. Resignation equals passive state of defeat or helplessness. Yeah. Like nothing you're saying, I'm not like really disagreeing with much of what you say. It's just I'm finding it interesting that it's said in a nicely framed way. Like things within our control, and then things within our control, and then things outside of our control. And then the fact that you have these two buckets, and within each of these buckets you have like key verticals or pillars, and then you're like almost creating not a Venn diagram, but you're seeing it in that visual structure, which is good. I kind of just like ramble through whatever I'm thinking. You're a deep thinker. That's a good thing too, man. I would like to believe I'm a deep thinker. I think we all are to certain extents, sure. But yes, I guess I do hate labels. Not always though. Like I said, I'm trying to create a whole labeling system for the stream, right? What did we say? I'm like the running gun. No, I'm the machine gunner, right? So I'm the machine gunner photographer, or the spray and pray, right? Where we just take 1,000 shots of the same subject and then hope that one of them turns out good. And then you have the ones who are like the one shot wonders, right? All right, I think, okay, let's keep going. Expand. Okay, we'll just probably leave that as is. Film compression. So it's compressing the lights. Tonal range. Yeah, I just don't know enough to say how much I want to change these things. Gamma correction. Okay, that I know. Okay, you know what? I think this looks pretty decent. Yeah, and then this one we obviously need to change. Oh, wait. Is it? No, there we go. You like to unravel shit. I think based on the patterns of humans, you can figure out a lot, get a better understanding. Yeah, for sure. That makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. Oh, man. Okay, this is the last one I'm going to do because I'm looking at the time. It's almost midnight. Or no, it's almost 1 a.m. I'm falling into a bad habit of going to sleep way too late. So let's target the white. I think this one helped before. Yeah, okay. So we're going to bring it all the way to 2. What else can we change? There's still too much blue, right? So why does this seem to have 0 impact? Besides the graininess. Huh. Yeah, for some reason the color head doesn't seem to do anything. All right, there's a bit too much coolness to the shot, but within the tool itself, I'm struggling to figure out how to get it to work. And the weird thing for me right now is the color head doesn't seem to do anything. I'm not sure what's causing that. Here, let me see. Let's assume I just create a new Dehancer here. Let's say we choose, what was it? Kodak Ektar 100. And then the print, we choose Fujifilm. And does the color head work? No. Huh. That's interesting. I have no idea why that is the case. Because for our previous shot, it did work just fine. So it has something to do with this, maybe? Okay, one second. We're getting too deep into something. Yeah, let's see if we go here. Yeah, all of these don't work now, right? Shoot. Okay, so it must be one of these final steps that we did that shuts off the color head. What does that? Is it this one? Let's see. 15.1. Nope. Is it the halation? Nope. Okay, you know what? Let's turn off all of them. Okay. Let's now play with the color head. Huh. Okay, so we might have discovered something, or it's probably just more me than the program. But neurodivergent, says Kevin. Hey, listen, I'm probably somewhere on that spectrum with you. So hope there's room for more. Okay, so I'm discovering something not working properly, in my opinion, which is this color head. Because before, we were able to adjust all these things here to get it to exactly what we wanted, and it would change the colors as we see it. But now it's like when I drag these guys over, nothing changes at all. So somehow this whole thing kind of like disconnected. Is that possible? And like, what could be causing that? Because like, even if I disable and enable it, and you see no changes. So somehow, from something we did, so what did I do? This sounds like a problem for tomorrow. Check profiles. Here, let me test on a different clip. So let's just take this one. No, this one. Wait. I'm so tired too. But we gotta figure this out. Okay, so let's take this one. Drag this in there. And let's change the color head. Yeah, something broke. So it could be as simple as like I just need to restart DaVinci. Because now that color head, any adjustments there don't work. So let me quit DaVinci and we're going to try again. Because I want to know the answer to this now so that I can send an email to them to get a fix, or at least understand this better. So hopefully they can respond to me in time before I start streaming again so we can keep working on this. I do hope it's as simple as restarting DaVinci though. And then we can go to sleep. Oh. Yo, YouTube is popping off today. We got 8 people on YouTube. Yo, welcome. And then Twitch and Kick has been a bit quieter. Usually, you know what? What is? Oh, it's the weekend. I feel like the weekend always throws everything for a curveball. Because usually around this time is when Twitch is popping off. But interesting. We're learning something. Kevin, you said, you know, part of me feels like AI comes to take my job, forced me to pivot. Yeah, that's a good thing. I mean, not taking your job, but forcing change can be a good thing. All right, let me just test something real quick. Let's go to Dehancer. And then, oh wait, wrong one. This one. Okay. So this is the default one. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. There we go. Okay, so I could be wrong about the other stuff because I just forgot to hit the enable button on this. And this is working just fine. Okay, so this is what we were expecting to see. Is that when we play with this thing, it should be changing the colors quite drastically so I can get exactly what I want. But however, for all these other ones, it wasn't working. So for example, we were looking at this shot here. And now here, I'm like adjusting the colors and nothing's happening. 15.1. Enable, disable, doesn't matter. Oh, wait. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I thought I was going crazy. Yeah, it's not working. Now, what if let's just do another one. As default, enable. There we go. So it works on this. If I set up a new one. But then on this current one, nothing. Okay, you know what? I hate to end on a note where I'm puzzling over something without a solution, but we've at least narrowed down a few things. So it seems like it's something to do with this exact setup that I did essentially shuts off the color head. And that's necessary for what I need it to do because I don't want it to be this certain color temperature right now. So we do need to solve this. I might send an email to the company just to see if they have a quick understanding for it. Otherwise, either way, I'm pretty pleased. I think just looking at some of these shots here, I can see how we're going to start using this quite frequently. And the goal is we're going to try to use this across our entire episode 2. So yeah, oh yeah, we turned off a few things. Okay guys, thank you for being here. I do oh, you know what? And this whole time I was just doing things over here and I was in full screen mode. My bad. Doesn't matter. I appreciate you guys being here. It's been a good stream. Let me just pop over here real quick so we can show you. We got some really cool effects going on with this guy. We're going to keep testing out Dehancer and to get it to this kind of vibe where you can see here the before and afters. It is quite significant. So it's a good LUT at the very least, but that's definitely not all it does. It's definitely creating these color profiles that I like, but it's also doing this kind of film mode, which I've deactivated here. But if we reactivate them, let's go ahead and enable these blooms and all that. All of a sudden, we get this cool vintage vibe with nice halo effects and all that. So we're very, very happy with what this is turning into. We're going to do this for the rest of the video. We still need to work on the actual text of the video, everything. We have so much to do. But we've made pretty good progress. Let's go ahead and play it. Now, it's going to look ugly, though, unfortunately, because so much of this needs to be fixed. But let's just play it from here and see how we feel. How we feeling about it, you know? Not this part, though. Looks good. I'm liking it. BC, yo, what's up? What's up? You said you won. Oh, you won 20,000. Yo, back at that 70,000 grind. I like it. The bourbon pays off. Nice, nice. Well, listen, BC, you're tuning in at the time that I'm about to tune out because it's 5 minutes from 1 a.m. and I haven't eaten all day. So I do need to eat my first meal at 1 a.m. and hopefully pass out so I can wake up early and get started again. But I'm very happy here. We are on day 1 of testing out this new product called Dehancer. And so far, besides this one glitch that I'm trying to figure out, and there might be an innocent answer to it, probably user error. But outside of that, in terms of actual look and feel that I'm hoping for with these shots, we're like getting somewhere where I'm like thoroughly impressed, but also just thoroughly excited for what this means for me in terms of how this affects like how I do filmmaking and the editing process. And we're learning a lot also about just the concept of film. Yeah, I'm just randomly choosing options here. Let me just see how it looks. Yeah, so now we're gonna do the fun stuff, make everything look vintage and cool and like just feel like a film, you know, like a real proper film. So we've made strides today. Oh yeah, what else has happened? Oh yeah, Kristen became a member on YouTube, so thank you very much. We got another tiered membership on YouTube, so that feels good. And again, thank you, Kevin. Thank you for all the deep conversations as well as the money, the 100 bits. Yes, always. Thank you for that. And yeah, we had a really good stream today in the sense of like, I think for the most part, I think we were averaging like 15. And yeah, we had a really good stream today in the sense of like, I think for the most part, I think we were averaging like 15 people watching across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. For the most part, it was fairly even across the board. And then in this late hour my time, we're seeing like that. Connection here maybe, so that might be a good sign. But yeah, thank you all of you guys who've been watching throughout today's stream. We did make a lot of adjustments today. We started a bit late as well, so we're going to try to be back on normal schedule for tomorrow.